sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you.
You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you.
You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control.
Because I'm in control.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Can't have sweet without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fly. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Can't have sweet without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never win, I'll never fly. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Can't have sweet without the sour. Pain is my superpower. I don't lose control. I just up the scope. All I know is go.
Yes, we're here in Istanbul, ready.
Don't lose control. I'm going to make the world a broken call. Can't let you get too close to me, back off. I feel it taking over, got the best off. Please don't talk to me, I might go off.
Hello and welcome welcome back there, you wonderful people. Are you ready for some more Valorant Game Changers EMEA playoffs actions? Well, I hope so, and you're in the right place for it if you are, because we have got an absolutely killer matchup coming on up. G2 versus Gentle Mates. This is going to be, I'd argue, maybe the grand final before the grand final with the way things are shaping up right now.
Yeah, I think everyone is kind of looking at these two teams as the top two teams. Obviously, that's how it was in the group stage. That's how it looks like it's probably going to be in the grand final, unless either KC or Giant X can bring off something incredibly special in that lower final. But right now, we're in the uppers. This isn't elimination. This is just to guarantee that position in the grand final. Both of these teams are going to come in here ready to shoot.
Exactly, and let's take a look at the bracket whilst we're here as well. We can see how things have sort of started to pan out here, because this is the upper bracket right now. So those first matches 2 days ago, if you can cast your mind back, maybe you're watching, maybe you weren't, but Twisted Minds, Giant X, KC versus ATN, these were knockout matches. Winner progresses on forward to play their next two teams. Now, everything after those first two matches is double elimination. You have that lifeline. Now, these two teams, G2, Gentlemates, they're in the upper bracket, which means that a loss here does not take them down and out of the tournament, and has meant that they have secured themselves at least top 3.
And they're both coming in with massive momentum off the back of yesterday as well, right? 2-0s for both of these teams. Pretty solid match scores as well. It wasn't necessarily a struggle for either of them, and now they're coming up against what was one of my favorite group stage matches to watch. They're coming up against each other again, right at the top, looking to push in to that grand finals and lock that in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's so much that we can talk about as we enter this top 4 as well. You know, we've got 3 classic orgs, we've got new teams entering the fray as well. And one of those new teams being Gentlemates, who has built this new roster, collecting pieces of the puzzle from all corners of EMEA, right? And they've come in and they've shown that they can fight, even with this very newly formed roster that's still maybe finding their feet a little bit, and working that communication on up, really.
Yeah, and I think going up against G2 as well, like the reigning champions of Europe, absolute no surprise, they're right at the top again. They sometimes start the year a little bit slowly, but this time they've just been rolling on through, and I mean, it is going to be such a good match to watch.
Now let's take a look at this G2 roster that we are singing so much praise about here. And I think there's one player that we've got to especially highlight here, and that's going to be Eva, the new player to the team, the new girl on the block, but she is showing her strength in a way that is absolutely incredible, back in that form that we saw from BBL back in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago, but Eva looked so good then. A huge part of the reason they made it to GCC on that run in Stage 3. And she also looked brilliant on Giant X last year as well. Like, she's been such a consistent player, but now coming into G2, she is just still running on through. Like, there was a couple of moments where we were kind of maybe questioning whether or not, you know, this was the right decision, but I think as soon as you saw her come in that first week in the group stage, you got flashbacks back to the old BBL Queens. Now she's reunited with Vana.
And I think, as you said, talking of BBL Queens, let's take a look at the Gentlemates roster here, because some of Eva's old teammates, well, they are here, and they are also wanting to get back to the top of the region, to the top of the world.
Yeah, I mean, like, Wenz, we talked about her a lot yesterday. An incredible player. Also from that old BBL core that won Stage 3 in 2023, she's come on back. Nami with Giant X last year alongside Eva is now against her. This is essentially like the teammates, the rivalries. It's all here in this match because all of these players have such a history. There is so many connections, and I think most of it goes back to that old BBL Queens roster. We are going historic for this matchup.
That we are, and it's been a while since we saw BBL at the top. Then we've spoken to a lot of these players, and there's very much a theme of wanting to be back where they were. They've all tasted the top, right? They've all tasted what it's like to be the best. And then it's maybe been a little bit of a dip and maybe a bit of a trough in the overall curve, right? But now they are hungrier than ever to get back to where they know they belong at the very top here. Now, I think I actually got the chance to speak a little bit earlier to one of the players. So what we're going to do is we've got a little bit of an interview lined up just for you. I am here with the one and only Toka. Now, I've got to ask, you're going up against the giants that are G2 today. In your mind, how does this rank in terms of hardest matchups?
I feel like it's gonna be the hardest match today, just because we didn't win them last time in group stage, and because we didn't really prepare well on some maps, and today I feel like we really prepared to play against them.
You had a good showing against G2 in the group stage, even taking a map off of them with the individuals that you have on the team. Some of them have actually beaten G2 in the past year. We saw, Berry X on Blackhand. We saw Wenz on BBL take series off of them. What do you think you have as a team that could help beat G2 today? And what are some of the changes and adaptations you've made since that group stage game?
Okay, since the group stage, I think we prepared more today on some maps. And my teammates is giving me more confident when I know they have beat G2, and they saying like it was not that hard, And me, I feel like I'm super confident as always. Like against G2, I'm super confident to play. Sometimes it's even easier for me in mental way to play against them, either like other teams that kinda playing randomly. Yeah.
Now, we didn't see a whole lot of you getting the coach on the mic during your match yesterday, but when you have had these timeouts, they feel like a crazy resurgence comes afterwards. What do you talk about? What do you use these timeouts for that gives you such bounce back?
This time it was not like to bounce back, it was more to calm us down, because we were super excited. We had like our energy, and it was like, I don't know, crazy happening in this bootcamp. And just Kevin was telling us, calm down everybody, like everything is fine, please chill out, all good.
Now, I have got one last question for you. Now, you said that you'd like to play against G2 for revenge. Now, do you have any fighting words for the G2 ladies before your match today?
I don't know. See you on the server as always. I will try my best, and I will try to beat you this time more harder than previous times.
I love it. And as you said, we'll see you on the server. So I'm going to let you go and get ready for the match. Thank you so much for joining me, Toka, and good luck in your game today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Always lovely to get to speak to the players, and a lot of insight there from Toka. And let's zero back in here on this matchup, because there's a lot of talk about it. G2 being this mighty opponent, revenge wanted. Talk to me, Echo. What are your expectations coming into this?
I mean, I'm looking at G2 Gozen, and throughout history, they don't lose rematches, right? Obviously, they won the first time around. That might change things up a little bit, but even on individual maps, Giant X took a map off of them on Corrode, and then next time they faced up, they just rolled through GX on Corrode themselves, right? This is a team that learns from their mistakes, and they also learn from their wins, which is, I think, an incredible part of what this G2 Gozen roster is able to do. But Gentlemates look on fire. The momentum is behind them. So I am very excited to see how this goes, but I think it's going to be very, very close regardless of how it does.
Indeed. Now, let's take a look at the maps that we will be seeing them play on. And when I say all three maps, it's because I got a feeling this one's going to go the distance. But the veto is as follows. And I think we might be in for some surprises here. And oh, yeah, straight away. Haven, how's that got here?
Yeah, so G2 Gozen, they've been perma-banning this Haven. They've not left it open a single series. That is now 10 out of 10 matches. They've been banning it in the first possible instance. They've now left it open, and Gentlemates, instead of going to Abyss where they beat G2 before, they've chosen to go here to Haven as our first map. And to me, this is either G2 cooking something very, very special up, just in case Gentlemates did go here, or Maybe they just didn't expect Gentlemates to pick it. Gentlemates don't usually pick Haven, so it's a bit of a surprise they did, but maybe they're trying to target G2's weaknesses. Split though, this is where G2 won in their previous matchup.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of an interesting approach to the veto, but we've got Agent Select ready, so we'll get to find out what G2 are looking to run here on this map for the first time this year, and oh, I am liking what I'm seeing.
I mean, this is definitely interesting. It's definitely special. This is a hard, aggressive comp. Mimi on the Waylay. I think this is probably the first time we're seeing this come out from her, and I'm very excited to see how that goes. Sky, you've seen her kind of fall in and out of meta on Haven a couple of times, but recently never. And you can see there, completely nothing for G2 Gozen, but this is also a new comp for the mates. They've not gone for that Viper composition. They're going full hard, but they've now got the Cypher to help back them up instead of previously they were running the Killjoy.
Yeah, this is, I mean, when we hyped up this matchup as the one to watch, I think the game that we've had so far of the playoffs, this is where we're really starting to push the boundaries. And the fact that we're seeing something innovative from both of these teams, I think it's going to set the tempo, set exactly the expectations we're expecting to watch, not just for this map, but for the series and for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be all about this innovation. Has G2 found a little secret recipe here that's going to work? It is going to be fast. It's going to be aggressive. The Sky really works well into that as well. The Brimstone, Waylay, Neon. It is bursty. Yes, you'll have Amy following up the backline, keeping them safe on the flank, but expect G2 to be punching first most of the time here.
The question's going to be, after that initial burst, where do you go afterwards? That, I think, is going to be the question in our minds. And this time, straight towards B. Talk about burst, straight over the top. Mimi's cleared the whole of B sites. And probably a little bit surprised Gentlemates have to get into this game, have to deal with the composition. Lovely shock dart goes in. Akita, incredibly low as is ever. Spike gets planted. Vanya down the side, almost gets the second. But there is the trade coming on through from Marty. Amy looking in between the camera, just having a little bit of a look here. There's the peek round from Marty. Has to be careful of it. Marty, even though they know that she's coming, still unable to be stopped here. Gate crash comes on through. Eva round the corner is going to get taken down by Nami, just a little bit faster on the trigger. Wenz has found one, and Akita now has to deny this. Has spotted the first, and there's nothing that she can do to try stop this defuse coming on through. And Gentlemates will take the first round.
Yeah, taking that pistol is so nice, and you can see there a little bit of a mistake from G2. They anchored 3 people over towards the site. You can see them there, that triangle. It's a really nice way to hold the site down itself, but Gentlemates took the map control. They pushed out of A, they took yard. A nice little fist bump from the coaches / finger bump from the coaches.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a little...
I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but sure, their team has synergy, so I'm sure they do as well. That's all good. And now going into this, Gentlemates, Marshall and Outlaw on the defensive side. Marty, though, with a stinger hiding in garage. Gonna hear these footsteps as well.
And absolutely nothing brought on up here for G2. Bare bones to work with. Flash goes on out. That's going to be the early warning sign. Ooh, relay bolt's good. Nami sprinting on forward. Berry X has got another. Vanya finds a trade. Make that 2, actually. The headshots from the Classic. And Amy's in a position to punish. They just cross each other. But Wenz knows. Wenz hears all. And that's going to be a beautiful way to secure themselves that second.
Yeah, they get it online. They do miss a couple of guns. I think they've got the Marshall instead of the Outlaw, but you know what? Marty's going for the op. Already coming into round 3. Gentlemates want to keep this on their side. They don't want to allow G2 to get that round 3. And I mean, it's a risky buy for sure. The money's going to be a little bit low. You can see Wenz won't be able to buy up the next round if Gentlemates don't win, so there is a bit of risk, but the reward could be so great. G2 now heading over towards A.
Berry X tucked on in. Smoke goes on out. Bit of a heal on up there, get rid of the early tag damage. Oh, finds the first. Relay bolt to try put some space. And there was a tag there, information from the recon, but not going to follow it up. Absolutely not worth running into the stack. They've got their opening pick, and that's enough for them right now. Ever. Dog gets destroyed. I don't think it spots, however. Nami in the back lines there. Tokamita finds the first. Has to, again, just fall back. They're not able to find any foothold here. They're just being shut down. And there's the burst on out. Vanya gets one. And there's Nami, the activation that was never spotted. Lovely paranoia. And Wenz gets both.
They didn't even need the operator from Marty. She had such an aggressive line on C that the rotates could go towards A as a group. Wenz only had a sheriff and she just hits those heads. And really nice opening there from Berry X. Eventually taken down by Vanya. But I mean, Wenz just comes on in and hits. And now G2, look at this low buy. His gentlemates are building up the momentum. Their defensive side is usually really weak, so getting this couple of rounds early is going to be so good to secure them. And G2, they're going for an exec. It's fast, it's lineups. The op is here and it hits two!
No! Heartbreak! Oh, Wenz as well is in the perfect position to punish for another. Akita's found one and it is the shortest lived victory imaginable. And that round's just gone. It evaporates into nothingness.
I blinked after Marty hit that collateral and all of a sudden the round was gone. It was over. I mean, G2, they weren't expecting to win it, right? It was an eco round. But you don't want to be losing two people off the back of one shot like that. Thank you, Mel, for the observing. And Wenz was saturated, was hindered, still gets one, still takes down Vanya somehow. And now look at this. Akita and Berry X, the aggressive duelists, are neck and neck. So close between these two, and G2, they've now got the buy, but they're heading over towards A. Their aggression hasn't worked so far. Will it work this time around? Or do they choose to leave? Yeah, they're baiting the rotates over. This is so good. But instead, Marty still holding down B.
I also want to highlight Toka's shock dart utility has been amazing. Already chipping on up players. And look at this. It's going to be an all-out brawl in mid. Mimi finds the first. Marty to trade. Amy's got another. The issue is going to be that op can only pick off one target at a time and only isolate one fight at a time. So you've got to be careful not to be overrun. But look at this. Calling on reinforcements. Now the trip in garage hasn't yet been sprung, so they're yet unaware, but an idea as it gets destroyed, they know fast lanes on into side. It's going to be the retake, but I'm loving the choice to have just Amy waiting on foot. Hold up. Wenz takes down Amy, and so much information comes out from the neural theft. Marty's found another one. Akita's trying to find somewhere safe to play. Relay bot goes out. Toka forced on back for a second. The jump on out. Wenz is there to punish. There is no escape. There is no surrender. They're just going to hop straight on the defuse. And look at that.
The body block.
The body block for it. And there's just enough space there to get the defuse on through. And gentlemates, it looks like they are playing everything to perfection. It's like they're psychic.
They knew exactly where Amy was and they shut her out immediately. G2's timeout, it has to come through.
Yep.
There's no chance to do anything. And I mean, look at this. I mean, I cannot believe the body block actually worked after this retake, but when shutting down Akita, the body block comes on through and Marty, I mean, look at that from Toka. She is the MVP. And talking about Toka, you've got to admire how she has been playing. She's been looking absolutely unstoppable. Obviously in the Twisted Minds jersey there, now on Gentlemates. And you've got to compare her against Eva. Because Eva is so good, has been so consistent. Both of these players right up there. But Toka, 1.84 KD. That is an incredible stat line.
171 ADR per round. I talked about it briefly. The shock darts have been amazing because it's something that even some of the top solo players struggle to find the most use for them at times, right? You see them break in trips, but to get as much damage off of them as she does and how well timed they are, second to none at the moment.
Absolutely incredible. And now G2 down in the dumps. The 4 stinger buy. They're looking like the G2 Valorant over in Americas at this point, running the stingers. And they're running them towards A to start with. It's just Toka, but her shot darts are going to do so much damage. No, she missed them this time around. As all of G2, they've snuck towards sewers. She's not aware. The team's just pushing mid. She's all alone.
And the issue is, gonna have to play from out main there. Straight onto site, straight over the top. Toka locked out of sight here, but look how quick the rotates come on over. Toka, oh, in a world of danger, almost caught still, guiding the drone, but she gets out in time. Vanya goes down. Akita is gonna deal with a Berry X. It's a little bit over aggressive. Again, just tagging on down. They still have to deal with Akita, but that spike's not gone down in the meantime. Marty one with the shorty, Nami's got one, and Wen's in the back lines, destroys them. Gentle mates, domination. Not one, but two force by shutdown. They say nice timeout. I see what you tried to do there, but absolutely not.
And this is why Gentlemates picked this. It's not looked like an incredible map for them, but this little bit of a switch up in the composition is looking so incredible. Having the double duelist and allowing someone like Berry X to go off on the Neon whilst you've got Marty following up with the operator. The dimensional drift was incredible. Now G2, they've got the ults, they've got the guns, they have to win this. And they're going towards B again. It's not worked for them before, but nowhere has.
Yeah, that's the question is they've tried a little bit of everything and not yet found the recipe. Quick plant onto B. Ooh, the Seekers come on through. Their lovely swing from Amy to punish a very sneaky Nami in the backlines, but there comes on out the orbital strike and the relay bots. Lovely find from Akita. 3 versus 5. And we talked about the map control. The issue is with the smokes coming on out. Whilst G2 are having to play on site here, they have got their site on lockdown. Toka finds the first there. 3 versus 4. Marty slowly crawling on through mid. Chop Top goes out, fully blind by the bird. Ever just holding on to the corner. Doesn't want to give Toka the fight there. And there it is, the swing on out. And now just Marty looking to punish exits, but they know that this cannot be a round one. And they know they cannot head anywhere towards mid. G2 goes in, around on the boards. It's fast, it's pacey, it's straight onto B. And it's a lovely sight hold.
Never so weak.
They managed to get the win on B, the 3rd time lucky. And it's all thanks to this orbital strike. It was brilliant. It wasn't necessarily there for the kills. It was to separate Toka away so that you could see then it allowed Akita to slide on in and clean up the isolated player. G2 managed to find a leg into this. The money's still not looking great. They've got some for the next round, but maybe not if they lose it.
And
Whereas for
3
mates, they
ults
are.
used.
Yeah, 3 ults used to get that one round, and mates are still sitting pretty with the money behind them. Is G2 just looking to bring some rotates, bring some utility out towards A. But already, look at the mid control. Look where Wenz is.
I mean, they lost to a B rush. They're not going to let it happen again. Convergent Paths comes on through. Paranoia, Akita fully blind. Mimi taken down. Nami is doing it all here. Recon Dart goes out. It's going to scan both of them. Spamming through the boxes. They're swinging out, finds one. Has to switch to the sidearm. Amy's going to find one, but that's all they'll be allowed. And Gentle Mates, the bounce back, even harder than the fall.
What an incredible flood. Before G2 can get stabilized towards site, they've got the double duelist, so they can enter for sure. Yes, they can get in nice and easy, but they can't do anything more than that.
No, they
Another
can't.
timeout coming out, but this time from Gentlemates. Gentlemates are winning these rounds, but the coach is wanting to get a step in.
Now, I did get to talk to Toka about this, and we spoke a little bit about the coach coming on in, right? Is that it's not always necessarily to call something specific. Sometimes it's to bring that energy back down a little bit, to keep them focused, to keep them on the straight and narrow here. And I think maybe that might be what this is here, is that they've immediately taken the ground back off of G2. I can imagine already 7 rounds up. No matter how the rest of this half goes, they're winning at the halfway point, right? And I think sometimes you don't want to let that go to your head, because if you start playing too overconfidently, G2 is a team that will smite you down for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can really see the confidence. 12-0 is Marty on the Euro. No surprise she's feeling confident, feeling like she can take the fight to the champs and win it out herself as well. But patience, communication, teamwork, And now this is going to be so important in this round where there's going to be an A fight.
Oh, and Berry, we've seen some of her amazing swings on out. She finds 3. She wants a little bit more. There's the 4th, denied the ace by Amy. But Nami, there, always waiting. But Berry X, we saw it yesterday, slides on in and suddenly there's no round left for you to try recover.
That was like, what, 10 seconds of a round, maybe?
Less
if
than
that.
maybe?
Like, the relay bot from Varix as she ran up
let's
here,
look at
caught
this.
everybody. The paranoia was impeccable. And yeah, there we go, just about 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure by the time Amy went down, it was about maybe 30 on the clock. And yeah, look at that, they're so happy. Oh. And now, G2, they have a bye. This is their round to try and come back into it again.
That it is. And G2, we had questions about letting Haven slip in favor of banning out a good map for Gentlemates, but turns out they've got your name, they've got your number. Mimi straight in towards sewers is going to immediately get back out there, but Marty, look at the positioning. Poor Amy's never going to see it coming. Akita's found a trade and the spike will go down. But now you've got so many doubts. Main isn't safe. You're trapped on site. Akita going hunting, needs to find Nami, doesn't, and that means again the walls of this site close further and further in. The hydraulic press closes around you. Vanya's found one, Mimi with another, and now you know the location of these last 2 players. Ever swing out could be huge here. Mimi holds the line. Marty switching to the sidearm, but Mimi says absolutely not. A veteran of the scene, and she is done with the losing. She wants to turn the tides.
And this is what you get when you have a veteran like Mimi. You can be losing. You can have Amy die to an operator that somehow snuck all the way out of sewers in the maybe span of 10 seconds. But Mimi will hold firm. She will hold steadfast. She's that presence that you can always rely on for Gozen. And now they're still playing that bursty style, aggressive, fast, quick, but now it's towards C, now it's towards Wenz, and she can anchor a site. We know this. It's leaving.
Straight down long. We talked about this. This is a team with burst potential, but oh, beautifully done. And look, they've got onto site, but the numbers already looking a little bit frail.
Frail to say the least. The Gentlemates, they're here ready. Mimi's going aggressive. The Hunter's Fury, she might be able to find timing off of it. No, she has to back off towards site. But the spike's not even down yet.
Very X immediately pops the overdrive and unfortunately will get no use out of it. But we said numbers looking a little bit worse for wear. Doesn't matter because suddenly they've got the advantage. Now Spike's only just gone down, but they've done their due diligence to buy themselves an easier time. Needed a multi-kill there from Wenz, but she goes down instantly. Toki gets one. The gate crash will be denied. Akita and Eva shut down the last 2. And G2 a third on the board. Starting to find some life in this.
Now let's watch what G2 did there. They went towards the site. They chose not to plant the spike. And they went towards garage. You can see Mimi causing mayhem over towards spawn allowed the G2 members to get those 2 picks, to not go into this post plant in a disadvantageous situation, to get the advantage and then go to the post plant. But, Gentlemates, last round of the half, they've still been able to buy. They've been able to buy up every single round of this map. And now G2, they go back towards B. It worked for them once. Oh, and Marty missed a shot.
Missed shot, and you know that Mimi is going to be backside. Oh, didn't quite spot Nami, but don't worry, Vanya's got a handle on it. Akita fills in the gaps. Toka got one with that Odin, needs a little bit more Wenz. It's a really messy one, and I like this now. They're not giving any isolated fights, dodging the convergent parts. They're really just trying to hunt down the skill. Runs out of bullets. Wenz will get one more, luckily. Ever there to trade. And actually, it's not going to be B. C will be the final resting place, and Amy can make this long rotate round. They've already got long control now. Seeker's coming through. Berry X is going to get spotted. They're now going to know both of these remaining players. Send somebody into garage. Don't put all your eggs in one side-shaped basket.
Oh, the timing is perfect from Eva. She can find it. They're watching for it. I think Toka's aware, but you don't have time to wait. No,
you don't. Tap on the spike. And they know camera in perfect position for this. Another tap goes on out. Berry finds the first here, and this position from Eva could be everything. Berry needs to find this pick, and there it is, the backstab for both. Eva wants this done. 4-8 to close out the half.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining. It's the last of it.
Welcome back, everybody. 8-4 half. Gentlemates taking the world by storm and showing what they are made of. You let Haven slip into the veto, and they will punish you for that.
G2 managed to still get 4 rounds after, to put it bluntly, was a bad start to that map. That first kind of 6 rounds was just nothing. G2 couldn't find a single step into any of the rounds. They weren't even close rounds. Marty didn't suffer a death for the first 4 or 5, I think it was, maybe even 6. Like, when you see a player like that not have a death, you're just going to be up against a team that is feeling confident. But G2, they are veterans. They are not just, you know, the G2 roster that we know and love with, you know, if we're looking at people like Mimi, right? Looking at people like Amy, Vanya, all of these players throughout have so much history in this game, in this team, and they are just non-stop. As soon as they start to lose a little bit, they stabilize, they rejuvenate themselves, they big each other back up again, and then they bounce back. Getting 4 there is incredible, and it's going to be so important as they move on to the defensive side, where I can only imagine with this composition you're going to be so focused on playing retake, but Gentlemates' retakes are incredibly good.
That they are. And I am a little bit nervous to see what they're going to be able to bring on this attack side now. We talked about it. G2, a very burst-heavy composition. How that's going to fare on a 3-side defense, well, we're about to find out. Very fast lane, straight into the back side. Oh, and takes a key to clean out of the round. Snappy as anything. And now Marty posted on up on this angle. And the spike's not even been committed yet. There's still time for them to make a different plan if this fight here doesn't go well. But actually, they want to fight for this. They want it done. Berry round the corner. That smoke is not going to hold them forever. Flash round the corner. Finds the first. That's good enough. Vanya, though, with 2. Saturate goes over the top there. And we talked about it. Spike not yet committed. Gives them the options to play around. But Nami already round the side, waiting for this. Vanya jump scared by somebody already wrapping them. Can't quite find the pick, and lucky to still be alive. Paranoia goes out, just trying to desperately put some space. Gives time for Marty to get into position. Mimi finds the pick. This needs to be clean, but Nami, it's not. Vanya finds the 3rd. It is just Toka left now. 35 seconds, needs to isolate these fights. That goes out. The recon dart needs to find a window of safety to plant, but knows that Vanya's still here.
Left.
And is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Needs to fight her way in towards either A or C here. And unfortunately, goes down. Vanya, lovely find. 4 in the round to get them a 5th. And now suddenly starting to correct the ship that was so veered off course.
I mean, like, Vanya is one of the GOATs of GC EMEA. I think she is probably the best player we've ever had in this scene. And you choose to fight into her if you're Toka? Of course she's holding the line, of course she's holding it down. And Toka was left with such a difficult decision to make there. And now, gentlemates, they lose out on that pistol. G2 goes and are closing this gap. And the mates, they're just looking towards C. Ult orbs being collected, I imagine, trying to build up towards something. Use these eco rounds for more than just getting the spike down. Is it look to lean towards A? Maybe?
Maybe. And I think depending on how quickly we get a fight, I'll let you yap for a second, because I know that you really like the micromanagement of gentlemates of these orbs. And rounds like Ecos is a really great chance for us to highlight how good they are at that.
They are a team that is so good at maximizing when they are on ecos, getting all of the ult orbs. When they're, you know, up against an eco, sending one person to hunt with a weaker gun to farm up their ult. It's something they're so good at. But as they lean over towards A, Alkia, Mimi, sorry, down over towards Long, shuts out Nami, and now it's the A site Persian. Oh, it's a little bit labored from Ever.
It is indeed, and the flash going on through. Oh, back's completely turned. Akita's able to find two. Berry X gets one. It's short-lived, and look at that. Vanya again, the last player in the kill feed, and the last kill they need for the round. And suddenly, what was a 7-1 start is now only 2 rounds between closing the gap. G2, they had us on the edges of our seats, but now we're starting to see them bring this back to some semblance of normal.
And they've got a relatively okay buy here. It's not perfect, right? Mimi's only got the Marshal. Vanya's sticking with this Ghost, and that will enable either Mimi or Akita to buy up the Operator the next round as well. The money is looking great for them. On the other side for the mates, low. They have to win this round as G2, they take C long so quick. Gentlemates, they're not there. G2 know they're already rotating over towards A, but the spike isn't there either.
Non-committal, knowing that this is a G2 team that doesn't have stall capability realistically. This is a team that is going to be up in your face, and they have to win these early fights. And if you can bait them out, bait out that early util, knowing that they have to poke somewhere for an entry, you're going to buy yourself a really easy time afterwards. But early fight not going to go anybody's way. All 10 players still alive in the server and kicking. And here it is, Marty, lovely pushed up position, good for the second. They're allowing the isolated fight, and that's when the second pincer comes on in. Toka swings on out, and yeah, Marty gets the third, but the two of them together deserve those kills, and Berry X to find the last. A beautiful hold there from Gentlemates. I said beautiful hold, they're not even on the defense side, but it feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they were just holding down A main. I mean, Marty was so prepared. Turned around at just the right moment, and Toka swung off of it. This is not somewhere you practice your fundamentals on, is holding down A main. But you can see that they've drilled it so hard. This team has players that have worked together across the last 4 years of Game Changers on so many teams. And they've brought those fundamentals into this one roster. But now, G2, they have the buy-up. No Operator online, actually. They want to fight, and they're pushing down B. Look how aggressive Akita is. Tucked down onto this little line, whilst A, it's being taken by the duelists again.
Lovely find there. Marty goes down, and that's been a player with a lot of opening pick potential out of the round here. When slowly round the corner, Mimi's holding the line though. Oh, cold kill from her. Now readying up for more, knowing isolated, maybe not. It is that Cypher player, but Toka finds a pick. And now Mimi's ever more diligent. Nami around the corner finds the first, almost finds the second. Paranoia goes on out, but Vanya's not in the right place. And actually, Berry X will fall because of it. Toka's found Mimi, and that opens up C, opens up a whole world of potential. But the rotates, well, G2 goes and are going to get there before her own team does. Spike goes down. Smoke goes out to cut off Long, and now Nami's stuck in a really awkward fight.
You've got to push, you've got to try and find something. Akita's tucked into an off angle. The barrel's seen. Spotted. Oh, a little bit laboured, a little bit rough.
If you get that pick, though,
yeah,
the garage player didn't swing with at the right time or was slightly belated. There's a chance for transfer there. But, I mean, again, I'm getting into hypotheticals. That's not what we saw. What we saw there is a good hold from G2.
Yeah, G2.
One enemy
Okay,
remaining.
the 1v1s
30
kind of
seconds
went the
left.
way of Gentlemates when they came around. Gentlemates managed to bring it back into this even-numbered scenario, with just a little bit of overconfidence from Toka to go and plant towards C. And now the buy is still okay for Gentlemates. They've still got the money, and they're doing the same thing. Take A space. A main default with the duelists. As much noise, as much damage as you can cause. Whilst everyone's defaults elsewhere, but now look at where Mimi heading. Down C long into this cubby. G2 re-clear A main, super aggressive. C absolutely nothing. Now it's all about where do they rotate? Are they in time to get towards C?
And of course, with all of these Cypher traps, they can just send 3 anywhere they want. Half of the map is shut down by just 2 tripwires.
But look at Mimi, still down long.
Orbital strike comes on out. That's going to be a little bit of a problem because that's going to slow this right down. But Marty round the corner speeds up. Wenz has found one as well. And Marty, another pick from the ether. Now he's going to hear these footsteps, going to be calling it on over. Hey, somebody's B, but they've not had anything else. Probably calling the save, and we're going to look probably to see them maybe try just hunt these weapons down, knowing the plan early on.
Yeah, I mean, they can buy up 2 guns. You don't want to send more than 2 people to your deaths if you're Gentlemates. So Nami first up. You don't really want to be farming her ult, but maybe they've got a set play. We've seen them use Nami's ult a fair few times in little set plays. They've got one over towards Corrode, I think it is, that is a really nice kind of pull people away, especially on the attack side. But G2 are just hunkered up in sewer, protecting each other's backs.
Was it Nami on this map that did the fake TP with the smoke and spawn?
It was. That was also Nami, right? She has these little ideas, these little set plays, and she does fall. But that is the From the Shadows now online. Taken another gun away from G2. They've got the overdrive, one away from the convergent pass. They've got potential coming into the next eco round, because it is going to be an eco round for them. They've got a few things that could net them a round win. And I'm liking what we're seeing from them. It's super aggressive re-clears, right? The way they are taking space back. Space is taken by Gentlemates. They take a long. G2 take it back with force, with ferocity. That goes there. And then they leave it. They rotate. They try and find where they are again. It's very proactive. Only really a team like G2 can do this, and now they're doing it towards mid this time around. But Gentlemates, same old default.
Indeed. Interdimensional travel coming on through here. Dimensional drift come on out. Oh, overdrive popped again, but that's the second time this map that we've seen the overdrive immediately shut down. Vanya goes down through the smoke there as well. Ever pokes on out, and they're trying to take these fights, but as they peak one by one, they will be taken down one by one. The pack mentality of Gentlemates is ruthless, and they have no mercy for you today. Amy's got one, dodging flashes, tries to go for the fight. Marty denies. And only Berry X falling. Gentlemates 11 found, and they are not halting.
No, they're not. G2 can buy up into this next round, but they've got to call that timeout. Akita, you use the overdrive in Nika round. You try and find something. If you can find a 2k or 3k, that round becomes possible to do. But taking down Vanya so early is such an important thing, because as we can see here, she is the absolute queen of this stage. First and second across APR, KD, and Cast. She is an incredible player. She looks so unstoppable, and if you can take her down like Gentlemates did, it leaves G2 that little bit more vulnerable. Not completely open, but a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about this as well. When you're playing the controller, which is such a team-focused role as well, the fact that you're able to perform so individually, whilst your principal goal, your mechanics with all of your abilities is looking at how you set the team up. I mean, she's setting the team up in every way, in every facet that you could think of.
And yes, okay, but do you know who is the first on APR? Do you want to take a guess who's the first on APR in stage 1 this year?
Is it Nami?
No, it's Mimi. G2 have both of the top assist per rounds across all of stage 1, right? They are that good of a team. They have so much teamwork, so much time together as a roster that they look incredible. And now, as they're faltering, their weakness is showing. They're taking mid, but again, Gentlemates, the same default towards A. It's been noted, it's been spotted by the coaches. Drew Spark and Jade called it. And now Amy's trips are here to try and put a stop to Gentlemate's push. Oh, the spam is close.
On the camera's not going to spot anything. Comes out just a second before anyone peeks. Look at this position from Wens. Oh, doesn't matter. Has been spotted. Suddenly, that's their flank protection gone. Akita cracking open this round, but they've still got to get towards A. And they are swarming here. Lovely saturate goes on in here. They've got to be careful though, because they don't pick off the back of it. Oh, neither of them check spots. The second manages to find Akita as well. Nami's getting it done. It's still a player disadvantage. Well, not for long. Toka steps up with one, with two, and now just Vanya left. She's the star, she's the queen, but can she do it? No. Toka in the last second, and that's going to be map point.
How do Gentlemates get up in that situation? Nami's pure patience towards Sua. Saturated, hidden. Wens was taken out so early, and she waits. And she takes down Mimi, who was setting up for the convergent paths. And then Akita, the star duelist. And Toka is just there, so steady, not scared of the names that she's fighting against. Ready to take them down. And Gentlemates on the horizon of winning out this first map against G2, and Splitter's up next. And Gentlemates, I'm sure we've heard they've prepared for it, but for now G2 are pushing aggressive in mid. Mimi's been spotted, no recall, she's out in the open, she's stuck. And she's been spotted again by another piece of utility. She's got to dash out, there's no other way out.
Does indeed. And now just falling on back, has the convergent pass online. But again, it's going to be trying to work it into a position that it's going to be doing something effective. Now, actually, heavy stack over towards A. And that could be good. They've got to hold on for dear life here. And the peak round is going to be good. Flash goes on out. Vanya and Nikita both find there's only Toka getting something in response. Berry, though, activates the overdrive. Not much health to work with here. She's only going to use it to find one. Switches back weapons. Wens looking for the orb, will find it, and that's gonna be the neural theft online. Mimi, amazing flank, but will not be rewarded for it. Locations known. Berry for the first, knows there's one more on site, and they know where Mimi is as well. Lining this on up, Wens, the swing needs to be amazing. Oh, checking behind her. Amy punishes and everything. They had everything they needed. And now Neural Theft invested just for 16 HP. Berry slides on. Now Amy will punish. And G2, an amazing, amazing stabilization of a round that looked so shaky.
But it's this aggressive reclear. We've seen them do it into space that was empty. It's so good to know that they know how to fight into it when it's not. The flash around the corner, the swing. They're able to take back the space that Gentlemates had taken. And now Gentlemates, for the first time this entire map, except for the pistols, the money is a little bit low. Not completely gone, but a little bit low. Marty won't be able to buy up the next. But they've got the Hunter's Fury online, and Toka's been so lethal with that in the past.
Making a lot of noise over to C and Garage, and you can see Mimi's definitely raising an eyebrow at all of this because it's been quiet this whole time. Those Seekers, however, that's going to cause a little bit of a problem. But look at that. Oh, Marty, the push. Mimi goes down. Akita's got one. Wens with the next. Back and forth they go. An eye for an eye leaves both teams, two players, blinder. And now Eva backside needs this fight with Berry. Dances on out. Berry ducks and weaves, dances around the bullets. Hunter's Fury comes on out. Toka has done a little bit of damage with it. Spike goes down. Molly is not stopping anybody. It's a little bit of a cosmetic. The flames for Berry X to warm her hands on before she takes this fight with Amy. Spots her up in heaven, takes her down, and Marty with the other. 13 rounds, that's all they need. And G2 falls on map number 1. We questioned Haven getting into the veto here, and it looks so good from Gentlemates. What a punishing pick.
I mean, like, there's so many nice things we saw from Gentlemates, right? We've seen them before with all of these micro little set plays. In that round, Marty used the clone to sneak past the trip that was in Garage, but then surprise Mimi on site, get that pick, remove the convergent paths. Gentlemates have so many of these little pieces and goes, and well, it looked good. It looked a lot better than I think people were maybe expecting from them. And when you look at someone like Akita, someone like Vanya, they're still up there near the top of the leaderboard. But Marty, I mean, you start the entire map 12-0, and you're just going to keep on rolling through them.
Yeah, Marty, a monumental piece in this puzzle. And I think you're right, is that G2, I mean, they wouldn't have allowed this to come through if they didn't have something prepared. But my worry is that having it prepared and having it practiced is a different thing. When it's the start of, you know, stage one, we look at, you know, teams that were playing in the qualifiers and kickoff, right? And we go, oh, okay, they've not played this map because they don't want to reveal their hand, right? But when we're getting to this point, we want to be seeing maps that they have played in officials, that they are practiced on in this high intensity situation. Because when it's put under a stress test, it snaps.
And I think the snaps is the perfect word. They bent for a while. They were able to bring it back. So many highlights from G2, but I mean, when you've got Marty and Toka swinging off each other like this, the fundamentals for General Mates just looked unstoppable. And a few, even little things like that, right? Just not clearing your corner. That lost them this entire round. They didn't clear that one corner. And Mates might not have got to 13 if that hadn't happened.
Very true. And the thing is that with that corner clear as well, the saturate had even been thrown on in, right? It's just so on the wound at the end of the day. But I think map 2 is going to be a bit of a different affair, right? We're going on to G2's map pick. This isn't like they picked into Haven and it was some, you know, almighty revelation that we hadn't seen. We do get to see G2 play on their map next. And they're a team so experienced that bounce back between a rough map loss and the next should be just in their DNA at this point. But we are also going to take a break so that we can bounce back for map number 2 very shortly. So don't go anywhere. It's sure to be just as insane as this map was, and we'll want to see you there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey! Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there quick.
Okay, I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Baby, you the down for the show. Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
I'm here with the woman that puts the V in MVP, Vanya. I've got to ask here, now, you're coming in looking like the strongest team. You seem to be the team that everyone is citing as the strongest, scariest opponents. How do you handle being the team that's under the microscope the most, and with all these expectations, do you feel much pressure from it?
I mean, I feel pressure, but not because of the people's expectations. Usually it's my own expectation from myself. I'm always overthinking about myself, that if I'm gonna play good, like even people around me thinks I'm really good player, but I have some doubts with myself. But yeah, it's a bit hard sometimes, but I think I'm getting better to deal with it.
It is, and you've had such amazing results as well to show for that. What's it been like to be reunited with Ever again after 2 years apart and playing on different rosters? You know, what's it been like to be back in the server, and how far do you think she's come as a player during this time?
She's really a good player. I think she's my best friend. And 2 years ago we were playing together. She was a talented player on that time as well, but now I think she became a stronger player, and she gained a lot of experience as well, that she was going to champs every year with different teams. And now I'm more excited to go to champs with her. I think she improved a lot, and especially her English. 2 years ago, her English were really bad, and it's good to see that she improved as well.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see. Now, we got to talk about it. There's so many Turkish players rising up and taking Game Changers by storm. In fact, I think, Turkey has produced the majority of the talent, the most number of players in this stage of Game Changers. What makes the Turkish scene and the players just this good?
I mean, to be honest, I have no idea. That maybe we are playing games a lot, and I don't know, the Turkish people are really good at aim, I think. Yeah, but maybe being Turkish is enough to have good aim. Don't know.
It might be, and it seems to be a recipe for success with this team as well. Now, I've got to ask, have you taught any of the rest of the team any words in Turkish?
Yes, but there are some bad words. I teach them, and also Eva teach one word. It's a good word. It means honey, tatlım. Because Eva always calls people tatlım, and she's calling Amy like that. But yeah, most likely it's bad words.
Yeah, I find the same thing with my friends. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It looks like the team is looking so strong at this stage as well. But I'm going to let you go get ready for your match. It's sure to be a good one. And we'll see you on the server.
See ya.
She's so humble for a player that's the best there was, right? Mm-hmm. And it's amazing to get to speak to her and get to see, how even at the very top, always so team focused, right?
I think that's the biggest thing to me about G2 Goes. It's they have some of the best individual players that GC EMEA has ever seen. And now with Ever coming in as well, that's just an even bigger part of the roster that becomes even more veteran-led. And they're still focused on the teamwork, right? You get some teams that have incredible individuals that focus on those individuals, focus on taking those 1 versus 1s. Twisted Minds comes to mind, right? They've got incredible players. Their teamwork isn't quite there yet. With G2 Gozen, it's teamwork, it's individuals, it's so much that can bring them to victory, but we didn't see a lot of that on Haven.
No, but again, I think that might be because we haven't seen them play with this iteration of the lineup, right?
Yeah.
We talked about bringing in Eva. We haven't seen them play it in an official, and any player will tell you that what happens in scrims and practice is not exactly how it feels when you're running it in an official. There's just that extra, the extra elements, the extra pressure, right? And I think maybe that's it. And I think maybe a little bit forgiven because, again, that's only, I believe, the 6th map that they have lost this entire stage. That's group stage and playoffs, the 6th. And talking of Gentlemates, they were the team joint best results against G2, a 13-5 victory. And only one other team managed to, beat G2 with that much ferocity at all. And I believe that was KC over on Corrode.
I think it was Giant X the first
Giant
time
X,
they
sorry,
fought.
yes.
And then G2 managed to come back from that and then destroy them the next time they faced on that map. But now we're going in to another map that is a rematch. And to me, this is where I'm really looking at Gentlemates. Like, we've seen what you can do when you've got the advantage of prep, when it's your map pick, when you want to go to Haven because it's a weakness for them and you think it's good for you. But what can Gentlemates do on Split? Because they lost this map. It was not a great map for them. They looked quite lost on their attack side in very early fights that G2 were taking. Are they able to kind of come in and really fight back against G2 with any prep? Or maybe G2 have just changed up a comp.
Maybe we'll have to see, because we did see, of course, Gentlemates changing their composition last map as well. We talked about switching off the Viper Killjoy, going on to that Cypher instead, which worked so incredibly well, mind you. But I'm interested to see if Gentlemates, who usually so regimented with picking the same composition each time, when they come up against their greatest opponent yet, arguably, whether they are willing to make more adaptations.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't look like it to me. I think this is pretty much what we've seen from them on Split before. The big thing for me here is Mimi, who is one of the most flexible players, is on the Breach. And I think, there's a lot of talk with G2 teams and putting some of their best players on Breach. You hear that over in Americas with that team as well. But Mimi looks so good. She is such a supportive player. Individually, she will pop off and just mow everyone down, yes. But if she's supporting her team, and she's got a duelist like Akita at the front, you know that the team is going to do well. And I think that's very interesting to me, because Mimi can do so much. Like, if she's left in the late round alive as on this Breach, she's going to pop off. And now they're on the attack side, right? This is their weaker side. It's a very defender-sided map, and they're only running that single duelist, so we're not expecting it to change at all. But to me, this is the side that they really want to try and get maybe 4 or 5 rounds if they can. Because when they switch sides, Gentlemates' attack is worse than G2's.
Yes. I think that's going to be something maybe we see called into question a little bit here. Is going to be very much a case of opening halves. And we saw that with Gentlemates, right? Is that they bought themselves such a lead that losing that second pistol wasn't really a worry for them, right? We're going to want to see that again. I'm liking seeing the Amy on the Sheriff here. I've just clocked that, and I think that's gonna be, especially heading straight into mid, right? And we saw how much of an important part B played on G2's attacking side, right? That mid lane of Haven. And look at this, already getting a little bit aggressive, having this angle, but it's gonna be straight over towards B. They hit Akita straight over the top, cleared all of sight. Tokenmates trying to find something through the smoke. Paranoia is good. Akita around the corner, good for the first. Toka's managed to trade 2 for 2 is where we find ourselves. And now Marty looking to go around, punishes the first, finds the second. Oh, and Amy goes down as well. And Marty, she has not cooled down. She has not stopped from Haven.
I mean, what an incredible start to this. If you want to show G2 that we're going to win your map pick as well as our own, as well as winning your permaban, are you just going to have Marty hitting shots like that? She looked so calm, right? Just a little stutter step. I mean, I like the idea from G2, right? You showed Amy throwing that Viper wall after the barriers go down, so that usually kind of that insinuates that when you throw the barrier, that's where you're going. And now she throws it towards A. That's not where she's going, but G2 all going B. Immediately, Gentlemates taking mid control. Look how aggressive Marty is.
Good for the tag as well. And it's just going to fall back. Not going to overplay her hand here. Akita's managed to get backside, but we saw what that meant last time. Managed to get a fair chunk of damage off onto Nami there, but it's not quite the pick. On the other side of the map, there is maybe a little bit of a fight to be had. Amy trying to hold space, trying to make sure that they've got the ability to rotate on in. The question is going to be whether they can get past Marty here in mid. Finds the next tag, gate crash on out there. Immediately back in, ready to fight in case they still want to push top mid. But no, they're not. They're going through sewers. And they've not even got much of a foothold to work with here.
But they are building up their ult orbs, and that's going to be so useful. This Viper wall as well from Amy. The Toxin's been saved, so it's going to go up here. The Viper is going to be getting so much control towards main. Ult orb, I imagine, collected, but Barriex is waiting.
Exactly. There it is, round the corner, good for the first two. Ooh, little bit of damage on the third. Even Concussed chooses to go and swing Akita there. First flash goes out, and the second flash, the drop on down, has to avoid suspicion. Akita knows might be there, but low health peaks it. The no-scope's good for one. So it gets picked up. Amy wants to take the fight here. Judge recovered. Good for one, but now you know what the last weapon is. It's close range, and that's where Nami will pounce. And that's a beautiful conversion there. G2, good to get a couple of picks, but at the end of the day, Gentlemates, this is how they started map 1. They don't look like they have even remotely cooled off.
And this is confidence from them again, right? I saw there Marty already brought up onto the operator, right? They're doing the same thing they did on Haven. They want to keep the pressure on. Operator now online, taking that over towards mid to start with, but the Gozens, they're pushing towards B main. Mimi's stuns have already been impeccable. The recall's already popped though from Akita. She's ready to dash out of there if she gets worried. 2 away from the convergent paths.
Going for the orb, will be allowed to secure it, and actually just gonna leave quietly. And we talked a lot about Gentlemates' micromanaging, getting these orbs and getting out of there. Now, Gwen's waiting. No weapon online for her, just the ghost.
Nice and slow from G2. Trying to find a mistake, and Gwen's almost giving it over. They're going to be pushing in. Akita's ready to follow up, but yeah, Gwen's is left. Backed off, but now B, one person here. It's only Marty with the operator.
And she's so good, especially with this weapon, but really wanting Wens to be able to have been a little bit more involved. The jump on down finds the first. It's a good trade from Vanya there. So worried that this op wasn't left alone. Surely it wasn't left unprotected. But actually they're starting to find it
30
was.
seconds left.
4 players on the rotate, and you know that Wens was on ropes. Now coming up vent. Mimi waiting, scouting out the tower. In this close angle. Trying to get out of the way quickly, but caught there by the seas. Still able to have a nice little line there in case there's a push from Nami. Spraying down, Mimi gets taken down. Vanya swings on up, manages to find 2. Toka's only good for 1. Eva and Amy, everyone wants a piece of the pie, and they'll all be given it.
And now, that was the operator buy-up from Marty. It's gone. Gentlemates other than Wens, who's only got that Bucky, can still buy up. So it's not awful for them. But Marty only finding 1, being left alone towards the B site. There's a big cause for that. And now G2, they've got the goodbye. Convergent paths online as well. Expect to see that as part of this exec, maybe part of the post plant. The Gentlemates, they want to take the fight to them.
Prowlers both spot the other converging paths. Ooh, having to get out of there all the way to the other side of the map for Marty. And this is going to leave Toka and Berry fighting for their lives here. Both find picks, however. Seas goes on out. Oh, catches Amy dead either way there. Akita good for the trade, however, but so low on health. And Wen's tucked on in with the Bucky. A dangerous situation, a dangerous combo. And nothing to get them round the corner. And Nami's there as well. Vanya finds the first, trying to jump out. Has immediately been spotted. And Marty's rotated on over to make sure that there will be no escape. And G2, they get around on the ball, but it's just a bonus. And as soon as they get it again, it's lost.
And this is something that we've noticed from Gentlemates, especially over the last 2 days, but even in the group stage, the gun rounds are where they win. If they win the pistols, it's a nice little additional round for them, but the gun rounds are where they shine. Despite the fact the convergent paths came on in, despite the fact Marty TP'd all the way over to B, they managed to bring VARIX in to clean up the A site push, and now the Outlaw essentially are not over towards B. It's just going to be space taking from Akita. She's got a stinger.
I mean, was toying with the Bucky for a second, goes for the stinger, and unfortunately either which weapon wouldn't have mattered there. Berry's found the first. Vanya gets one, but it's the Nami spray down. And Amy's been spotted on out now by the Prowler, and it's just a matter of where she goes down and who she goes down to. And as we can see, Toka, a little bit of a push around here. Berry as well. First head taken clean off, and it's a nice shot, but again, it's a consolation prize as Toka Meter immediately finds the response.
And Gentlemates really trying to push their lead. A nice kill from Vanya, but Nami's spray down was impeccable, and this is the trades. Gentlemates, yeah, Amy might be able to hit one nice sheriff shot, but it's so difficult, and you have to rely on your duelists, but also your sentinels, right? Amy is just such a good, consistent backline threat. Maybe not shown really so far on this map. She's kind of been lurking, being taken down a little bit early, but so far this stage, she has been incredible. 1.18 KD. It's not even like, you know, absolutely up there, because the rest of G2, they're also hitting numbers like that.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because on the best team in the world, and we see this a lot in esports, is discussions about super teams, right? If you have a team of 5 players, then they're all fragging at the best, and they're all the star player, they're all the #1 in the world. Somebody's got to take a back seat sometimes and let the others get the kill to set them up. Not everyone can fight. There's only 5 enemy players, you know? You're not going to be able to find every frag every round. So her role isn't always necessarily front and center. A lot of the time, she has to be that player that takes a step back. But her job makes it so players like Vanya can shine even brighter.
Yeah. She is that consistent late round threat. Always in the back pocket. Not necessarily flashy, but talking of flashy, Akita trying to take space towards A. It's all a fake. It's all a bait. It's only her and Amy here. She's not going to recall, though. She's going to stick it. Vanya's always got the TP if she does want to take the orb, the spike over towards A.
True. Very slow start gives them the opportunity to chop and change here if they need to. Marty, dimensional drift to clear out Garage, and actually might be able to go and find in time a couple of these player spots. The issue is going to be finding somewhere safe to burst on out. There's the gate crash on back. Only able to spot one, but I think that is enough to play off the back of, and you can see the immediate rotations coming on through.
Yeah, Gentlemates are so good at getting the rotates to the right site at the right time. We saw it on Pearl yesterday. We're seeing it again here. This is a massive improvement compared to last time, and Marty's in the right place at the right time, waiting for Akita.
Oh, lovely shot there from Berry X. Not the neon that we've seen so much of in the past couple of days. This time on the Ray, Showstopper goes over the top. Not going to connect with anyone, but it's going to scare them on back and buy the room for them to drop back onto site here. Smoke comes on out, and that funnels them exactly where they want them. Funnels them straight up into tower, and look how many of these players rotated from screens. Marty goes for the first there. Berry X, they trap them in tower, and that just means that the fall comes from even higher up.
And Gentlemates, this team, this new roster, a new partner org up in the EMEA, and they've got this Game Changers team from all over. So many players from different places, so much history, and they are taking it to G2. A team that we thought, especially after their really good group stage, was unfallible. G2's playoffs are usually better, right? G2 playoffs, G2 is just usually unstoppable. Now we're seeing Gentlemates come back. G2's map pick. But Amy, oh, we talked about it. Taking down Marty, that's a big pick. That was the operator, by the way.
I mean, was it? If the operator never rings out, did it ever really exist? Berry X clearing on through, and I get so scared. The flash hit could be perfect.
She didn't clear it.
Didn't clear it. There's the first. Oh, missed shot. Okay, Mimi manages to correct the ship. Tokameter finds the first. It's still a 3 versus 3, which is way closer than it should be. Oh no! And they line up. And that's devastating because it was such a great opening start to the round. Prowler comes on out, and now there's no mistaking where you are. Amy just trying not to get caught with Snakebite in hand. Chooses to throw it, and unfortunately that will be her undoing. But Gentlemates, it seems that they can do no wrong, even when they do wrong.
Berryx not clearing that corner. Mimi eventually turns and sees her when a teammate falls, but then all of a sudden they line up. Vanya and Nikita just in Toka's crosshairs, and despite the fact the Snakebite comes out, Toka survives with a lick of health. And now, okay, that was another eco. And G2 didn't invest any ults into the last couple of rounds, and now they've got 4, only 3 away from the convergent paths as well. They've got the tools to try and push into this round, but Gentlemates in the past have always said, no, we don't care. We're going to win anyway. So G2 have got to find a moment, a timing, a way to remove Gentlemates from this round, and these ults I think are going to be a huge part of it.
A monumental part. And now we look on forward.
Bring them down.
Nothing to be scouted just yet. Slowly creeping on through here. Flash goes on out after shot. Marty's unaffected is the issue. The jump over the top, and they're not even going to look at Akita, hoping that she'll teleport on back out. But the issue is she's here to stay. She's here to fight, and she's found the first 2. Mimi there to double down on this. Spike goes down, and 3-player disadvantage. I mean, even with the money available, do you even want to look at this?
As much damage as you can do to G2 is good, yes, but they can still buy up next round even if the majority of them die. They've pretty much got this round in the bag. You can see Nami not wanting to bother a little bit, build up towards her Nightfall, but she's getting flanked through mid by her opposing number. A fade. Ever takes her down. G2, they get their second on the board. The Rolling Thunder didn't hit anyone, no. But it allowed Akita to dash in, spot where Marty was, because she only had to look to the left, land, and take the Yoru out before the TP came through. And now, we've seen some very early calls of timeouts from Gentlemates. I'm wondering if this is the time for another, where you want to get as many as you can on the defense, because you know your attack is not strong, historically, at the very least. So I'm wondering... No, it doesn't look like we see a timeout come out, so they're leaving the players to it. And the buy... They've still got an okay buy. Nami, you can buy a gun. There we... Oh, she's gone for the operator.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
And it's not been passed over either.
Nope. All on the Omen. Let's go, Nami.
Battle Omen. I'm here for it. More than. Getting ready, setting up. That's the issue, is having to be so conscious of your team whilst wielding a weapon that requires you to be so in the moment. Aggressive out garage here.
Yeah, a lot of map space being taken. G2, they've got the spike over towards A.
Cutting through.
They've got Vanya positioned very aggressive, and the mates players have been spotted. There's a TP out to go join the players on A, but the Gozens are already pushing, crawling towards that A site.
I think this has been red, though, because so much space cleared out through B. They can go and have a look into mid. Oh, they're just catching Vanya, and when you catch Vanya in vents, you know that there's only one place they're going to be heading. It's straight to A. Now we're going to get to see the Nami up in action. horn broken. Flash goes on out, looking to peek off the back of it potentially, but no. Nami with the op, there's the first. Paranoia's ready. Mimi gonna be caught out in the open. Amy's able to get whatever with another, and there's the flood comes on in. It looked like such a good hold. The Nightfall invested as well. The Viper's pinned. Vanya's managed to find Marty, but that's Toka finding the first. Immediately the Nightfall comes back out. Doesn't even matter, doesn't need to be the counter. Finds the first with the swing on out. Trusting Vanya to hold this angle for you. It's beautifully done from the Gozen team.
Ultimate's used a lot though, right? There's been so many ults invested in the last couple of rounds from both sides. A nice round. Nami showing that she can play with the op as well, but the second shot missed and Amy and Eva clean up on the execute towards site. Toka, surprising push into Amy's Viper's pit, does manage to take her down, and yeah, I assume this is now the mates' timeout. If they can get up to 8, maybe 9, then they're feeling okay. I think they really need 9 to feel comfortable though. So they need to win the next 3 rounds. They've got the op back onto Marty as we'd usually expect, but they lose this round, and that's down to an eco. This is a big swing round for Gentlemates. If they can win this, they might be able to get up to 12, but G2 are going to be able to buy most of the way themselves.
They've got some big ults nearby as well. You know, Showstopper's 2 away. Wens and the Viper's Pit, only 2 away as well. And that's a pick and an orb, right? And that's all they need to get some of these heavy hitting online. And even if they don't, they should be available for the next. They've got something to build with, but again, you said you want to see them pushing as much as they can on this defense side, because that attack side has been brought into question before. But they've got the stuff that maybe even if they lose this, 8-4 still on the line.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is 8-4 is going to be tricky to get to. It's probably going to be a 7-5 at best if you lose this one. Gentlemates really pushing, and they know how good G2 Gozen's defense is. They faced it before, and it was so difficult because of the early fights Gozen were taking. So aggressive on their defense, and now again, execute towards B.
The looking part's not going to spot anyone, but Nami ready for this, knowing the playbook. That's what Akita's done every round. Marty with the next. Oh, doesn't spot ahead, but they're allowing these multi-kills to come on through. Finally ever shut down. Flash dodge. A showdown, and Marty comes out on top. Teleporting. Trying to bait them, trying to give them a diversion, but Toka holds on. And that is the response we wanted. You know their playbook, you know how Akita is like to play this map, and the moment that convergent path comes on through, you know what's coming next.
And Nami deals with it perfectly. Eventually does get taken down, ever good to get 2 there, but Marty on site with an op, dancing around the middle of site is so good.
Can we also just for a second talk about the high five without looking at each other? That's impressive. I don't know if you were trying to do a high five without looking, but we talked about the synergy and it's looking good.
Oh, Amy got it.
Lovely find there. Akita's found one of her own, and now Toka needs something really good. There's a player on either side. Flash, ooh, luckily knows her way around this map, fully blind, able to navigate back in towards safety. Another flash comes on through, and she has really been put through the ringer with this. Lines up the first, dodges the saturate, but Mimi's there anyway, and just Nami left. And G2 looking so good, just tapping and tapping and tapping away with this spike, trying to lure out Nami. They know where she is, has been caught by the haunt. But again, doesn't matter.
She's got to save. Like, she has no choice. If she can get the operator and save from here, that's good, but she's got to run. She's going to be heard.
Been watched.
Kita's ready for it.
How much should G2 win to throw? No! Oh, just the very second that she looks to walk away, the gun goes down and she goes down with it.
And that's another hit towards Mimi's Rolling Thunder as well, crucially. She's 1 away now on Ultorb. But G2 played this round. And this is kind of like when G2 aren't sure what to do, it feels like they just take their 1v1s, they take their timings through smokes, they disrespect their opponents and they win it out. And now Gentlemates, 2 Buckies. Yes, the Viper's pit towards mid, which is going to help those Buckies do some good work. G2, I don't think they want any part of it. That's a really nice Viper's pit. Oh my. So much control.
That's control into vents. That's a little bit of control. Actually, a fair amount of control in towards post as well. And it doesn't even matter. We're singing all this praise, and Vanya says, no, eyes on me. I'm here to show them what's what, and that's exactly what she does. Nami, smoke's going on out. She wants to take the fight, lines up the first 1.5. Health not looking good on Mimi after the back of that fight, and Marty's just going to be stalking, following in the footsteps. Messy as anything, going for a little bit of an ego play there, and will be punished. Bucky lining up, can't find anything. Toka's the last left, fully deaf, going forward for this, finds the first 2. 2 versus 2 here. Haunt destroyed, going hunting for the picks, but look at this, tuck on in from Akita, not expecting her to the right-hand side. Now he teleport over in towards A main, but they know about this, they assume that much has happened, and now Nami on the wrong side of the map.
She's got a marathon to run to reach the G2 players. They're still being cautious, still being diligent.
30 seconds left.
Memories of Nami in sewers over on Haven echoing in their minds. But she's made the right decision to go. Join the move towards the B site, the spike. If they plant it open, Ever's out. Undefended potentially, but yeah, Akita's watching the line. Yeah, she gets it.
Beautifully done, and G2 claw this back to a 5-7 half.
Switching sides.
Gentlemates, a team of amazing starts, but teetering off a little towards the end of halves. Now G2 primed, a pistol and a conversion away from tying this up, and an attack side that Gentlemates haven't looked particularly stellar on.
And now G2 go into their better half, feeling strong, and as we can see there, Vanya, the highest KD for 3 consecutive EMEA stages. An absolutely incredible stat line. But we've got other members within this server right now that were also up there. Berryx, Eva, so good as well. Wen's up there too. This is such a star-studded server as G2 on the pistol round, aggression towards mid. It's being watched by Berryx though. She walks away. She doesn't spot them.
Ooh, that's a bit of a problem. And now round the side, Akita quiet. They've given away nothing. And if Vanya can just hold their attention for a little bit longer. There's the first goes on down. The paranoia is so good, but as the wall comes up, a layer of protection. But now they are forced to fight onto site. And Amy from above rains down hell for 2. Vanya finds another, and suddenly just Marty left, and she's good. But is it 1v5 pistol good? It's just a matter of how many she can take down with her. Round the corner, so much chip damage, and every player wants the pick, but Vanya will be the one to find it.
And I mean, G2's timing through mid was just what won them that round. Amy, yes, hitting nice shots from heaven, but every single member of G2 Gozen was there ready, waiting to receive Gentlemates with loving, well, deadly arms, I guess. Probably not that loving, really. And now they've got the guns. This is the defense that has been incredibly strong. 88.9% win rate on defense here. An incredible feat before. Now they're looking to do it again.
Fault line getting ready could be devastating. So many of them stunned on up here. Mimi to peek on for the first. Akita with another. The fact that Nami and Toka both find picks is good, beautiful in and of itself. But again, just playing on the black foot. The fact that they're getting the spike down is to be praised. They recovered a weapon and it's just a stinger. But close range might find something. Paranoia in return. Both blind. Footsteps heard, and now difficult one. Double swing comes on out. Good for one. But G2, they close that gap on up, and they start mounting their ascension to the top once again.
It's tied up, yes, but G2 only have 2 members surviving, and they didn't do any of the kind of FPX Na'Vi buys that we see teams like Giant X doing. Instead, they went for the full purchase. Stingers, yes, maybe. Guardians, Spectres. But they spent all of their money here, and they only bought 2 guns forward. So this bonus round, they're choosing not to force up into it. So it's going to be a little bit weak, and it looks like we're seeing a little bit of a set play coming out from them. We've seen this kind of thing before. Mimi, stun line over towards AMA and Gentlemates. They're going to be falling for the trap. This is exactly what Vanya and Akita want.
We'll find out. Fault line getting ready, dares to play the jump on over the top, not able to connect anything. Vanya just has to get out of there, and it's a perfect counter to it. They've done their homework, they know what's coming. Paranoia goes on now, tagging up Nami. Flash goes on through. Mimi's fighting just to stay alive there. Berry X has found all 3, and not only do they avoid the trap, they've sprung one of their own.
A beautiful counter to that trap, and again, taking the time to get the ult orb onto Berry X. Marty spots the head of Amy as she's dancing up and down on the ropes. Acrobatics in sewers. Marty, don't push too aggressive. It's a Bucky. She's got to be wary of that, right? It's a Viper. Vipers love to buy those shotguns. You can't be pushing into that.
I should start playing Viper more often. That's what I'm hearing. Gives me a valid excuse to actually pick up the shotguns. But I think you're right. And it's just something they're keeping an eye on. And they have to expend at least 1 person there, which means 3 people maximum that they have to deal with elsewhere. Berry X pushing for this one. Ever taken on down. And even though the attention's been held at Suez, it doesn't matter that Amy's rotated on over because it's the ace for Berry X. All 5 fall at her feet.
An ace. The ult online as well. It started out so nice. Her little satchels there just to push Vanya away. Moving her about, taking her down. And cleaning it up so nicely onto Amy. Not too close, a little bit low health, yes. But now with this online, this is how Gentlemates can really start their attack. It all depends on G2.
But if we have a look at Wenz here, Wenz has only found 1 pick so far this map, and the fact that they're doing so well even with that is pretty monumental. But I would love to see a little bit of an individual step up there. Berry X found the first, says, you know what, it would be nice for my teammates to get more picks, but she wants them all. Straight over the top with the showstopper. Face first, Mimi faces her death, and now 3 versus 5, and G2. We talked about it, a weaker attacking side here, but Gentlemates storming away, actually, giving themselves the world of opportunity.
And again, you can see how they slow down at the end there. They get the ult orb. They allow Toka to plant, so she's building up towards that nightfall. I imagine a set play coming soon once that's online, and G2 have no other choice but to save. With Akita shut down immediately by Berry X. Mimi with the showstopper did take Berry very low, do not get me wrong, but it wasn't enough. And I'm starting to think, Gentlemates, they've prepped, they've anteed, they have worked out what they need to do to win, because if you look at G2, they are fumbling. They're failing to do what they did before. The story is being rewritten. As Gentlemates, they get up to 9.
It is a little bit of a worry for us, in fact. And if we look at this, it was a 13-8 win for G2 last time they played on this map. And, I mean, the fact that Gentlemates have already done better than previously and they're still in the driver's seat And now we're seeing a lot of light shields here. Guardian still online for Mimi. This is far from perfect, and a little bit of missing utility here and there.
Yeah, it's not perfect for G2. Gentlemates start out pretty standard. Vanya, I love the little fake TP, put that doubt in the mind, but it's cleared by the Prowler immediately. The mates realize it was all a fake, and Wenz is waiting, ready to receive Akito, and she gets the headshot.
Absolutely stunning. Does get traded on out, but she's done more than enough. And Wenz, we talked about it, 2 and 12 right now, not the most miraculous of scorelines, but she finds the exact pick that's needed. And Akita, she has been a heavy hitter in this map. A more than perfect trade to be had there. And now look at this, flooding onto site. Vanya, good for 2. Marty finds the trade. Vanya just trying to get somewhere safe to work with. Here's the TP, and laser beams Marty's head. Now Toka left in a 1 versus 3, had support, and now that's all gone. Prowler's gonna find a good for the first, now having to duck back. There is a smoke to play in, but oh, look at this from Amy. Round the side, tap of the spike, and she's just going to spray on through. G2, hold on. They deny this lead getting any further.
And this is why Vanya is one of the best, right? Essentially left alone towards site. She's still able to just clean up. A nice pick by Wenz, perfect. But ever swinging forward, not allowing Alkia to die in vain. Vanya just using the way the map is built to her own advantage to take the fights on her terms. And that allows them to get those fist bumps after that round win. And now G2. Similar set play. The stun over here. Vanya falls so early.
Berry X is so good. And there's another opening pick, and there's no answer for it this time. That's been the big one, is G2, the multi-kills in exchange going 2 for 1.
And usually, G2, on the previous matchup on Split, they were so good at taking those early aggressive fights. That was how they won out on their defense before, how they got to 89% win rate. But they're faltering here, they're failing, and now Berry X is holding the line again.
She's here, she's there, she's everywhere. She's pushing in, she's finding the opening pick, she's holding for those pokes, those lurks. And now,
G2
look at her.
saving?
She's leading the charge on in, and I think G2 might just be looking to save because money's in a weird spot here.
It's weird, it's not comfortable. They're grouped at the very least. They know if the spike goes down, they can regroup as 3. Try and go together if they want to, but it's going to be a tricky one to do. No ults. Light shields on 2 as well. And Marty's got the operator on the attack side, holding down Heaven, holding this line like it's hers. And Wenz first up.
Ooh, leg spotted. Clean shot onto Akita. The long range fight reigns supreme. And this is what we said, is that individually, she's not been amazing, but she's done exactly what's needed of her. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. And there's a beautiful example of she's just not been in the situations where she's been presented the frags to find. But when she is, she dominates.
She really does. I don't mind Akita going for that, but she didn't get that pick, and she's now only 1 away from the convergent paths. Meanwhile, Gentlemates getting up to double digits thanks to Berry X and Wenz securing this round. And I must think we're gonna see a G2 timeout soon. Double digits is a tough place to come back from, and the buy is anything but comfortable.
It doesn't seem
they
like
might
there's
force.
gonna be...
Yeah, no timeout.
I'd be wanting to at least take a beat here, right? Because you lose the 11th with a force into this one. Well, there's still going to be enough to get stuff online next. It's going to be missing a couple of pieces, but no. Pedal to the metal. Maybe they have a solution. This time, slowing it down a little bit here. Denying the opening pick. Taking that garage control as well for G2.
The nice early aggression. You can see Amy's being pressured. She has to back off. The boombot gonna go in there just to keep her forced away. Meanwhile, Heaven completely under the control of Gentlemates. The spike's still not committed though. They're waiting. They're patient. As G2 push out of main. Oh, one way. This is where Toka You're behind your team. You're left alone and you're going towards A. This is good. They've got an A split here ready to go. It all depends on Amy. Can she stop them coming out of vents?
We'll find out. Wall goes on up. Wall goes out. Just having a bit of a look. No, but they go back. But Akita's already there. They second guess themselves. They don't push the pedal forward. They try hit reverse. And unfortunately, there's somebody already waiting for them. The fact that Akita's got a third, Amy's found one in the mix. Berry X is left alone. And yes, she has the spike. Yes, she'll be able to get it down. But now the timer starts for how long? Wave after wave, onslaught of retakes coming here. And look, Ever's got a whole pile of utility still. Fault line comes on through. Here's the drop down. Mimi gonna get taken down. Oh, isolates the first two. Notice there's one more Heaven. Here's one to the left. They're not gonna surely let her get any more. No, they don't. G2. A nice little correction there. Got scary for a second. Don't get us wrong, but a really nice start to the round. And Gentlemates maybe overcooking a little bit. The double bag was punished heavily.
Yeah, they lacked the map control to really do that safely. And Nikita, oh, she exploited it to her very best. Getting this kill onto Wenz is something incredible. She was not ready. You can see the shake in her crosshairs and Berry X setting up for an ace, but second one, not ready. And actually, it's a mate's timeout. They've still got the lead, but they want to keep it. They want to secure it. Alts, a little bit far away. Yes, okay, you can get a showstopper online, but you've got to use that very well to be able to shut down G2 because they've got the convergent pass. They've got their own Nightfall. The Rolling Thunder's only one away. This isn't necessarily a big swing round. Both of these teams can buy up next relatively comfortable, except for Mimi and Wenz, but it's the ults that you're worried about if you're Gentlemates, because you know G2 are going to use these aggressively. They're so good at that.
And that's been what's working for them a lot of the time, right? In that round, it was the aggressive push out Garage that caught them off guard. Now, the difference is if Gentlemates look to push forward on towards A there instead of doubling back to B, maybe we don't see that come to as much fruition. But that's not the situation we found ourselves in. And that little bit of a push, that little bit of aggression where one side anchors, one side goes pretty hardcore on going scouting, that has worked really well for them.
Now, G2, they've definitely changed up how they were playing before. It's nowhere near as aggressive as the defense as it was in the previous matchup. But Vanya's gone aggressive into B main. He was killed here before, but now Gentlemate's taking ramps. It's only really Marty, the tip of the spear, all alone. It's a spike. It's over towards A, but it's not committed. Now they're going to do a double fake. They're going to fake over towards B. But what is Toka going to do? She's got the spike heading towards mid, all alone.
Well, won't be alone for long because the rest of the team's looking to regroup and hit here. And Amy, again, we were asking of her how many can she hold off. Now, last round, they didn't end up coming her direction. Now is the chance we get to ask the same question and we'll get an answer here for so far back. Running through the snake bite, Marty gets the first. And Gentlemates, they're done being nice. They're done being passive. Vanya waiting. Here's so many drops down, but has to fall back a little bit. They've got to be oh so careful. The swim on out there. Marty, good for one, but look at that. Immediately an answer. 3 kills come raining in. And Berry wants to find a target for this. Jumping on forward, trying to find anything at all. And unfortunately, Nami's already stolen the kill there. And it's beautifully done.
Up to 11 now. They are really trying to cement their lead. Akita, though, has an operator. That scoped weapon to really try and take advantage of longer sightlines on this map. And I mean, the disrespect the Gentlemates are now showing, I think that was a big part of the timeout. Don't respect the utility. Don't respect the smokes. I don't care that their G2 goes in. I don't care they're the reigning champions. Most of these players have beaten them before, sometimes in dominating fashion. Just go back to that. Now, as Gentlemates, they push towards A. Dimensional Drift online from Marty as the orbs collected. And they play another slow default. Taking their time to gather their resources. Try and find a mistake from G2. But little do they know there's an operator towards mid. They don't know where Akita is. The Boombot doesn't spot her either, but it looks like they're going the other way. leaving her alone.
I don't blame them, but they've still got a little bit of presence. I like that Toka's still causing some doubts in towards mid. Orb goes up, Prowler goes out, and you can see Akita's ready. Nightfall comes out instantly, but everyone's so far removed from the situation. Marty's just doing a little bit of scouting here. Look, this bursts out the dimensional drift, waiting on up there. Amy from up top finds Berry. Ever round the corner, and this crumbles piece by piece, and it was set up so nicely, but the execution, the follow through fumbles.
I think fumbles is the right word. Now
30
Akita,
seconds left.
no utility to push her off the line, and Toka swings in. Ouchie, that was a shot through the box. Saved by a little bit of a shield there. It's G2. They converge towards the B site where Gentlemates are going.
There.
They're ready for it. Oh, Vanya's so good. She's so able to just shut everything
10 seconds
down.
left.
Can they even get the spike down here?
Maybe. Just about. I mean, but any
Spike planted.
distractions are a problem, and talk about that. I was waiting to see the aftershock and knew it was going to do damage. But Mimi to clean on up, and I mean, that round, I'm just a little bit confused more than anything. The setup was great. The aftershock really well timed there, because even if you don't stop the plant going down, what we saw there, you either do damage, or if you've done enough damage in the round already, there's the pick.
And now, G2 are really mounting the comeback. Gentlemates' timeouts previously have been so good, right? They've almost always used them to springboard towards round wins, momentum, snowball it out. And only one round off of the back is probably the worst that Gentlemates have ever done off the back of a timeout, right? They're usually so good at them. And now the bank is building up, the ults are there. Amy's Viper's Pit. I don't know if we're going to see this at the start of the round, potentially over towards A main, as it looks like she's going there. Yeah, she shuts down this line of approach, and that forces them towards the op of Akita. It's pushed back by the Prowler instantly as Amy. This is now her domain. No dimensional drift to counter it either. Nothing really for the attackers to reach through this ult.
And you got somebody playing, holding this mid as well. So as they try to rotate, you're just trying to cut them off here. Fine.
I love where Akita's positioned over towards B. Look at that. She's holding down that. Gentlemates are either forced into the Viper's Pit or into the op, or to do this, a split into A through vents. It's risky though. They're holding it.
That is very true. That Viper's Pit is enough, and if you can draw the attention away, you can cut through it. Multi-pronged approach, but the time, that's where I'm starting to get a little bit worried, is that we saw the time come down to the wire last round. And only 35 seconds. If anything goes wrong at this point, any delays is going to be a problem. Amy, Ever both find one, and talking delays, that's a huge problem. That's a huge road stop for them.
One enemy remaining.
And another kill from the aftershock. Mimi's just racking them up. And now only 20 seconds. We said, you know, you can't face any delays. Not only is there a delay, that spike has dropped, and Toka just looks to have to save here. And luckily, should be given free reign to do so, but really well played them from G2. And Gentlemates, it's a cool adaptation to try play around this pit, but it just doesn't work.
Now G2 goes, and we're so ready for it. The rolling thunder to roll them even closer together so they can just get mowed down. And look at this. This is G2's defense. It's coming online. 2 rounds in a row now, something they weren't able to do since that pistol. And that is going to be pushing them now 11-11. They've got to try and find a way to continue this. And I mean, Gentlemates, they're countering it. Marty with an op. Viper's Pit, but that's the only ult available. Only ult even close.
Even remotely close, yeah. So we'll have a little bit of a look, and Gentlemates, they've set themselves up in that capacity for, I say, long-term success. There's only 2 rounds left of regulation, so it's 2 rounds or overtime here. Marty round the corner. Slowly hears somebody on the ropes.
Portals closed.
And now high alert. Gate crash dissipated. Now has to send the last one out. Well, unless she can find herself a lovely little 2-piece here, but Wall's gonna go down, looking the wrong way. Ever on the other side, jumping on up, tries to punish the jump peak. Will be unsuccessful, but look at that, going straight away, lining up, but wall after wall. Curtains call potentially as Eva finds the first, and now Akita holding the line in mid, wends in for a world of pain. No, she's not. Swings the op, finds the pick. Fault line comes on through. They're more than happy to tank that because they've got players ready to bodyguard to defend here. Berry sees the aftershock, knows that can only mean one thing, but it doesn't matter, because even though they know Mimi's here, it doesn't mean they can stop her. Berry X goes down, Amy's in a lovely position. Naomi walks back first into her. Toka's going to find one through the box. This is pretty nice, but Vanya's still an unknown entity. The swing on out. Vanya has your number. Wins. Lovely trade, but 1 versus 2, and there's only 15 seconds. Tucking on in here to plant. Horn goes out, they're going to know exactly where she is, and they're just going to swing. Not even going to get the spike down on that one. And that's going to be G2 taking themselves to map point.
And we knew their defense was better. We knew this is where G2 could try and find their win, but Marty all alone towards A. Gets shut down. Both operators not really providing the value, but it all comes down to G2, the way they hold these sites. I mean, Vanya's always good for one in that position. And Mimi, patient, working with Eva. To wait for that last second, and now mates, aggression it looks like towards B. Is Vanya the fake TP? Contacting, slowly taking the space. But Vanya's still here.
This buy is not filling me with a whole lot of hope.
They've got the Viper's Pit. That's pretty much their win condition here. If they can get to site, get the Viper's Pit down.
There's so much stone, and I think Vanya knows this. If they get to site, it could all be overtime needed. There's the first round. Vanya and Amy both find their picks. Jumping on back. What can you even do here for your gentle mates? You've been told no by B. That smoke coming on out makes it so difficult. You've either got to wait it out or go for it. And Vanya's going to have another smoke online not too far from now either.
And it's silence across the map. As mates slowly realize Breeze is coming. You've got to take G2, and G2 in final map of a series on Breeze. That's a memory for so many people. Such a history on that map for Gozen.
30 seconds left.
Akita jiggling, backs off. Vanya spots exactly where they're going, but Marty, the good opening pick.
Amazing opening pick even. Vanya looking for something more. The peak on out. Oh, even tethered. She's amazing. Akita being pushed. Only 12 seconds. They've just got to stick this at some point. Left. And Mimi still causing them problems. Akita working her magic. 5 seconds left. Marty's found one more. But I don't think there's time anymore. And that's it. Marty finds one. But the kills come raining in. And G2, it looks dire for a second, but that's on us. You can never count them out. A team unstoppable. They're the best for a reason. And Breeze, it is coming knocking.
And it's going to be an absolute banger. They've warmed up compared to what they were on Haven. And now G2 goes and they show Split is still there. It's a lot closer, gentlemates. They'd improved so much since their matchup in group stage, yes, but it's not enough to beat out the reigning champs of EMEA, and now they have to go and fight them in that final map of the series, home turf for Gozen. We didn't see Breeze between these two teams last time they faced, but we did see Split, and it went the same way at the end, despite Marty's heroics. Berry X with the shotguns. So many things from gentlemates went right, but as soon as they switched sides, as soon as they went onto the attack side, they could not find anything.
Yeah, and we said that the win condition was a couple more rounds on that attack side, on that defense side, sorry. And you said you want a 9-3. A 9-3 would have won them this. Even I think an 8-4 could have potentially won them this, that extra round there. But slow to close out the half, it left them in an unfortunate situation in G2, a team that even when it looks good, you cannot count them out until they are done, until the defeat screen hits their screens.
And we did get an ace, obviously Berry X showing it off here.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, a lot of highlights, right, from gentlemates. So many nice rounds, especially on the defense, but their attack side, it had many, many good moments. But the lack of a map control, allowing G2 members to get positioned and take the fights on their own terms. And I mean, as we head over towards Dries, that is where G2 are going to be taking even more fights on their own terms. This is a map that they have played so many times throughout the group stage. And I mean, Vanya, we called her out, one of the best players in GC EMEA of all time, probably the best, right at the top of the leaderboard.
Yep, and there she shall remain, and we'll get to see her on Breeze as well. So, I mean, I'm not going to use the word stat padding because all of these kills have been individually brilliant, but every time she just keeps upping the ante. But I mean, as you said, Breeze coming up next is a daunting prospect, right? And this is a G2 that has shown they've got the tenacity, that has shown they've got the resilience for these long series to bounce back when map 1 and the first half of map 2 doesn't go their way. And we're going to have to see what marvels they have in store for us over on map number 3. Now, let's go to a little bit of a break. Get ready for what is going to be a showstopper finale between these two teams, and we'll see you very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. What it was, they all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Hello there, you wonderful people. We are back in a map number 3 that we weren't entirely sure we were going to get to even see at many points during that last map. But Breeze coming up next. Echo, lay it on us. Why is this such an exciting resting place for this series?
Because, I mean, G2 are historically so good at this map. Their retakes are incredible. They swept through teams so early on in the group stage on this. But this is also a historical map, for G2, right? Regardless of, you know, if you cast your mind all the way back to 2023, this was the map that won them Game Changers champs, right? This is the map that got them all the way there. And they love this map. I think this is probably one of their best maps over the entirety of Game Changers ever. And this stage, it's kept the exact same. We also haven't seen this map a lot from Gentlemen. Only a couple of times. We did see it yesterday, and it did look very good. They really utilized their double duelists well. But I mean, Gozen, they're running the same comp. They're going to have good anti because they watched Gentlemates yesterday, and anti is where G2 can shine.
Yeah, and you were talking to me a lot in the break there about Jade coming on and how he's sort of the king of anti-stratting. So I think that being an extra piece of the puzzle coming into this as well, they go from a team that was already ridiculously strong on this map to a team who is ridiculously strong and knows where you're weak, which is going to be a really big factor in them being able to abuse these weaknesses. And this is a team that smells blood in the water and goes hunting.
Yeah, throughout history, they've always just pounced on any weakness. But now they've managed to get an assistant coach for the first time in Gozen history. They've got an assistant coach to work with the head coach and to allow Mimi to focus on being a player first instead of, you know, that kind of IGL player coach hybrid who's working on strats, working on macro, helping people out. She's been allowed to focus, and I think you can really see that, especially on the maps like Breeze, where we're going to, where we'll see her on aggressive characters, right? Yoru, when we see her on that double duelist, when we see her KO, things like that. She's able to aim in ways that she hasn't before, thanks to having this bigger staff.
Yeah, and that's a huge weight off of the shoulders as well, is when you're able to be fully unleashed, when you have even more brain retention, able just to be focused on the fight that you're currently in as well. But we're going to take a little bit of a look at how everything's sort of panning out here as well. I am surprised a little bit with how dominant Haven was and how dominant the second half of Split was that we are here, actually. I am a little bit, you know, in shock. But as we can see there, we got to see that Gentlemates chose to start on that defense side, which, as we said, some of these maps hasn't been necessarily their greatest.
But on Breeze, Gentlemates, they love the defense. This is where they are strong. Their retakes statistically are better than their post plants. Not even just in comparison to the average, just overall, this is just better for them on this map. And that's something that G2 Gozen are going to have to be worried about. I'm assuming we'll see the same compositions coming out from both teams. Yeah, they've not really had a chance to kind of build up anything new. Gentlemates looked incredible with this comp yesterday as well. So keeping it the same makes a lot of sense. But this is now where Gentlemates, their retakes, this is what to watch with them.
I also like that they have mirroring comps here because, again, it gives us that ability to see who really is coming out on top here. And it's down to the players as well, how they play these agents. It's not a matter of, you know, oh, they ran a comp that perfectly countered. No, they are running the same comp, and that gives us even footing to judge them. Who really is going to be going to that grand final first and foremost?
Yeah, and you unlock in the grand finals, right? You get that advantage. You don't have to worry about facing the winner of Carmine Core or Giant X. Obviously, especially if you're looking at G2, Giant X is an opponent they've lost to and they've beaten this stage already. Inside of Gentlemates, well, I don't think they'll be too worried, but they don't want to risk it. You don't want to risk going down to the lowers. Both of the teams' expectations now, maybe not at the start of the split, but now, are to make it into grand finals and to win stage 1. And they need a win here to secure themselves that grand finals.
I like that. Yawn spray's going out already. Gentlemates, they're bored, they're tired. They want to get straight into the action here. And it looks like a lean over to, I say a lean, it's not just a lean, it's a full committal over towards A here early on. And again, Sheriff out on Amy. Couple more coming out from Gentlemates here. Arming Marty, and I think after what we saw on both the first two maps, arming Marty up to the 9s is the best possible course of action.
I mean, she won that pistol round on split for them with that ghost, and now she's got the Sheriff, the longer range of breeze. It's going to allow even more of that, but immediately, Toka is the pressure coming towards her. And she waits out. She doesn't want to die yet. She wants to get the team in for the Flood retake as soon as possible.
Libbo on out. Akita pushing on forward. Finds the first there. Nami's got one, but is instantly traded on out. Managing to duck into a smoke. Hills go back and forth down to the 2 versus 1. Marty able to get the reload out in the open, but Amy reload of her own just in time for the final nail in the coffin. The final bullet in the body. I say that as they continue shooting the body afterwards, but final bullet to get the job done.
And get it done, they did. I love what we're seeing with the neons on this map, sliding around the back of pyramids in the front of yellow to collapse onto anyone coming for the retake through double doors, and Akita does it perfectly. Amy with a marshal, enabled to go hunting, essentially. She's going to be looking in mid to start with, but Akita's got the Vandal. Long-range battles against all of these classics, she's going to be so favoured. And Gentlemates, they're good at ecos. They're good at getting some thrifties in that they probably shouldn't. But Breeze is the difficult map for it. And classics, when you're going up against these G2 players armed to the teeth, going to be so difficult to do. Mimi's got a TP out of here. She's just making noise. She'll head over towards B. That looks to be where the spike is heading. You can see the pings on the map.
We can indeed. Spike now being retrieved. Mimi this time cautiously working her way onto site here, but look, backside heavily swarmed here as well. First fight being taken, 2 players spotted there, I'd imagine. Mimi has to duck on out of there. Akita caught out in the open. Vanya's gonna be able to trade. Mimi's got one of her own, but again, it's 2 for 2. Amy there steps on up. Backside, Nami. Vandal in hand, that needed to be the difference maker, and Berry X. Oh, enemies on all sides, enemies on all fronts. And G2, they do convert, but on the plus side, given what they came into this with, Gentlemates, they make something of it at least.
Yeah, getting a couple of nice kills there, especially on the people like Berry X, people like Nami, filling up those ults as much as you can. And they've now got the guns. Light shields on Toka. Regen on Marty, so it's not perfect, but they're not going to fall easily to the Marshal that Eva has in her back pocket. There's G2 leaning over towards A to start with. This comp favors this site so heavily.
Berry all caught out in the open. Good for the first drone spotted. Akita there to trade the drone, just a distraction. Nami steps up when needed. Round the corner needs a little bit more. Eva though, headshot with the Guardian is perfect. So many shock darts coming on through. There's the first shot lined on up. Eva now left alone on this side. Rotate so far removed. Amy might get caught out in the open as well. They both managed to duck and weave around the bullets. Wenz is going to win this fight out, and that leaves just Eva alone, knowing that there's one player in mid. Dispatches. And that's going to be the chance to try escape, but the issue is Toka's watching you, and everyone on the team gets a kill on the board for a team ace in round number 3.
But they do lose a lot of players as well. Ree going down. Oh, some nice kills there coming in. The slide from Akita is brilliant. I mean, this fight, yeah, a little bit late, but Wenz eventually wins it out. But Eva still taking that down, taking her out of the round. It's so much good damage done. Gentlemates can buy up, but his light shields lacking a little bit of utility as well. As G2, they're feeling pretty happy with how that went, and Vanya's actually got the Outlaw on the attack side. It's going to be basically an up against everyone except for Marty.
Wen's going to be the first on up. Head spotted. Allowed to live for now. Marty holding the line here. Amy in mid. Now there's no escape plan here, and might get caught out in the open. Spotted. Players pushing out from elbow here. Toka goes over the top. That's going to spot 3. And this is information to work with, but you still got to fight your way out of being trapped in mid here. Jump on out. No one's going to be allowed mid control. Spiked again over towards B. And there's been no move from these players. They have been holding steadfast, but look at Marty's position. It's the first. Dips on out. Doesn't want to go for anything more. Will not be punished for the hubris. Akita. Luck shots, but it's Marty to find Mimi. Spins around, finds Akita as well. Vanya, we talked about the pocket op. In the Outlaws, found one. Marty's low as well, but it doesn't matter because it's a 1 versus 4. And Wenz is round the corner. 2-4-2, round 4 keeps us even.
I'm loving the fight that these teams are bringing. But now G2 down to an eco. The GC Sheriffs in hand. They're on the attack side, which is the side you kind of want to be on. You can usually get towards site with this double duelist, but Marty doesn't allow them to get anywhere. They can take the site, but it's at the cost of their life. And again, we're seeing now G2 down low on money. The Outlaw in the hand of Marty on the defense over towards mid. And Akita's making a lot of noise. She's heard here.
Oh, Marty, lovely find there. Akita knew that she had to fight her way somewhere. Needed to find a frag or something for the team, but will be unsuccessful now. Amy tucked on in, joining the rest of the team as they head over towards A. Maybe if Vanya can find something, a pivot point to work with. Maybe try punish some of the rotates, but again, with that gate crash going through spawn, even that has me with some doubts. And they're desperately trying to hunt down Ever on that pick. Berry's found the first relay bolt round the side. Ooh, a survivor. They don't want loose ends, and Berry X going hunting for it. Round the corner, slowly creeping round, lines up the shot through the edge of the wall. It's clean. Mimi and Vanya, last players left. And look at that, they've cleared all the way through A main. They've cleared all the way through mid. There's only one place left. Mimi's found a headshot. Won't be able to recover the weapon just yet. It's going for it here, though. But it is watched from all angles. Toka with the recon, and Nami swings on out. Doesn't even need it. And a lovely way. The lovely play for information. And they know where everyone is at all times.
And they're safe with it as well, right? Like Marty's TPs to keep herself safe. The stun off the back of that wall coming down in A main was so beautiful. Gentlemates, they just seem to be winning out this map. Obviously, it was against an eco, against a thrifty. And now G2 goes and they can buy back up again, but Marty's got the op. Everyone actually except for Wenz over towards the A site, and it looks like G2, they want to start the push towards B, towards mid. Pretty standard mid default here. No big surprises. And this is allowing Gentlemates to realize, yeah, they set up their Euro Marty on the line with the op, and they can now rotate. They can go and join Wenz towards the B site, towards mid, stop her getting splitted on.
Here.
Here we go, slowly. Flash to go on through. Wenz holding the line. Here's the fast lanes go up. Knows the drone's nearby. Mimi working back site here. Wenz is in for a world of hurt. Actually manages to find 2 here. Punished eventually by Mimi, but Berry X is there to trade. She says, you've done enough. I shall avenge you. And now 2 versus 4. Spike's not even remotely close to being able to be planted here. They push further back. They hug the back wall. Amy's found the first. The jump on up, looking to punish. Ever's found another, and suddenly this has gotten very scary. And Berry X tucked on in, hoping for a peek. Has Marty long range here with the op. There's the first needed. The peek on out for the second. She will collect both and settles the debt. 4-2. Gentlemates starting to take a lead here.
And this is their stronger side, right? They need a similar to on split. They need to be looking to get around 8, maybe 9 on this half. But it's quite a long path to go. Wenz is taking them that way. So we almost see Amy back, but I mean, Marty, Ever just peaks a little bit too late, allowing Marty the pleasure of getting another one in the chamber. And now, G2, they time out. They want chance to think, chance to plan. work out what's going wrong, because they can buy up here, but it's not a comfortable, not a nice buy.
Look at the ultimate.
Basically anyone except for, yeah, that is the big thing, right? G2, they have a lot of ults. It's Christmas on over there in February, yes. And fully use them. If they can get towards the site, get Amy's Viper's pit down, the weaker weapon kind of evens out.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like this coming in around the... We'll see. But I would like to see them being used. Because we talk about this a lot. It's great having them on, leaving them for a rainy day, right? But you're in the middle of drought. There is a rainy day. You want them the opportunity to use them. And sitting on them, it's only gonna, you know, sit there. And I want to see them use. I want to see them nice. There's many, and then the cycle's broken, and the half is not too far being done after that.
Here.
Such information found from the dimensional drift. One up over the top there. He's found one. Gate one out. Here he comes. Hey, Manchester. Though Nami is got. Very knows who's there. Has to reposition. She's cleared out the back of this side. Shoots the drone.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. When springs down. Mimi last player left. The player that you already knew was into the cubby. And Marty finds it. Takes her a little while to work all the way around, but she had that pick in the back.
They must have a death wish or something.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Indeed, and look at this up there. So
Shock dart.
I'm out of here. I have the spike. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Hi! Concealment!
Spike down A. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Brother, my ult is ready.
Kin.
Spike down.
Nami immediately shuts it down right there, very next door. I mean, the judge, the shotguns, they're a lot of fun. They just shut down, gentlemates. They're feeling so confident. Like,
Don't get in my way.
Double.
Back up. I'm out of here.
Spike down mid.
Poison orb emitting. Welcome to my world.
Die.
Spike planted.
Doka. her opposing number. A little bit of body spam just for fun. But I don't think Gentlemates can really push into this. They've not got a lot of ways in, but Nami's hunting. She's looking. They've got the money behind them. Any damage they can do to G2 is good.
Last player standing.
And now, Toka, last player left. So far removed, nothing you can do to save the situation, but if you can recover even slightly, that'd be good. But Akita, no, long range, takes the fight, wins it on out, and both will be allowed to save their weapons into the next round.
And keeping those is good. They've got the money behind them anyway, but what a round from G2. Just timing after timing found. First by Mimi and then over towards mid. Ever joining in on the fun as well. Eventually shut down, yes, as Nami not able to do too much, but G2 happy. And is this a timeout inside the astral domain? I enjoyed that. That's a lot of fun.
That's quite pretty. But, I mean, Wenz has been a really standout thing. She's really stepped up in this map, right? We talked a little bit about individually was maybe not her best performance last map, but she's really already been putting in the work, putting up the numbers, and she's just been a player that's really impressed. We talk about how she's had a really long, really tenured career, climbing her way back up to the top right now, and I think this roster, she's been a really integral part of and really at the heart of.
Yeah, this is the furthest she's been, and I mean, Breeze, it seems to be her domain. Viper loves it. And when you've got a Viper like her, there's no doubt you can be pushing on forward. No one is ready for what's coming this year. The confidence coming out from Wenz, from the entirety of the Gentlemates side. And that confidence is what they're going to need to keep on pushing on the defender side to get up to 8, maybe 9 if they can, to shut down G2. It's a difficult task.
It is. They are a force to be reckoned with. Akita tucking in on close. Berry X can hear the jump. Now she's known for these aggressive plays and has Nami as the second piece here. Finds the first, spins for the second, but the issue is Vanya and Ever have found their picks from further afield. And that brings the whole site crumbling down on top of them. And I mean, you've got Toka nearby, but look at this mid presence from Amy. Cuts off the rotates.
Oh, and I mean, Marty's shutting down this so well. Managing to sneak past Amy. Gentlemates, if you try and go for this, you need Toka alive, you need the drone, you need the recon. And Marty's found a good timing, but already Vanya's watching it. Wait,
oh,
Ever!
But she finds Ever instead. Devastation, because they now know where both of these players were trapped. And Vanya's got to find a way out here, is hearing the footsteps. Shot rings on out, clean shot, and the issue is needed Marty to step on up here. And so many lineups for this. The stall capability of these two is immaculate. There's the swing on out. Token leads this fight, is unable. And I think the Snakebiter just missed the mark, but it doesn't even matter.
I mean, Vanya's so good in those clutches. A lovely little 4K to clean it all up. Did sacrifice Ever's life for ex-teammate from BBL and now here on G2. Said, you know what? I'm going to let you die for this. I'm going to win the round for us. Don't you worry. But now Gentlemates, all they can get, all they can hope for on this half is 8. And I think they really need to get it. But G2've got Cosmic Divide up online. They've got the Hunter's Fury as well. The post plants can be just as devastating as before.
There's so much opportunity for disruption. You can't let them get into these post plants. Hunter's Fury out very early, desperately trying to find and catch Wenz there. Unable to. Vanya, oh, it's a crispy shot. It's beautiful.
Cutting through.
Maybe. Gate crash goes on through, waiting round on this corner. And that wall fades in for a world of hurt. 2 players on door. She's ready for the first. Nami's not ready to clear this corner. Akita's found one, and that leaves Berry trying to pick up the pieces here. And she's doing so successfully. Vanya's been spotted out as well. They're tapping her away. Again, we took the defuse, the lineups. Slowly,
Last
tucked
player
on
standing.
in. Berry goes down. Just Marty. I say just Marty like she hasn't been amazing. Situation
Stop
at hand.
trying.
So much to ask of. And is looking maybe just to try stick it there, but the issue is going to be not able to do so. She's holding it right now. 16 health. Vanya just at the very last second denies the sneaky defuse, denies it all, and everyone will
Last
be wiped
round
clean
in the
from the
half.
server. But it doesn't matter because G2 are bringing it back.
They really are. Our gentlemates don't have the money. They don't have enough to really get the full buy-in. I mean, Mimi getting 2 very nice kills here.
So-
Eventually does trade her out.
There was 0.36 seconds on that one. That hurts because you see it the first time. You see the first, you know, Molly drop, and you're like, oh, if you just stick it, maybe. But she feels uncomfortable holding it for that long. Takes the fight, and But yeah, these are fine margins, and we said with these two teams coming into it, it was going to come down to a matter of pixels. And Akita's found the pixels of the bed. Really good job from the gravity. Well, hold them for even just a second. Gives Marty time to get into position, but Vanya's taken down Toka. Now he gets one, but is traded out instantly, and now you know that Marty's coming from behind. Spike will go down, and gentlemates this time, not only is there still potential that they've got to try fight against, they've got a numbers disadvantage so hugely. Smoke goes on out there, the dissipate, and Wen's round the corner. It's going to catch Amy off guard here, but against the 2 versus 3, and so much stall capability.
It's going to be so difficult to push in, but gentlemates, they have no choice. They need to get the 7 if they can.
I mean, there's no round after this to save for. This is the end of the half. Full change. Flash goes on through, forced out into the open, into the fight there. We talk about the stall, the gravity well, but can't quite stick it. Needs Wens to go crazy here. Wens falls fully stunned on up. Vanya finds the last, and that's going to be it. A 6-6 half.
Switching sides. Last player standing.
And here we are, 6-6. We couldn't be more even if we tried, and it has been a very momentum-heavy half from both sides. But who will be the team to take the pistol? Who will establish the early lead and give themselves the advantage that both of them so desperately vying for?
And this is the thing, gentlemates, they're good at the gun rounds, but the pistols are usually where they falter, especially on the attack side. They're still well below 50% despite doing pretty well in the latter part of groups. And they're pushing over towards A to start with. Both of these teams will favour the A site for their executes. It's where their comps are honestly. And it's only Amy here.
Toxins going up. Amy waits, that boy goes over just as an early push here. Flashes, smoke coming on out, a little bit disorientated, and that's where G2 will thrive. They've created it, and now They've got a hold of the site once more. Toka around the corner. Vanya's waiting for Vanya just a little bit quicker. Finds the head. Wen's just looking for the trade, looking for the picks. Knows this round looks a little bit too far gone. Wants to fight for it. Tooth and nail. And ever beautiful find there. And G2, we talked about it. A pistol round to step on up.
And they're expected to win those usually. G2's defense pistols are where they shine. They know the fundamentals of where to sit, where to stand, waiting for their opponents to walk into their crosshairs. And they love this breeze. 7 times, 86% win rate. That shows how strong they are here, how strong they are on this map. They lean towards A. The TP comes to B. But, gentlemates, they're pushing up to A. Just the old Torbs. I'm sure if this was Abyss, they'd jump off the map if it was possible. Once they get these ults. But if they can get the spike down, it's good for them. It's beneficial.
And that's all you're really looking for. And now, waiting. They've not been given an opening pick. They've not been given anything to work with just yet. And a minute already whittled off.
The time. Not a massive factor for gentlemates. They're not expected to win this. They'd like to do some damage as much as possible, at least. Vanya spots them. The rotation surely coming on over, and the stall from the Astra. So nice on this map now.
It is, and Vanya, not only has the stall been amazing, but the kills have been too. They come flooding in. Marty finds one in response, but it is a weak and feeble reply to an absolutely dominating question. And the question being, who can stop G2? Right now, nobody.
And that's what I think G2 are going to be feeling, right? The resilience that you get as a team of veterans who have worked together for so long. You know each other. You know what the other's going to say, how they're going to play before they even think of it. Like that little moment, right? The jiggles coming out from Mimi with Ever then swinging around just to get that pick. Making sure that people didn't die. They kept the guns. And now, again, spam damage already done. Berryx taking a fair bit of it. Vanya. Good for that, even with the Bulldog. I think gentlemates, they just want to execute. They just want this site. They want the spike down. They want to get into the post plant.
On up, straight side.
Here.
I like to side, but my gosh, the A side takes me so good. And gentlemen, right down and with the pick unanswered. There's somebody on the other side of the boxes, though, distracted by the player on Oryx. Vanya goes on this, and that's going to be a bit of a problem because an unknown there is an unknown Kanya, and that, and she finds these most devastating multi-kill flash over the top, and all she's had to do is sit and wait patiently. He's got the first there. Vanya then swings on out on no, but Berry they don't. But good forward. They take bonus round out necessity. 6-1 on the track. They find it. No round we head into. This is the linchpin.
The most important round of this series so far for gentlemates. To be able to send themselves forward into the grand finals. They're one away from the dimensional drift. Potentially a key player in this round if they can get it online. Marty's used it mostly to good effect, sometimes jumping out of it a little bit early. In her opponent's face without a shorty, not really what you want to see, but Berryx, Mimi's heard her. Ever's watching her back though. Just jumping back away, the drone used in the fight. Vanya wins it out.
Oh, not only do they win it out, but with Akita's pick as well, they dominate the opening round. Player advantage and thin the number so dramatically. And Berryx has found a very nice flank all the way around the world here and can either just post up and allow what I'm assuming is going to be Marty just to rotate on in and plant. The further that Berry X pushes it here, the more dangerous this gets. Really for both sides. She can cut off the rotates, but unfortunately Marty's alone on site, and with all of these players going the other direction, is a little bit far removed from the situation for now. But actually having a little bit of a look back towards mid, making sure not to overextend too far.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's really going to get played in the way she wants. It's not even planted for her, really. Don't know if she's able to see that from tunnel. G2, they've got the right idea with this flank. They've got the time to push it off, but it's the two duelists, Marty, Berriex. What can you do in this post plant? You need to win this, and Marty's already been spotted.
Already been spotted, already been seen. Oh, what a shot from Berriex! And this is the way to keep yourself going. Huge advantage, and that spikes out in the open. There's not even time, even if Amy had found the pigs here. And goes down to Berriex. And it's an amazing stabilization from them. Early round, it gets a little bit shaky. But G2, doesn't matter, play at disadvantage. Gentlemates, they want the fight, they want the heat, and they want it even in the disadvantageous situations.
Yeah, I mean, what a round from them. Getting those duelists into that late number situation. That for Barry, what a shot onto Mimi. She's able to clean up Ever. A round that Gentlemates absolutely needed, because now G2 are on Nika, but Mimi's already found a pick.
Hold up, okay, maybe gets a little bit greedy for the weapon there, but going down after overextending for a weapon does not erase what a snazzy shot that was. But
really nice
again,
opening.
It puts them in a really uncomfortable situation, because 4 versus 4, even if we take the weapons out of the situation here, 4 versus 4 innately favors the attacking side.
It does. They've only got Amy over towards the B site. That drone has kept those A players locked on. And there's no Yoru for the quick rotate. She was taken out immediately. Amy's gone so low, and the snake bite's too late. Sight is completely under the control of Gentlemates. And G2 now left in the same situation as last round.
And there's absolutely nothing they can do. Look at this position from Toka. Cuts them off and stops them before they even can approach. Nice position here. Akita's managed to slip the net a little bit, and Berriex is here. It's going to need to have quick reactions, because Ever's not far away as well. Has Nami as well, which means round the corner, even if she misses, someone's there. And look at that, immediately knows where the last is. Just playing with her food. The movement tech, she's styling on them. But Nami steals away the kill. Says, enough with this. Let's not get cocky and overconfident, right? This is still the queens that we're up against. And you know what they say, if you go for the throne, you better not miss. And Nami says, okay, pack it in.
I feel like that's a little bit what Berriex was saying there to Mimi as well, but Gentlemates, they get the site, and Toka, after droning towards main, left to collect in mid, and the G2 timeout, it's got to come through. They know that the swing rounds are coming, the most important round here. If they lose this, it's probably getting Gentlemates up to 11, and if you look back to the first half, it was streaky, right? It was 6 rounds in a row for Gentlemates. And if they get 6 here, if they get another 3, that's up to 12. G2 cannot allow that to happen. They have a buy. They should have good guns. They've got the Cosmic Divide. They're 2 away from the Overdrive and the Hunter's Fury as well. Gentlemates already have their ults. They already have their guns. They have everything they need to win out the next round and push on to 11 or 12.
And that is a daunting prospect. This has been a very back and forth game, but it's quite aesthetic to look at, isn't it, on the scoreboard with this? It's almost symmetrical. A nice little pattern going on.
It's basically the same pattern so far. G2 need to disrupt it, right? They cannot allow 6 rounds, another 3 rounds in a row here, to be the exact same. Gentlemates.
Serious point.
You are divided.
But here we go, Marty on site already, spotted out too. Vanya being called here. Oh, Berix just missing the smoke, the lethal smoke, but Vanya spins around, finds Toka. Another player spotted by all of the recon utility. Vanya desperately trying to figure out where she is on the map, has found a safe space to tuck on in, and we saw her be so disruptive from this position, unchecked and unknown. Wall goes down, Cosmic Divide parts. Marty giving herself an exit plan if needed. Ever not really able to see too much over the wall here. Marty round the corner, senses something, spots a gun grabber, just lines up the shot on her head. Why not? Has time for it. Berry dancing with the angle, just trying to play for the information, something for her team to work off of here. They've got the advantage. Vanya so low. Here's the footsteps. Does she want to swing out for this? That 2 steps that she hears. Ever's got one, Nami for the next. Now Marty swings one out. Oh, in the open, Ever goes down. Tap on the spike. They know where the last is. And wins. It's a perfect shot as Gentlemates find themselves a 10th. And that pattern that we talked about, we're just retracing our footsteps right now.
But G2, they managed to save enough guns to now get the operator online. That's going to be the pattern breaker. This round, it was a hope. It was a dream. Lower weapons, yes. They weren't able to get it, but now going into the next is where they're going to take the fight to Gentlemates, where they're going to try and push up to 9 rounds, start their streak of 4 to get up to series point themselves before Gentlemates can. Mimi's got the op over towards mid. I mean, Gentlemates, they love exploring over towards tunnel, but I think this is just a hard exec. They're ignoring her.
Exactly. You can't beat them. Completely just ignore them. Maybe round the corner, finds the clone. The Hunter's Fury invested. Amy's just trying to find anywhere safe to play. Narrowly dodging the gravity well and the snake bite and the Hunter's Fury. Spams through the wall. Oh, that's not even going to be the end. It all comes down to the shorty, the most miserable of ways to have ended the onslaught, but it's fine. Stabilization, potentially 4 versus 4 is where we find ourselves, but spikes down. Lovely relay bolt. Marty's just going to dip on out of there. Viper's Pit's on down as well, which makes us uncomfortable. Trying to fight backside. Marty gets the first, spotted the second, onto the annual. Vanya's so low here. Reload comes on through, has to reload herself, gets caught on the reposition. Wen's still in her own Viper's Pit. So much clearing. Amazing. She snaps back round. Nami's found one as well. And just Vanya's so low on health. And we talk about the credits, we talk about the money. Just has to back away and save this. That's the only option. She does find one on the exit, but Nami, she does not let this go unpunished. And she says, this is our series. This is our stage.
They want the grand finals. They want to lock it in. The new team on the block. This roster built from so many individuals has come together in an incredible way. And now G2 without any guns saved. Weak weaponry. A Bucky for Vanya. Sheriffs and Shorties for the rest. An Overdrive for Akita maybe, but that's consistently been shut down by Gentlemates. They don't allow it to get anywhere near the value it could. As they go aggressive towards mid, but Gentlemates, they're just taking B. They're ignoring that push towards mid.
Completely and utterly, and we said, if you know the problem's there, why would you face it head on? David and Goliath, didn't fist fight each other, did they? It was a game of skill, of strategy, of the mind. And that's what they've done. Sidestep the issue. Akita's managed to find the first. Berry X round the corner looking for one. Akita finds it. And this is all just off the ruse. Berry X is dancing on their graves. Now, the shots have been good from the Sheriffs, don't get me wrong, but the situation too far removed. Went is going to punish as Mimi tries to reach for the weapon. And Marty does go down, but Berry X is here, and she is here to stay. And 12 rounds, that series point found. 4 needed for G2 to even bring this to overtime.
I mean, 4 in a row. They've got the ults, they've got the guns. Yeah, maybe they might be able to find something, but Gentlemates are looking unstoppable. At every turn, if 2 are flashed, a third is not, and ready to clean it up. They're so good at following each other up, backing each other up. The teamwork is impeccable. And the shots are really good as well. G2. Now, they're playing against the default. It's not a hard exec this time around. Can G2 find a way to come back in?
Wen's looking for it. Hungry for it. One round is all that they need right now. Relay bolt goes on over the top. The jump on down. Berry's found one, but it has been traded. The over-aggression, the eagerness to close this round on out might have caused them some problems here. Nami is back. Sight and Toka's found the pick needed to equalize. Ever round the corner. This is going to be the fight. This could be the fight to determine the game. And Wen swings out for two. And just Vanya left. The superstar, the GOAT. 1 versus 3. We've seen her do it before, but Wen's lining up on the angle here. They're tucking on back. They haven't actually planted just yet. Hoping to lure her in. Finds the first there. Smoke goes out into her face, though.
This is how the 1v3 happens. Vanya's done this exact thing so many times. This is possible, but Gentlemate's on the horizon of getting to the grand finals.
Here it is, Vanya has creeped a little bit further forward round the corner. 2 players waiting, the swing on out from Nami to close it out. And Gentlemates have done it, taken vengeance for the group stage, taken down the Giants. And a 13-8, they close out the series and they stamp themselves as the first grand finalist team.
No one is ready for what's coming this year. A potential for G2 Gozen, the champions of EMEA so consistently. They're not in the grand finals, they're not locked in yet as the coaches are lifting each other up. They are happy and Gentlemates have made it in to the grand finals. I mean, what a series for this new team coming out of basically nowhere. They got into partnership and they picked up this roster. They were relatively lately built as well. And then all of a sudden, they're beating G2 Gozen in the upper finals.
It's amazing. But I am so excited because we talk a lot about teams that made lots of changes, right? And many of them have had to find their groove a little bit. It's so rare to see a team fall and land and just hit the ground running to this extent, taking down a team that, yes, we saw G2 make a roster change, but for the most part they've been a core for a very long time. To be taking down some of the best in the first 2 months,
it's such an incredible feat. And I mean, you look at a team like G2, they do fall, they do falter sometimes. They are not an infallible team. But for Gentlemates to come in so quickly, to bring players that have beaten them before, but that specifically they've been on the same teams as people like Vanya, people like Eva, and they're taken down by their old teammates. I mean, Vanya right at the top, outshining everyone on both sides. But Gentlemates' teamwork, their fundamentals, the way they are, their communication, it is all there. And I think I've got to say, this boot camp that they're on must have been a big part of why they're doing this well.
Yeah, I think so. It's a lot better to play on land for some of these important games. I think there's just that extra level of energy, that extra level of communication. And I think that's really shown here as well. I think Marty, not only just MVP for this map, got to be the MVP for the whole series. Like, she has been online. She has been firing on all cylinders for every single round.
I mean, like, there's some players that, you know, they have these highlight moments, right? These highlight reels that they might be able to get, but for a player to be so consistent is almost unheard of. I mean, like, Berryx has been such a star. Like, you've seen her on previous rosters absolutely pop off, right? But this is a new height for so many players on this team. For Wenz, it's the first time back at this level since 2023. 3 years later, she's still, or almost 3 years later, she's still at the top of her game. Maybe even better. This might be an improvement on that old BBL Queens roster. And now they're fighting against probably one of their old best players, Vanya. They're beating her out. And Gentlemates, I mean, congratulations to the org, to the players to get into the grand finals this early. Top 2 confirmed.
Yep, top 2 confirmed, and it means that they've got a little bit of a chance to breathe as well, because matches have been pretty flat out for some of these teams because it has been back-to-back-to-back games. Now, today is only, of course, the second day of games for these two teams coming in. No, it isn't, sorry, it's Gentlemate's 3rd day, isn't it? Which means that we are... I'm trying to do the maths.
I think it's second.
Where they've been playing back-to-back officials, and it's been a pretty, lengthy couple of series for them. They've had to really fight for this, but they're going to earn themselves a little bit of a break tomorrow, which should be quite nice. Gives them an opportunity as well, a huge advantage to be able to scout out and watch in even more detail these other teams that they will be seeing one of in the grand final up against them.
And most importantly, they get a G2 BO5, who, if we're assuming G2 make it to the BO5, they get to watch G2 in their best of 5. They get to watch more of the map pool coming out from the Gozans, and they are going to be able to prepare so much better for that because of it.
And that's a
this
worry.
Gentlemate's roster, it is because they've already prepared so well, right? You saw what they did on maps like Haven. Split was so much closer thanks to the way they were playing against the aggression of G2 Gozan on the defense. Gentlemates looked so strong. And for a Gozan, that they do look great this year. This start of the stage has been very good for them. We're starting to already see cracks, and I want to see them fill those in before the lower finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I think would be quite nice. But I think the fact that we've already seen them be able to adapt and improve already. We looked at how they did in their first series in the group stage versus now, and there has been marked improvement on almost any benchmark that you can measure statistically, in terms of just how it's looked kind of from an outside perspective. The vibes have just been so great. And this is a team that has been building exponentially, that every game looks stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's the worry, is that they came into this as a team that some of them were in their first sort of international competitions, international teams, and the fact that they are able to come in immediately and hit these levels that teams have been achieving as a benchmark is something else. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a very quick look at the bracket so that you guys can see the matchups that are coming up soon, because we said this one's done. This means that we have our first grand finalist booked, but the other matches that are remaining, Giant X versus Carmine Corp, is going to be that next game. Now, bear in mind, every game up until the grand final now is elimination matches.
And GX and KC, both of these rosters, completely different stories, but they want to hit the top. Carmine Corp, they didn't switch up their roster, and they want to push on forward to fight against G2 again. That is a story as old as time, but so is the Giant X org versus G2. But it's new players. We can wait to see that match. But it's going to be such a good one when we get there.
It is, but I have the absolute pleasure of being able to bring on to the stage. Get out of here, Echo. We've got Queen Nami waiting for us. Now, I've got to ask you, is there anybody that can stop this Gentlemates team now?
No one can stop us, guys.
Nobody at all. You've taken down the favorites coming into this. Now, compared to your expectations, is this how you saw the series going? Or were you maybe a little bit surprised about how dominantly you came out here?
No, to be honest, we were full confidence. I don't think this is a surprise. We were ready to dominate it. I think that we're a really strong team, so we were just not afraid about anyone. For us, no one was on better than us, so we're not surprised.
I mean, I'm not surprised either. You guys are looking so incredibly strong. Now, I want to ask a little bit about going into the map veto and Haven getting picked. Was that something that you were preparing for? That kind of took a couple of us off guard. What was the thoughts with the veto?
To be honest, we kind of felt that Haven was a possibility, and we were prepared on the map. This is a map that we work a lot before the playoffs, so I mean, we wasn't too much to think about vetoes. We were just that we know that we're already on all the maps, so So heaven was like a pick that we were ready for it.
Yeah, and you stormed through. Now we've got to ask. I think it was the first time we've seen it, at least in the playoffs as well. The Nami op. What's going on with that? We finally got to see you on it. Are you enjoying it? Are we going to be seeing some more of it, maybe?
Like, to be honest, I just have so much fun playing. Like, I know, like sometimes just saying like that we're gonna do something, and I'm gonna like just up like and look the other side. If I like, we kind of need like to play kind of aggressive to take like some info. And I don't know, I'm just having fun. I'm just saying this up, and like it's a game. We're here to have a lot of fun first. So this is what we're doing.
Exactly, having fun and winning is the cherry on top. Now, you guys, first grand finalists. What are you doing with your day off tomorrow?
Sorry, can you repeat?
You've got the day off tomorrow, no games. What are you going to be doing with that time?
Of course, we're gonna work on like some mistakes, some stuff that we still need to fix. But it's a good like time for us also to rest. I think that we deserve like to have a bit of rest. And yeah.
Sounds good. Now I'm gonna let you go get that more than earned rest. Thank you so much for joining me, and huge congratulations, our first grand finalist, Gentle Mates.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for supporting us. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. Bye.
And getting to see the coaches in the background as well. I think nobody is happier than them right now. I have never seen glee and giddy that much in one place, but well earned as well. Amazing to see from them. I think definitely the upset team, but the fact that we've got the upset already is kind of taking a lot of people by surprise.
It's taken me by surprise for sure, but there's always going to be that thing in the back of my mind. G2 goes and don't lose rematches. They lost this one, but they've not lost to Gentlemates before. Now they've lost. They can learn more from it. So I expect to see them fighting back if they can make it into the grand finals. But I mean, Gentlemates, to come into GC, their first split in Game Changers, and they just dominate like this, what a win for the org.
Indeed, but that is going to be it from us. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you these games, but there's still more matches coming up. Oh yes, there are. So if you have not had enough of Valorant, if you need a little bit of entertainment with your dinner, with your lunch, with your breakfast, wherever you may be, we have got another entire series lined up for you, and we're going to be watching it with glee. Elimination on the line, a chance in the lower bracket semi-finals versus G2 coming on up, and you're not going to want to miss it. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll see you guys for that series very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata.
Welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Akamas. Next to me there's the great Zobi, and we are looking for an opponent for G2 Gozen in their lower bracket final. A best of 5 tomorrow for them, and we are looking for the team that's opposing them. Zobi, are we hyped?
Oh, I am so hype. It feels like it's been a long time coming to cover playoffs alongside you, Akamas. To me, the American infiltrator, and you, the master of the DACA region. And while your biases are now gone, we have a banger on our hands when we get there. But Akamas, I want to talk about the match we saw earlier today, right? To circle back and take a look at that bracket, right? I feel like nobody kind of expected Gentlemates versus G2 Gozen to go that way, right?
And not really, right? For me, when I saw the Gentlemates lineup, I was very surprised on how they started the season. I thought it's a lineup with a very high ceiling, right? You have a team that can go all the way in stage 2 or stage 3, that can make champs at the end of the year, but I did not expect them to make upper bracket, to win the upper bracket final against G2 Gozen in their first few weeks on the league. And Gentlemates surprised us all the way through. They're up there, sitting as the first seed in the upper bracket final right now. And yeah, they are waiting for their opponents on Sunday.
And it's like great stories either way, right? G2, the only team they lost to in the group stage being Carmine Core. And on the flip side, right, the one team Giant X still has on a hit list and will make their way down in the lower bracket is G2 Gozen as well. But this is the big thing that matters for the match that we're covering, this lower round 1 between Carmine Core and Giant X. Do you remember last year where they literally had 10 points between them, between Seed 2 and Seed 3 in EMEA? Well, or sorry, it was 20 points. Well, 10 points is just decided from this match today. And then Akamas, you were talking about it's like a 15 jump between second and third. So again, that longevity could reward them a lot. And we've seen points making a difference when you get down to stage 3.
Especially when it comes to pressure, right? We saw Twist Minds making the grand final against G2 Gozen going head-to-head with them and still not making champs in their form at the end of Stage 3 last year. And G2 Gozen being under such pressure going to Istanbul, they had to win that final against Twist Mind to even lock GCC. So in the end, those points make a lot of difference when it comes to the mental game, when it comes to what's coming up for those two teams towards the end of the year.
Well, let's jump into the matchup then. We don't want to delay any further. Giant X versus Carmine Core. And up first, that team that is the kind of team to beat right now. Kept all 5, were your 5th, 6th highest rated team alongside G2 Goes in last year's GCC. It is Carmine Core. So let's get the girls up there and start breaking this down, Akamask.
Yeah, you know, it's the lineup that last year surprised a lot of us. That last year, over a lot of the stages, dominated GC EMEA, Glance, Anicelia, Alkia, GX, and Safia. Carmine Corp were on a warpath last year. One split 1 and 2, lost the last one against G2 Gozen, and overall, I think, lost their steam towards the end of the year. And throughout the start of 2026, it is an up and down roller coaster, not the consistency that we wished for from them going into the year. Still ending the group stage on a 6-3 and steadily improving towards the end. But in playoffs, still down to the lower bracket now.
No, absolutely. They've had such a turbulent start to playoffs, right? Amidst some technical issues and some other personal issues. And I think the resiliency and the speed in which they've bounced back and to get this far is already a statement. And I do think that now that things have stabilized, they should look a lot stronger. But I completely agree with you in regards to they ended their GCC run. First off, their Lanimals is now that's just been proven to me. They're better on land. And second, just it's this idea of we expected more out of them. They expected more out of themselves as well coming into this year. They said, just you wait, we'll be back, we'll be better. I think it was Glance and Jix that said that. Yeah. And they definitely didn't play like that yesterday.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely some struggles there for Carmine Corp that needs to be addressed. They need to really find back into their rhythm that they had at GCC. And for me, like this blue wall that they brought to Seoul, that got them a lot of momentum in this arena. They are loud. They are there for their team, and I think if we're going towards LAN towards the end of the year, maybe this will make another difference again.
Well, let's meet the other team on the flip side that's going up against them, right? The revamped, the revitalized Giant X, the team, the underdogs, as you've dubbed them, Akamask. And there's a reason why, right? You don't have a fair share of international experience on this roster, but you have super recognizable names. I like touching on Adora just because she did have that little sub stint with Warada over at the Americas LCQ that I was actually a part of, seeing her growth and how she can gel to new environments super, super quickly. And that's come in clutch here when you have Jade stepping in as a new IGL, and when you're also pairing that with players that GX actually welcomed into your previously existing FMCL core.
Yeah, that FMCL core got signed off by Giant X in the end of the year with a lot of experience in EMEA overall, right? Jade, Adora, Anva, Anita, and Jada all played in EMEA before, but never played on those big stages. All of those are like those misfit players that got together to finally reach the international stage. And I think for every one of them, that's the big goal. That's the thing where you want to go to in the end of the year. Like Jade Moore, I met her on LAN last year in the DACH finals, and she stated she wants to make GCC, she wants to get there. In the end, failed with SK, but now with GX, a new chance.
Absolutely. But I actually had the unique opportunity, right, to talk with the player that you said you met in person. And she did echo a lot of those sentiments about this being their year. They are confident, they are fired up. So let's take a little listen in on what Jade Wall had to say. I have the pleasure of speaking with the IGL of Giant X, Jade Wall, as they look to kick off their lower bracket run with a win today versus Carmine Core. And I just wanted to get a little bit of insight about your previous match and the upcoming one. So first and foremost, right, before your match against G2 Gozen yesterday, Coach Asuka highlighted that the team is no stranger to coming up with hot fixes along the way, quick day-to-day changes, right, because of how late the roster was locked in before the first stage began. So I was curious, what have been some of those big point focuses of improvement from yesterday's upper semifinals loss to today's lower bracket round 1 that you're hoping to see make a difference?
I mean, I won't say something specific. I think just we need to keep focusing. We need to keep doing our things, right? Putting energy into the game, showing that yeah, we're here to fight, okay? And obviously, yesterday, it looks bad, it's a 2-0 loss, but I think it's quite clear to see that Corrode could have been ours, certainly. So, you know, like, we already showed that we're not falling in the face of adversity or something against G2, you know, like not crumbling like many rosters would, you know. So, you know, we're just here to fight. We're not thinking about it now. It's, oh my god, up against the EU champions, you know, and whatever. It's like we're just playing. We're focusing on doing our thing. And obviously some little tactical details, but why I'm not going to explain that, am I?
Cannot reveal the trade secrets, I understand. And I'm glad you still have that mindset, because a big part of your day one interviews, right, before and after that win versus Twisted Minds Orchids, was wanting to be bold, wanting to be confident, and showcase the best versions of yourself in each and every match for results, right? And I feel like you probably weren't satisfied with that performance versus G2 with it being a loss, but even individually. So I was curious then, like you mentioned how focused you guys are, but what did that mental process, that reset look like? And right, as the IGL, you've got to rally the troops as well. So can we get a little sneak peek of what like either the speech was after that G2 loss, or what the pep talk going into Carmine Core today is going to be?
I mean, it's just going to be just guys, like, show yourself, you know. Like, I've actually this is something interesting. I've been saying this in all the matches, okay, and this will definitely be reminded today, okay? We have to remember that in a game, in something like playoffs, okay, like these are the opportunities you get so rarely, okay? At the very most, we're going to get this as a team 3 times this year, you know, these types of games, intense moments, these, okay, you're fighting for something that's meaningful, something people remember, you know. So it's just about that. Like, we just have to go and be like, okay, now we're back on the elimination, just like Twisted Minds game, or we're back against the wall, you know. We need to go, we need to fight, we just need to have fun, okay? Because this is why we played all of this, to play these kind of matches. I'm not going and getting excited to go into walk into a group stage, you know, or walk into a cash cup. No offense to people who run the cash cups, right? But you know, the playoffs is where it's at, right? We need to go. We need to put fire in the server, and we're gonna do that today. Win or loss, we're gonna have fun with it.
Well, I cannot wait to see the fire and the flames and the adrenaline is high. I'm sure you guys will perform under pressure and give us one heck of a series. Good luck, Jade, and to Giant X.
Thank you.
And we are straight running into that agent select coming up for us. Carmine Corp picking a bind. Afterwards, it's the Giant X pick of Haven, and the decider will be Breeze. What are we saying to this one, Zobi?
Oh my goodness. I was going through this, and the only one that made sense to me was really Haven, right? While there's a lot of reps on it there for the side of Carmine Core, it's not been particularly kind to them with 5 losses, but Bind, it feels like even though it's been strong for KC, there's like risks inherited with GX and their reps on that map, because it's been a coin toss, and they've had some really strong showings, like a 13-0. And even for Breeze, right? While, you know, KC made history on this map kind of up against G2, they haven't won it yet in playoffs.
They haven't won it yet in playoffs, and for me, Bind is also a question mark for KC against GX. I think a lot of the reason why they picked this one up in the first place is that they're on a 3-game win streak on that map. They won against Bassa, they won against G2 Gozen, and they won against Alternate Attacks Ruby. But with those team comps coming out, it's a little bit of a immovable object versus big force thing coming up here, because Carmine Corp struggles a lot on attack, 46% attack round win rate, but has a great defense with around 60%. On the other side, it's completely different for Giant X, 60% attack win rate, 40% defense win rate. Completely different identities for both of those teams.
Yeah, and when you start digging into the agent compositions, it explains those identities, right? Like, you look at again, the Waylay, the Teho, the Brim, the Viper, even technically the Flash from Sky, and all of that just screams delay, delay, delay on each and every one of these choke points, right? And on the flip side, with that double duelist, you're going to see players like Adore, you're going to see players like Anva getting super, super vigilant in that backside space, and that's kind of what defines their attack half. And it's not something that Carmine Core is a stranger to, right? Bind is one of the 2 maps that they played in that opener in week 1, round 1 of the round robin, and it was a really close game, right? KC only narrowly getting it by 13-11.
Overall, the last matchup between those 2 teams was very close. Went down to the wire, 1 overtime, 1 13-11, and we want to see a replication of this one. We want to see a great matchup between those 2 teams. It's do or die for a 2-time champion of last year, Carmine Corp, or the misfits of Giant X going up against them, trying to reach the pearly gates, and the duel against G2 goes in tomorrow.
Oh. And I'm already seeing the Alkia special on this defense. You're going to see her fight out so often in these early rounds. And you're going to switch which initiator she's paired with as well. So it looks like this time Anacelia up to bat. And yeah, they're starting on that stronger side too. There it is, defense. We gotta see it shine strong with this pistol start.
And this might be a first duel. Alkia on that waylay over towards long. Here's the Brawler. Gets sacked. A little bit of information for Giant X, not too much, but they still have this far-stretched approach to the game, trying to clear out as many angles as possible and get some information on the positions. And I execute might be starting up there.
Yeah, no HP exchange. The regroup good. The deposit from Anita into showers is good. It doesn't matter when the pop comes through and if Casey keep a head on it.
Oh, the double stack on Lamps there might be a little bit dangerous. Nobody's looking at this one. GX entry kill. But Jade immediately there with the trade. You hear the second player. You saw not the second player. Terro's positioning available there for Giant X as well. Adora is taking the wrist, fighting a little bit more. Over into Lamp. Spike still not planted. KC rotated over Anita. Important frag onto Saphir. Both controllers out of the game. No more smokes. They'll be flexible. They'll be static. And now it's all onto Alkia. Needs to find the timing. Needs to find some frags. Anita has been spotted. The second one for her. Numbers down for KC. Frags must be in there for Alkia. A double for her side back into that corner. Jada makes it into a 1 versus 2. For her and her teammate, but she needs to rotate. She needs to find a way over to Anita.
And the control Anita has garnered, the kills she's found this round have defined it. And with 10 seconds left, the spike will go down. You saw Celia just waiting for that confirmation before going for the retake, and she has decent resources to get it done. One guiding light to try and divide these players. The HP advantage as well. The players actually playing their own lines as well on the Giant X side.
It's very possible for Anacelia to isolate those two 1v1s. They know where she's coming from, and still, Jada is playing for the lineups. Makes it very dangerous. Anacelia brings herself into a 1v1. Isolated those duels, but no lineups for Jada. No. Only up available. A half defuse already coming through. This one will go down to the clock, and Anacelia clutches it. 1v2. Finds the last frag as well. And a round win for Carmine Corp. On that pistol, back and forth, but they get it in the end.
I mean, just such unfortunate timing from Adora swinging through that toxic screen here. And while, again, it was rotation simulator there, we couldn't overstate the importance of this pistol round for Carmine Core. And kicking off the defense on the right foot, and Anacelia delivers the 50-50, the head swivel between Showers and Short. And like you mentioned, no Yuta left in the bank either, because it was that pistol, so nothing there for Jade to rely upon. And now Nico waiting, seeing if there's an outlier that you can punish. And speaking of outliers, Alkia on the shower line solo, confident in this outlaw.
Interesting.
And it's kind of fake pressure from Jade Maw.
Interesting sort of rotation here from Carmine Corp. Trying to get those very block heavy agents in the Terro and in the Viper into one side. And now, getting some support from this guy. The fight starts off. Saphir, easy frags for Carmine Corp. A little bit of a problem there for Glance. Trying to shoot this one down from Hookah. Jade Maw gets a second one. Some weapons on the ground, but the triple for Saphir saves that round. 2-0. Carmine Corp makes swift work of Giant X, and it's all as we would expect after one pistol round now. GX, they need to come back.
Yep, and this will be the round to do so. Weapons will be in hand. I mean, it's nice that they got onto the site. I just wish there was that extra nuance of the plant going through. And it was, again, that speed of the reflood, the speed of the rotation that you mentioned was early into the round, actually, from Carmine Core. This is what I mentioned, right? You're going to see Alkia jumping around now, paired with the Teo for a deep A-line deposit. And this is also a switch-up as well. Usually it's the Viper, right, with that toxic screen, the snake by delay being that hard B-side anchor. And that's not the case, right? It's going to be Celia. It's going to be Jix here in Hookah to receive what really is where the spike is actually headed, because while Anita's being flashy, she's just the distraction. Finding two Akamask.
That's a perfect distraction, I think, you know? the best one Giant X could ask for right now. And KC is already putting their forces into the A side, trying to support Safieda, but she will re-clear some space over towards Showers, and I think KC knows what's up. They know what's gonna happen, and it's all down.
Smoke's down.
To GX down there in hookah, but no real chance to fight this one off. Just a judge in hand. Maybe she gets Anva.
It would be an upgrade, and that would be really nice out of hookah. And that's where my question was, is Giant X going to clear it late, or do they just trust in the Viper?
I think they're trusting. But Anva is gonna go down here. There's no way you're clearing a judge like this. Dropping a gun. GX gets the second one as well. This is doable for KC if they have the right utility pieces up and running. And Celia, you need to find a lower target. You need to find anything. Spear already trying to crash in there, but Anita, a triple kill for her. Trade comes in late. GX not up there for the task. Alone, up there in hookah. One kill, but the Dora closes the round. It's not been pretty for Giant X. 3 players on the ground, but they convert the round. Find it on the bigger weapons, and an ult up for Anita now as well.
That's all they needed was the round, and I agree, this dimensional drift is going to come in clutch, but it's this moment right here, right? You saw the gears turning, you saw the planned Adora regroup there with Anva to ensure that possibility didn't come through, and because it does, it is Jix that's able to find those 3 kills in a quick succession, make it hurt so much, and that's going to be replicated in some of these light shields, but Alki doesn't have an outlaw anymore. Operator upgraded. Protection. Bodyguard from Anastasia. Again, to kick things off, to relinquish any pressure that would have been there from a fast play out of Giant X, and GX honestly starting a lot slower than they did in the previous time they matched up against Carmine Core on their attack, and we'll see if it serves them well when we get into the rifle rounds like this.
Such an interesting idea. Gets checked by the crawler. Needs to go onto the GP for real this time. Anita, a lot of info. Gets out of the smoke! This quick one out of Anita, finds glance. Enver overruns on Celia as well. Double initiator comp falls down on the side. A quick one out of GX. Once their executes happen, they're quick, they're decisive, no hesitation. Over from the underdog side. Aki and GX, both of them need to move into this one. The AWP, not the best gun for a retake for sure, but still a dash available for Arkia. She can get into closer ranges. She can fight this one off. Gets the first kill into Adora. No trade from Jade Mo. The Tubes player down. Sophia might bring this one back. Jada has ultimate. This one is an option. All of them in the circle, and they're trying to fight forward. Trying to fight into Jada. Anva all on her own. Falls into Sophia, and Casey really takes that side back in an undermanned situation. They're going onto a 2-2. And if 2, 3, and 1.
And oh, it is a nail biter, but honestly, the survival of Safia here, that talks to screen was everything, right? They finally fixed the synchronization issue from Long and Hookah, and we're coming out of that side together. That kind of was that gear sync that you were looking for, Akamask. And even the delay utility there was nice, but it was respected by KC. They played their own game on the retake, and they got through every single layer there. And so we're gonna have to see a rework there in the post just a little bit out of Giant X, but for now it hurts, right? A singular hero rifle, some shotguns, and you see what you can do launching out of A short.
There.
And it's down to Anita normally. She's the first one to fall. Jade Moore.
Out of here.
GX has some spidey senses tingling there. Gets that frag onto the IGL of Giant X. Adora tries to get into close and comfortable range with the judge, but KC is just one step ahead. Trying to fight into this one, but Alki has the right equipment for those situations. A frag onto Shorty as well. Just one shot. A second one onto Anver as well. 4 and 1. KC is sort of just running away with that defense. A flawless round makes their economy even better.
As it should, and I mean, it's difficult when your hero rifle falls that early, when you're getting shot blind through a smoke while trying to re-clear shower, which has been a strong point of these A executions, and Alkia doesn't even get traded here, and I do think that makes this the perfect time for the Giant X time out to come through. And it's because you're coming into a big ult round for the opposition, right? Which would disrupt your buy, keep you in that, again, eco-purgatory. And I mean, you're on your way to your own, right? Adora 2 off, you have that Nightfall to counter. And we've noticed, okay, B side, they can get onto it pretty easily. A, we haven't seen enough, I think, information. It's just the posts that need to be improved. And so that's where I want to see, honestly, some more confidence. This is the team that doesn't care who's on the other side of the server, right? I want to see them, like, you know, pushing into elbow, running disruption plays. When you're running the double duelist, when you're running the Yoru, that can set that sort of play style up. And instead we've been seeing very passive side holds, right? With chuck a C's, chuck the incendiary, don't let them out of the CT choke. And that could be a nice switch up in just mentality that Coach Oscar recommends.
Yeah, it says mentality. Make this one a little bit quicker onto A. Like, those executes take so long of a timing right now. And I think Giant X need to quicken some things up. They have ultimates available. Like, they have the Nightfall. And they always like this play from Alkia! Going through the TP immediately! Gets the shot onto Anita, shuts down the Yoru! Potential for a quick execute shutdown for GX!
That is a big change from the last time as well. They were good at piecing apart these TP trap plays, preventing Alkia from finding impact like that, and we've seen a few of them now find success already. And you mentioned, okay, a fast execute is out of the window, but what about an Anva lurk? The issue, Sophia, again, mentioned the peculiarity of a Viper being the anchor, but it could catch out a play like this if the cycling is a miss.
Once again, all blocking utilities onto the same side. This will be a rough run for Giant X, even though it's a 2 versus 4 on the play as well. The drone will spot out Jade more. They know it's a split play. They know one player still up in showers. Alkia ports behind her, gets the kill. Nice drop coverage, comes a double from her, make it 3. Sophia pushes in there as well, choking out all hopes of GX for their second round. KC is just so decisive on their defense when they're trying to pinch them.
That's the second time we've seen Jade Maw, the one that's stuck in showers alone and pinched like this. She did a nice diffusal utility with the C's to try and fight one side of it, but you mentioned on the site the speed in which they backed each other up, in which they got Glance and Sophia in position to trade each other. There was no winning in that sort of situation, and I liked the disrespect from GX, right? Going past a snake bite, picking up the pace a little bit, but doesn't work out. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. TP through, refract, ready. At a moment's notice, and they're learning now. They're playing further back. They're waiting for that set play, that set piece, and answering back with traps of their own.
Ready for the ultimate. They're just throwing this one in. Akia going aggressive. A second one, and the second one as well.
On an eco?
On an eco, that's a lot of commitment. Sophia gets a kill into Anva as well. Nobody from GX was there stuck in place. Glance finds a look onto showers. Anita not able to surprise anyone there. Spike is down.
One enemy remaining.
Last player will be the IGL. Will be Jade Maw. Just
sure,
lurking in the shadows. But her position could be known as well. Sophia has a 4-piece. Viper split it up and running for the next round. And KC, a harsh commitment, but a 1 round.
I mean, 2 flawlesses at this point. Sophia 10 and 2. I mean, we criticize maybe the double investment of ultimates, but maybe they just wanted that 6th, right? Maybe they want to force out a second timeout from Giant X this half, but that round, honestly, albeit being an eco for Giant X and them getting obliterated in flawless fashion, I liked what I was seeing in terms of the recognition progression, right? I want them to repeat everything that they just did, but with weapons in hand, right? And that's where you expect, okay, the same kind of TP play, but now Alkia is just on the direct line shower. So will the delayed swing help them at all? Will the haunt help them at all? It's a question yet to be answered.
And it seems like Giant X doesn't really have the answers right now. Again, setup switched up from Carmine Corp. Alkia has the first frag, always. This operator finds targets, and once GX was ready for that set play on the teleport, KC has a new idea, has a new setup onto their defense. No playing one initiator, plus the Viper onto that B side, and it turns out perfectly for them. A 7-1 on the horizons. And Giant X, they don't seem to have the answers onto their attack, which normally seems to be their strong side. A double hold now there in Hookah. Breaking this one will be hard. And Celia has a flash.
One enemy
Trying to fight aggressively. Sophia and her.
Down B.
A double for the Liking, and the Dora is all on her own now.
They're tipping right into Jix as well.
And having all the space in the world to kill for Adora. But what else could you expect from her? Like the spike somewhere dropped in Narnia.
Honestly, she takes the TP back through A. B is a ghost town. But she doesn't know that that's the case. She's probably just trying to hold on to this Vandal. Give them a second chance as Carmine Core is going to confirm a lead. And, yep, again, they are not all-knowing as we are, and they might not even be able to hold on to the weapon. And Celia, when I saw them fighting out of Hookah towards San off of her flash, I knew that they were feeling confident in the server, right? You don't take risks like that unless you know you're going to win. And again, what was a round that would absolutely ruin Giant X if they lost it in this fashion? And we mentioned pushing that second timeout, and there it is, Akamas.
Yeah, a quick second timeout for Giant X. And I don't know, like the strong side normally for Giant X was their attack, right? Their decisive executes, they could all rely on each other, and right now I don't see anything of that. I see Carmine Corp being ready for every play, for every situation that Giant X is throwing at them, and KC is switching up their defensive setup so much. It's actually hard for Giant X to read any of that when every time you're trying to get onto a side, trying to fight into a side, there are different people there, there's a different setup there.
You can see Sophie, it might just be the key to it, right? Not just 12-2 now, but had a standout performance the last time facing off against GX as well. And honestly, I'm trying to go back to then, like, the answer, right? Talking about how they're not being able to figure out these defensive repositions, these defective swaps, and that's where I maybe want to see a little bit more util investment in the early round and then just trust in Anita and Adora to make that space on their lonesome in the late post, right? I feel like we've been saving a lot of Jade and Wall util for the late round, and we're not getting to that stage anymore. And with this broken bye and a 7-1 scoreline in Casey's favor, we've got to see that change out of this timeout.
And I gotta be aware of what Casey might be capable of their potential defensive setups. It's not like they are running one order. There's always something else with them right now.
Okay.
Maybe a straight A execute.
Yeah, I do like that. Anva probably heard the drone, avoided it. Now, false sense of security, perhaps, but it's more intentional, right? Than meets the eye, because Casey has that op on the deepest line possible here in Heaven.
Yeah, and you see everything that you need to see. Immediately, the Armageddon has been thrown down. Adora into the backside. Valkyria gets away with her life. The showstopper doesn't stop the show for KC up until now. A lot of space taken by Giant X, but KC, all 5 members available, and a kill out of Valkyria brings this one much more into their pockets. But Adora in the backside is a storm that is approaching the lines of Carmine Corp. Trying to fight into that front side. Those range angles are perfect for that smaller weapons. GX is playing with a second round on the horizon. Jade more even investing an ultimate into this one to make it a little bit more doable, to make it a little bit more catered towards what they're trying to do. An ult-heavy round. That's something that you need to do off from GX if you want to get that second one. 3 surviving players, some weapons for them, some more economy, and a thrifty coming out there from GX.
Takes 3 ultimates to get it through, but that's the kind of kickstart that their system needs at this point. And they really did like play their win con, which I mentioned was getting Adora into backside positions like these. And you saw that Casey understand that that is a win condition for Giant X. That's why the Armageddon comes out, right, from Glance. It was just smidgen too late, and they were lucky to keep their lives because of their fract available, because of the deep tuck as the trigger went off, and now they know the A post plant is strong, so they're playing a little bit more forward this time, not giving that level of respect they showed in the previous round towards the safe space.
Much more aggressive. Again, Carmine Corp switching that setup round by round. Lands in an awkward angle, but gets out. Aki has the op as well. Might find something to scope at, but Will be an alt battle between her and Anita. A lot of information that's not quite giving anything away for Common Corp, because immediately after getting the info, GX is re-clearing that space, but Alkia shuts down a lot of what they're trying to set up right now.
And this off is the absolute defensive difference as well for this team. Did not see it sing this melodiously in the previous matchup, and yet to see a counter come out from Giant minus a showstopper forcing respect. So what do? You avoid it instead. We've mentioned the B exit have been successful. This time Anasili is ready for it.
30 seconds left.
All of the utility is ready for it as well. Glance throwing down the servos. Now frag out of Safia brings this one even more into undoable territory for Giant X. They have 2 players up there on A. An immediate setup that KC can play around for the whiff. Out of Alkia makes this doable. GX has a double. If Alkia whiffs, her teammates are there as well. KC is running away with that half. That one round might just be a fluke, because KC's defense seems to be unbreakable right now.
Wow. And I like that they haven't let up. They are trying to disrespect Carmine Core here, but every single player is hitting these spray transfers, is hitting these opening shots, and that is something so hard to call against, and it's gonna be where players like Jade that IGL need to step up, where Jade, the experienced previous caller of some GC dynasties, might need to share the expertise, but look at this. No way. Before they're in another dimension, Akamusk!
No way! In the dimension transition, she gets the shot done. Alkia down onto 30 HP, but gets the heal. Another peek, another whiff, but all of the players spotted a lot of information for KC. Alkia still clinging to life, now shut down by Adora. But it brings out all the rotations for Carmine Core. GX there as well, the siege hitting on Celia. What a setup there, but Lance finds a frag onto the elbow as well, a back and forth. Playing volleyball onto that side, it seems.
GX is alone though. Rotation's still trying to come through.
Yeah, Sophia needs to clear some more space. Spike might go down, but are they aware of that angle? Has been uncleared, not checked, but GX has a kill. Fragging IGL again with another, and Jada saves her team on this Red Bull clutch once more, as she did on previous maps and previous matchups. Jada has ice in her veins.
Oh, and after this start, another first blood goes Carmine Core's way. This was just some brilliant technicality from the Cease trap to the soundtrack and to shut Alkia down. And there was a misstep in how they played that 1v2. The heroics carry them through. Jada, who performed even with a hard loss yesterday. And she might have just given Giant X a chance in this map, right? You get an 8-4 here, you win the next pistol. There is definitely a way to divert the course back to safe waters, and right now, when the money doesn't matter, you can cause some chaos with a Odin Vandal swap like Anasilia has to push them towards A, to push them towards Alkia's domain, and do like GX not really biting just yet.
Flash giving some information. Just waiting for that execute. Adora is showstopper. This will be the main set piece of what they're trying to do. Showstopper calls the execute. Spots GX. No frag available. Safia immediately holds down Hookah. Kills the Haunt as well. Nobody knows where she is exactly. Viper's Pit thrown down onto the spike. So hard to recover, but Enver and Anita might make this one a little bit more possible. Viper's Pit still up and running. Safia needs to be cleared out. 15 frags for her already. What a half. But Enver is fragging back to this one as well. Numbers advantage for Giant X. KC not really in control of that round. But maybe the Viper is sitting in her pit, just waiting for someone to enter that web. Alkia has the timing. Alkia has a moment here, and Safia makes it free. We're going into the halftime on Cursed 9 and 3 Carmine Core. What a great and unbreakable defense from them up until now.
30 seconds. One enemy remaining.
Wow, I mean a 9-3 curse in an elimination map favoring Carmine Core on their map pick. I said there were risks. I said that GX had a 13-0 under their belt, but clearly the problems GX have had in some of those reps during the group stage coming to rear their head, and it feels like a lot of those recognition points that gave them that close match in the group stage versus KC have been thrown out the window. But there is the copium to rely upon of defense being Carmine Core's strong suit. So with the side swap, it's going to be heavy pressure back on Alkia on this entry.
Alkia needs to bring the space, needs to bring the pace for Carmine Corp. And they're trying to force their way onto the B side. Already control and pressure over towards Gardens. Having that teleporter space is very impactful most of the time. A lot of information for Alkia, but Jade is there on the frag. Stanver has a second one as well. Glance, GX, and Acelia all down. Big utility pieces missing for Carmine Corp now. And an impactful pistol round, an important one. GX needs this one to start off that comeback. Can they make it work? Adora on the backstep, caught up by Sophia, and now path towards A is cleared up if they can recover the spike.
I mean, there's two players that can get this done. It is these two, right? The fragging duelist and the lurking Sophia. The amazing anchor we saw in the previous. Spike's easily recoverable too, with plenty of time to navigate and decide what they want to do.
Jade Moore spots a shoulder there, but it's a trade, Amber. Her second one as well. GX bringing this pistol round home on great hold over to that execute, I think. Alkia only spotted one person and called that they can safely do this one.
Yeah, I just don't think that they expected Anita to swing through in that fashion, right? I mean, you're swinging through a salvo instead of respecting it and backing off, and that moment of defiance and the extra decay and the coordination from Jade more than anything, right? If Anita swung that solo, that was not going to have the same impact as the coordination we saw there. And that's already a strong indication of change from the first half, and now they've got to continue it. They want this round to be as clean as possible if you are going to make that 9-3 come through.
Launching smoke.
Bring some momentum in. KC can't plant a spike. It's an interesting smoke setup GX is throwing there, giving them a lot of space over towards CT. A backside plant coming over there, but Jada at the timing wants the shot. Glance trade themselves out. Anita there for the backing. Gets you on to even number 3 HP onto Anacelia. Can't really overstep anything right now, but they need to take risks. As an eco. Great flash. Stopping some more of the onslaught. Anita finds the kill, works the second one. But coverage from Adora brings them back, brings them closer. It's just the two players over there in Lamps. Trying to get it back, still on the defuse. For Giant X, they don't really know what to do. And Anita on a triple kill brings you on to 9 and 5.
There were so many of those engagements that were teetering on the edge, and they just had each other's backs, especially that double duelist between Adora and Anita. And Jada, I mean, you're losing a Sheriff, so that's the one player you could lose in this situation after a super creative eco play out of Carmine Core, guessing the plant, and even every fight felt like there was someone coordinated or paired with them. It was just the better guns going to town. So that check mark there in the script towards the 9-3 comeback. Now, Nico would be a great plot twist. A thrifty here would be everything.
Be having a game. If Giant X wins this one, that's a great flash out of Anita. No hits just yet. Only chipped down a little bit onto Ancelia. Early fights over from Giant X, but KC has an interesting setup. Higher, lower onto the push out of B for Giant X, but they're not giving them the duels. Jade some problems.
Yeah, fun fact, Jade has the highest number of kills with the Ares and the Odin in stage 1, so you know she's a machine gun menace. And that's exactly what she's carrying in to try and propel this thrifty. I like the regroup call, right? You know that, okay, Raze is here, you know that, okay, Anita's here. They've disrespected it off the timing, off the salvos.
So, forward push setup by GX, but they know right now GX falling down. Jade on the backside. I have timing here, and forgets 2! Jade finds 2! From that backside, 8 HP! Keeping the dream alive for Giant X. 2 versus 4 now. Carmine Corp needs to get this done, needs to get this over the finish line. To even convert their first full buy round. But it's a 4-player setup.
They're expecting the refight. When you're down numbers, you need to. But they're so low, they can't.
They need to take some risks. And Ancelia might have a timing here, but Zadora spots her. It's only down to glance. 1 versus 4. No clutch for her. They're not giving her any duels. Jade finds that last frag. GX upsets this one on a thrifty.
And in Giant X, they have this line that they toe but never cross with this double duelist. They get just enough in Carmine Core's face to run interference, to run scare tactics, and then they fall back where they can. And this moment right here, Sophie was fully aware that if Alkia put Util into that showers fight, they were going to try to crunch. And they tried baiting it out, but the turn wasn't fast enough out of Alkia, and that's what allows Jada to get both and stabilize and get what we mentioned would be a great thrifty to have. Money now obliterated. Winning this will put you within 2 rounds and will put us into probably needing Carmine Core timeout territory.
Oh, Anita is once again there. The Outlaw, quick trigger out of her. Shower space taken by Carmine Core. They have an ult up. Might be maxing that impact as well. And Celia has a good positioning into the teleport if someone decides to go in there. That's a cheeky angle you normally don't really see in competitive. Getting in there makes this one fairly easy to get a kill here. If Jade decides to TP.
I mean, I don't think they're going to. They have every position, every info. They can prowl through and figure out that exact plan.
But there's another by Anita. Jax too close for comfort. And Anita plays exceptionally well on that outlaw right now. Jada, another frag for her. A triple out of Anita. And it's then just down to Safia. Needs to take out some of the JX players maybe to get some economy damage done, but it will be hard for you to pull off. Anita pulling down, but that's just the outlaw. The gun where you are okay with losing it. Every other loss would be crucial, would be detrimental. Safia fighting back and forth, but has to reload. No.
Of course, it's Jade
It's Jade obviously. Obviously, it's Jade I'm not even gonna hype this one up because of course it's Jade Of course she's doing this.
Again.
And that's how you know that they've successfully completed the momentum shift, is just going for plays like that, having fun. That's exactly what Jade said in the interviews. They wanted to have fun in this series. They definitely look like they are now after the 9-3 swap. And this round in particular, I mean, yeah, they're not overstepping. They're playing everything together. It's very, very difficult to get through for Carmine Core. And I was going to say Anita, right, with the Outlaw. I feel like if anyone should know the dangers of that, it's KC after they just did the same thing on their defensive half. And now it's a similar trend, right? Operator picked up by Anita. We'll see if it has the same impact as it's a really fast B-take.
Those operator frags out of Alkia were so impactful. Not the most of frags, but certainly the one that mattered. And getting those impact frags, Anita on their defense is doing the same thing. KC just once again running into that strong side. Right now, GX might have some problems reading where Giant X is positioned, reading the strong side out of their opponents. And 2 ultimates for a retake are there for Giant X as well, right? you can still fall this one a little bit back.
Ooh. Look at this lockdown called by Jade as well. Alkia the double back.
Sleep.
And it's a threat for Jade!
They're just gonna speed up. They know that they have heavy B long control. They need to take this timing, and Andra's there to deny.
How about GX? Also there to deny what Adora is trying to do. Both of the IGLs finding impact, finding kills. Only one player over to that B, towards that B side. For Giant X, Anita is just walking forward slowly. Fast track a second on the shot here as well. Quick on the weapon swap. Anita is too and brings this one even more into the hands of Giant X. They're on the defuse, throwing an ultimate into this one as well. GX has a lineup. Sophia finds another kill, but Anita is just too fast on her weapons. GX need to be fast, need to be quick on the execution of the play. 62 HP on the clock. Needs to be decisive for smoke. There's some more coverage to isolate. 1 versus 1 against Jada. Spike is ticking down, but has Jada enough time? She doesn't!
She wants
in the
the
end,
ult.
it's
She
the
can't find
IGL! They're getting another round for KC, bringing them on a Red Bull clutch for double digits.
Oh, as soon as that kill from Adora comes through around TP, you see Jada activate, right? This post-plant protocol. And, whew, I mean, that orbital strike, that molly played to perfection. You saw Jade try to go to bat as well to get it out of the equation, and it just does not divide out. And now, double digits finally breached. The 4-round streak finally curbed. I do like this. Op for op. Let's see if Alkia can best Anita again.
1 versus 1. Op duel. Important one, but Alkia finds the first. Alkia finds that impactful frag. And the stopping power from the AWP that Giant X wants is just out of the game.
Okay, and look at this. GX, much like they did on the B site last round, going for the immediate reclear deep into spawn. But look at the cave presence. GX might get the timing.
Knife in hand, Adora! Faster on the trigger. Brings this one back. All of a sudden, this is very doable for Giant X. You're flexible, smokes out of the game. You only have the Viper utility to work around. A second one. GX coming here through as well. Both players that were still fighting around that A side down for KC. Still a B side execute up there for the taking. Alkia finds Enver. Even numbers once again. On the back of Alkia. A nade to get some space. An ultimate thrown into there as well. Jada investing heavily into that round. They really want to
30
take
seconds
it away
left.
from KC. 30 seconds to plant that spike. It's going down to the wire. They're spotting Anastasia. Spike on the
down,
ground.
B.
Both KC players not close to this one. Chaos behind their lines. Hesitation breaks apart what we are trying to set up. 10 and 8 GX are inching closer and closer.
And just the pacing that round from Giant X is enough to give anybody some whiplash there, right? I mean, they went from hasty over peaking on that reflood to then immediately after, like, taking the time waiting for Jade to get into this position to finish the round and play the timing off of Jade Maw. It was perfect. And, I mean, there's only one player that can save Carmine Core from this 9-3 curse right now, and it feels like Alkia. She had such a hard time being stuck on the back-to-back solo duelist Yoru maps in particular, when typically it's Anastasia that is shined in that role, being paired with Alkia on a Neon, on a Waylay. And again, she's the one that opened up this half with that 9-3, with that operator. And now, I mean, you can see this switch up of weapons. It's been intelligent, but it really hasn't gotten the post-plant impact we're looking for.
Yeah, you saw this much, right? Alkia had like a harsh time overall coming into this year after an exceptional 2025, and I think this series shows the impact that she had last year up until now, right? That AWP frags exceptional from her on the defense. KC just needs to refocus on what worked on their attack the last time they played against Giant X. Yes, they're a team that thrives more on their defensive roles on Bind, but they need to come back into this one as quickly as possible.
The confidence only brimming. I mean, look at how deep into A Anita is. I do like the punishment pinpoint here for Carmine Core towards Jade Maw be long. I feel like that has been the weakest point, but then once you get the regroup with the Viper, I mean, the Snakebite combo should be lethal.
Quick execute coming here. But blocking power available. Snakebite plus wall. Takes a lot of time off the clock, and look how fast the rotation is from Giant X. 4 players already on the side, ready to hold this one down. Only their smokes on the other side. Adora finds the X on the nade. A showstopper thrown into this round as well. Enver has a double. And all of a sudden, Anastasia alone and Spawn. Jada finds that last frag. 9 and 10. Giant X are coming closer to the comeback. The 9 and 3 curse might have been activated.
They are definitely in the flow state, and I will say, there's one thing that can stop it. It is a 4 out of 5 ultimates on the Carmine Core side following a timeout, right? Because the eco strat was nice. Again, they identified that they can get through long, at least temporarily, if they wait out this on the util. But this is the round that we have Smart 7 weighing in on and concocting a strategy, because you just need one round at a time right now when it's 9-3. And one thing that you do not want to see is a player get picked off this early without the opportunity to use the ults.
Oh, and GX spotted! We're scrolling on her smoke menu, but a quick double. Although Alkia makes this one. Brings this one over towards KC. Jada has to do some heroics, but doesn't follow up. Numbers advantage for Carmine Corp. You talked about the Smart 7 timeout coming through all of the information up there for them right now. Viper's Pit available.
I mean, perfect calling there. Seekers see the players flank, they flip the side, they put Anastasia deep into spawn and get the pit down. There's Fade util line to try and re-clear this space, and they're going to navigate it from multiple angles, so the round's not over.
Only Safia in the pit. If she falls down, this one's very doable for Giant X. Safia needs to do some heavy lifting here. Needs to find at least someone, but has no shield available, working outside of the ultimate. A lot, they're dropping the pit. They're trying to have clear sight onto the spike with those positions. Safia sneaking into the front side. Such smart movement out of the Viper for Carmine Corp. Bringing them up to 11. Giant X, the comeback, maybe denied. And maybe they're coming through. KC, a change team after the time of the death was such a smart play from them.
I mean, 26 and 11, and they didn't even get into the brunt, the scary ultimates of the Armageddon and the conversion paths, right? That round, like, we can try and praise the timeout in Smart 7, but it felt like it was more reactivity and handling what Giant X felt like was the proper solution, right? You'd want to fight into them so you get ahead of them using these ultimates, foresight, execs, set plays, and just those short fights not going their way might have, like you mentioned, broken the 9-3 curse. We'll have to see how this follow-up round goes for KC.
Important to get something done with the ultimate. Alkia finds nothing with this one glance. Falls early. Adora. Some cheeky timing. Straight more. Waiting and teleport. Waiting for a timing. And Adora still behind enemy lines. Causing some chaos. Doesn't find another frag. Jade up there as well. The top fragger for Giant X. Brings them back on track. Spike moving over towards Lambs. Up into the backside, but Jada is ready for it. Fighting around the teleport. Safia falls down. Anita on the trigger. 2 versus 4 situation. KC needs to regroup. Needs to gather. Needs to take some risks. But the hesitation of Giant X to fight this one allows KC to not overstep their welcome to fight.
It's a fake.
It's a fake as well there.
It's a nice fake. I mean, you had the gate crash taken. You have Anva who never left.
30 seconds
without
left.
any noise made after an immediate TP, you expect them to be funneling out of hookah, so proper call, Jada. Ready.
Up in heavens, Anita ready as well. But GX has the timing on the shows. Jada needs to find the kill, but doesn't. Enver all of a sudden, 1 versus 2. Round flipped. The script that Giant X were trying to set up was turned around by KC. A great plant for both positions that they're holding. They're trying to find Enver. She's slowly creeping closer towards
She's gonna play Molly. She's gonna play Orbital Strike. Like, there's nothing you can do about this. They even need it. And Anastacia's just gonna swing.
But and gets the last one. Like, Enver doesn't really isolate anything right there. Carmine Corp onto 12, onto match point.
Oh, and that is the round that you look back on and say, this could have been the comeback, right? I mean, at first, GX was doing so well at navigating all these crunch attempts, right? You have, again, that play where Dora had to fight forward, albeit she doesn't get the kill onto Jix, but then you have a Jade able to escape off the stimmy after finding some criminal kills, but then it all falls apart, right? You have Anita overfight, you have Jade overfight, and that numbers advantage just gets squandered, and now your chances here. I mean, look at the buy, regen, light shield, and you still have these ults for KC.
Heavy space taking ults as well, right? The Armageddon on an execute and the late ultimate overall of GX. Like, there's a lot to do for Karmine Corp right now.
A little delayed drone, but spots at least one. No commitment off the Prowler through to the TP, but they are refighting it.
Yeah, Alkia tries to get in there, but doesn't like what she's seeing right now. The Armageddon thrown in there as well. Alkia just trying to force them into enemy territory, forcing them to fight her, but Adora, click on the trigger, a headshot for her, a double, brings this round over towards GX once again, but still numbers advantage. KC has a chance. KC can do this one. Look at the position of Anacelia. They're through on B.
Poison's off.
So rally the troops, call them back, let Sophia farm and try to get her 30 bomb. Get to 28 if she found both, though, before the map is up. And the tracking is nice. The regroup towards the flank is nice. That timing I don't think would be expected by Karmine Corp, but they've never cleared out long space, which is why Sophia is holding it now. You should hear the footsteps.
Isn't aware on the timing of Anvar. 2 versus 2. All of a sudden, Sophia. The steps misleading GX. Bringing this one back. Suddenly, it's even more doable if Anvar gets the pit down. Glance needs to stay close to the spike. Has some utility up. To the latest execute once more. A molly into backside. Will start this one up, but Anacelia needs to go back. No flash is available. Viper has been killed onto the attempt of the ultimate Anacelia. Jada is just sticking this one, halving it. Anacelia needs to find the frag, needs to find the timing onto Jada, but Jada is the headshot. Another clutch, saving GX once again. And bringing them onto double digits as well.
I'm starting to see where the last time these two teams fought it was in 13-11. I think KC was up at the half, not as dynamically as the 9-3, but then it was like a wrestled battle to the bitter end. And again, Jake's gonna be kicking themselves if they cannot close it. This was near perfection, and Jada, she's been one of those players rivaling every single category across the stats board, right? Minus maybe first kills because she's not a duelist. And it is that clutch factor that exemplifies her place in this team. And now 2 rounds away from overtime. Still not a great buy because it was just Jada surviving, so have to be careful. KC's isn't much better, it's worse.
They're on that very, very short-handed buy right now. 13-11, certainly what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
Sophia gets out of this corner.
She shouldn't be alive.
Yeah, she should be dead there. That's true. And look at the space that Jade is having.
Does she hear the Tejo? The sheer glance.
100%.
Are they gonna clear the left side? So many questions, and the answers are no, no, and no.
Oh no.
Don't knife him again. Don't do it.
Bring them down.
Gets that kill into Glance in the drone, and I think nobody was ready. Over to KC side. There's a lot of chaos. Suddenly, for Karmine Corp, Dora finds one. For her as well.
Don't overfight.
Trade. Don't overfight. Don't be too far forward. Just let them plant the spike. And then afterwards, retake in a grouped up scenario. Jada has the timing. Alkia down. Traded out. 8 HP onto Sophia. 10 HP onto GX. That has to be a round for Giant X.
If they clutch this in 20 seconds with 10 and 8 HP, I would be astounded. And I mean, the orbital strike forces the rotation, so you're going into Jade Maw now.
And both of them are low. Low on time, low on health, low on everything they can do. Sophia trying to bring this one down, trying to at least get a plant. But Jade Maw is a free piece. Ultimate charged up for that last round. Same with the showstopper. GX has all the cards in their deck right now.
That they do. Only 3 rounds going Carmine Core's way. And the reason why I said don't overfight it, I was getting flashbacks, right? To when they had the numbers, the round that would have put this on the map for Carmine Core. And they did that. They waited until they fought into the smoke, and that was perfect. And I expected this. The final Carmine Core timeout to come through right before the precipice of overtime. And it's similar to where they just wanted like 1 round here, 1 round there off of the ultimates. But this round, it's more just that orbital strike. So I don't know. They haven't even gotten the plant down these past few rounds.
And that orbital strike has been around for a long time right now. Like, and remember we talked 3 or 4 rounds ago about that they have a potential execute and use this one in the post plant, and they're not committing to it right now by Carmine Corp. There's a lot of chaos in especially those execute situations, in my opinion.
Agreed. And we saw KC be super reactive and respond to those sort of chaotic moments from Giant X in the previous half, but even earlier in this half, I'd argue, right? When they fused that A main control following the timeout, but that was that blip on the radar round, as you phrased it, Akamusk, and now they have stabilized. Now they're not making any mistakes. It's like we're dipping in and out of the flow state river, and they've just got to keep themselves submerged if they want this.
Locating target.
The ship can't be sinking for you right now, considering it's your own map pick. Alkia, a lot of damage. But that's all you're getting right now. Jade Morslow needs to play a lot farther back with her ultimate right now.
I'll make a huge gap, so she's the one that runs the risk instead of staying close. Speaking of staying close, Anva.
Over there. Showstopper has been taken. Adora has the timing, but no frag. Anita and her crashing the party that Carmine Corp were trying to set up. Sophia and Alkia are fragging back the 2 top fraggers for KC. They want to bring this one over the line, matching the result of their group stage game, but Anva has something to say into this one as well. Spike has been picked up, Alkia, and they're trying to force the rotation. The position of Sophia on that A side crucial.
Jade Moss so low though. Haunt online, Nightfall online. Oh, plays the timing instead, and is lucky to have her life. They're fighting in a spawn.
Sophia should have been tagged. If you have a brawler there for Jade Moore, she will sort of where Sophia is. Looks into her own spawn. Jade Moore has the timing, fights it against Alkia. All of a sudden, Sophia under pressure. Looks down to the spike. 11 seconds to go. Needs to plant. Anita has to swing. Anita needs to get the timing. Gets that frag. 12 and 12. We're going to overtime.
Oh my gosh, let's do it! Even better than the last time. I said it, we knew that they were going to give us an entertaining series, and it hitting all the marks. And this trap was gorgeous. Even when it falters, again, it's the ability that these 2 duelists have to be so in sync and have each other's back that carries them over the finish line. I was nervous here for a second, right? I thought we were falling back into those same habits of overfighting, taking ones, and sometimes you just gotta win your ones. And that's exactly what we saw Jade Maw and Anita do.
Chat, are you not entertained by this game? Oh, that's great Valorant we're seeing from both teams.
Right here.
Not giving themselves off an inch. 28 frags out of Sophia, 21 out of Alkia, leading the charge for their team. But it's team play and it's consistency. It gets up for GX. Early round contact onto Alkia as well. She has the AWP.
Said I wanted earlier initiator utility. Jade Maw's giving it. You know where the AWP is now. That's a huge win. And now they're gonna backstab out of Hookah?
Celia has the frag. Adora trading there as well. Adora has the timing. A double for her. Alkia not ready for this one. Forces herself back into danger. Ada survives this one as well. Heavy lifting by Adora. Suddenly a showstopper available for that last 1v3. GX has to be perfect. It has to be magnificent for her.
They just have a sentry posted up on this side. It's like 3 players back to back. You can't get flanked if there is no behind.
And Adora uses this one to stall. Doesn't even need to rocket. Just takes the gun into her own hands. 3 kills in the end for her. A 13-12 KC. struggling to find impact in those last few rounds, and the momentum is insane for GX.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the half that you were going to have problems with. And now you've jumped that hurdle gracefully. It's like the Olympics just finished, guys. You're late to the party. And that makes this half feel like the closing point. And it makes me concerned that I would have expected a Carmine Core timeout. But oh, just confident in the call here from GX. Little Alkia fake out towards the B site. Already in a hookah with no punishment. No Anva there this time to bully out, to spray down. And it's this difference too. It's like, okay, they anchor with Fade, KC anchored with Brim, and Jade Maw has just never let them out.
Once again, KC is trying to test the A site. Getting light coming up, the drone. Spots one player, but that's just Adora. Anita in that smoke! Makes it happen! Might have brought it over the line for Giant X right now. That double kill on the timing. GX and Glance, the mainstays. They need to bring it over the line. They need to be exceptional. They need to be perfect. Can they do it? Bringing it back into a 2v2? All of a sudden, KC might have a timing here, might have a window here. GX spotted, tagged up, a lot of damage, but she gets the kill. Jade Maw known.
30 seconds
Odin in
left.
hand. Not the perfect gun for good movement, but might have a timing here, inching closer towards both of the players. Glance closes that round. A 2v5. An absolute masterclass from her and GX.
Switching sides.
It's like every single time we see this bubble down to a 2v2, the Giant X players are on opposite sides of the maps, right? And that is the difference. Now, could Jade have gone out of the triple position? I'd argue maybe not in this situation. But we've seen other ones where, again, the immediate reaction of KC is to back out, right? They wait for the regroup and then they go together. They are never alone in GX. In those moments, that's where you start faltering, is when this experience, this global level core gets to play their ones. They win them so often, and that brings us into our second round of overtime. Carmine Core, interestingly enough, taking the timeout now. I'm trying to think about what they're gonna do. I'm wondering if we're not gonna get the Alkia operator then, if they're taking a timeout here, because it indicates a change. And we mentioned the changes in the defense were one of the strengths that put KC on that 9-3 Akamask.
It was mainly Sophia and Alkia having those exceptional holds. And they were very flexible on their defense, right? They were just shifting around that setups over and over again, and GX was guessing where are the players, where are they stationed, and didn't really have more than enough info.
Right here.
I think that's what kind of happened as well, was you have GX waking up, warming up, but Alkia and Sophie have cooled off, right?
Yeah.
And you've got to reignite that fire. Fight the fire with fire at this point, and I do like this less committed take from Alkia. And just paired with Anastasia, ready for contact to be made. GX are waiting, understanding that they just took a timeout. They could go for a super aggressive play when it is kind of feeling like one and done, when this is the half you just solved in the previous OT.
It's a lot slower by Giant X right now. They had a more straightforward execute. Prepared for that last round, and they're testing the weak side. Once again, Lance, need to stall. Need to find options to get GX.
We're gonna get TP trap play. It's gonna happen, I'm telling you right now, Alkia. I'm ready. I thought they were gonna punish Jade Maw again. Instead, they scale down B to get the info, and that might be their undoing, Akamask.
Adora has a perfect timing once again. Calls out GX, calls out the Brimstone. Back in their smokes, numbers advantage down, and Adora has just been so impactful on those aggressive rounds. The overtime is hers, but Alkia has the timing. Wall drops, but Jade Maw's ready for it. Can they do it? They need to be back. They need to once again touch a 2 versus 4, but Anastasia has been shut down. Sophia all on her own now. 28 frags, but she needs to stack up more onto this one. Anita closes it out again. KC has been beaten on their strongest side again and again. And GX, they have to close the door on defense right now.
There was that vision, right? What worked for them time and time again on this A side of the map was shutting down the Shower's control, finding players like Anita, finding players like Jade alone off of TP trap plays, and they had that set up in the pre-round, and then they opted instead for Alki to go for this late flank to clear out all of Fountain, and then the timings are mismatched, they get overwhelmed, they get crunched by Adora and Anita, and it was chef's kiss, and once again, GX hold the reins. Can they keep it clean and close it out? Steal away the map pick.
Jada's not the spot. A lot of utility down into that lamps area. But they have the space right now. It's only a fake out. But GX knows. They should be aware of this. They should call out what Carmine Corp is doing. They're slowing down the approach once again. KC not committing on that replay.
Yeah, Anita, I mean, has cleared out all the A space. I expected Glance to double back, maybe try and sell a fake off some salvo investment, but it's more just clearing the flanks since you don't have that watch, but it's gonna come down to just a grandstand on this site.
And then Cydia has an opening. KC has an angle to get in there, but Jada now shutting this one down. A triple from Jada from the backside. Might have just taken this one home. Might have brought GX over the hump, over the line. To get them a map win, it needs to be perfect from Glance once again.
40 seconds, a lot of wiggle room, playground space, but you're gonna come head-on collision with Anita.
Timing is perfect, angle is perfect, and Giant X finds the upset, gets KC this time onto bind, and going onto a map point, a match point for their matchup against G2 tomorrow. One more, and it's their own.
Ooh. I go back to my original statement where I said there was some inherent risk which picking into a Giant X's bind. Again, there was nothing wrong with KC's bind, but it was just the Giant X track record where when they get going, they get going. They have 13-0-18. They know how to build momentum on that timeout, and that's the exact skill set that they needed when securing the 9-3 comeback.
Yeah, and those pacey runs onto the defense, they really read what KC was up to. And Adora in overtime was exceptional, finding those openings, finding those kills, finding multi-frags onto situations. And we can't really count out Jada. She's been an overlooked player in GC for so long, but those kills were just immaculate from her. Clutch potential has been great. And KC, no answer for that.
Yeah, and it's so funny because it's like the first half was like Giant X forgot how to play against KC from their previous matchup, and then OT was like, okay, KC forgot how to play against Giant X from their previous half, right? It was this weird situation where they were kind of undoing what worked for them, and it was more who could adapt on the fly, and honestly, who started winning out some of the ones when the mistakes were undoing how some of these rounds got called.
Yeah, and we're seeing it in the replays as well. Like, so many clutch rounds from GX, so many clutch situations that Jada had. And their defense has been immaculate. GX really made some improvements, right? We talked about their underdog run. All of them are like the misfits that has been overlooked by the great majority of Game Changers. And they're all coming together and might be able to test the limits of a two-time champion here.
I mean, this is the first time they've taken a map right off of Giant X has taken a map off of KC since it was that 0-2, despite the overtime, despite the 13-11. And again, you really did just see everybody step up at the same time for Giant X's side versus the opposition for KC was, like we mentioned, the players that were win cons cooling off. Like Safia, I don't think she got a single kill in all of overtime.
Yeah, I think she got into overtime with 28. Was on course for 30 and then just dropped off a little bit. And that's something that you don't have the wiggle room to do that in a matchup in playoffs for third place, right? You're fighting for a spot in the lower bracket final. You're fighting for a spot to secure your place in the finals, and you can't really have those oversights. You can't get off the gas for a single second even.
No, absolutely you cannot. But these teams really don't have any time to breathe, right? It is a best of 3. You're about to go right into Haven, KC's worst map in this pool as a team that has played everything but their insta ban of Split. So they're gonna need time to sync up with Smart 7 here. They're going to need a game plan moving forward because now it'll have to be a 3-map affair. And all of that will come after a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe this just. I don't lose control. I just up the scope.
Hello everyone, I am joined by the embodiment of the blue wall, Carmine Core's Alkia, to get a little bit of insight before their lower bracket match versus Giant X. First and foremost, Alkia, I want to start off with the most important question, the one on every KC Alkia's fan's mind. When are we seeing the next hair color change? You ran the poll, we got the results.
Yeah, as you can see, I didn't dye it yet, and I'm thinking about dyeing it before bootcamp.
Okay.
And I also did like a voting stuff on Twitter, and majority chose the light purple, so maybe I will go with light purple. It also depends on my mood, I don't know. But I think it's gonna be purple.
Imagine your hair like change like a mood ring based on
I wish,
on
I
your
wish.
current mood. That'd be so cool. We have a new hair dye product in the making, but let's get to the game itself. So first off, Giant X, your opponent, specifically their coach Asuka, has mentioned they preferred playing you actually over Gentlemates just a little bit in the lowers because you keeping the core 5, keeping the coaching staff intact from last season makes it easier to prep against you and know what they're facing off against. So how has KC then continued to grow and adapt while sticking together over the last group stage so that you aren't predictable or easy to handle?
Yeah, I mean, we're aware of it, of course, and like that's why we have new comps and strats that we're gonna use, and we already using them, and we keep adding strats to our like old stuff, and like yeah, we have a lot of stuff. So it's not really like easy to read, I would say.
No, completely agree. And one of those big changes, right? I feel like you're on the solo Yoru a lot, and we saw that back to back in that matchup during Gentlemates yesterday, and it was a little bit rougher for you, right? So I was curious, was there anything about Gentlemates particularly that was oppressive for you as the primary entry? And do you have any plans or ideas for today on how to get back to that champions level form we know you're capable of?
I mean, I know my mistakes, and I'm gonna fix them for sure, cause like I'm doing WOD reviews, I'm watching tier 1, tier 2, and like I see what I'm doing wrong, and I'm gonna fix it for sure.
Amazing. And the final question is about the opponent specifically. I know you've mentioned you're ready to face off against any team no matter who it is, but GX feels a bit special because it's one of your prior teammates, Jade, who's had an insane like start to playoffs individually. Have you kept up with each other outside of the servers since the BBL days, and are you looking forward to facing off against her today in this rematch?
Yeah, time to time we are talking sometimes. And I'm excited to play against her, especially because like she's a good IGL and she knows how I play. So, but I'm aware of it, and I will just like not play how I play and do maybe crazy stuff. Who knows?
Well, it's amazing to hear, and now you got to battle the Jada brain and the Jade Maw brain. So I look forward to seeing it, and I wish you and Carmine Core a good luck in today's lower bracket match.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we're watching you out there. Welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. Giant X just upset Carmine Corp on their own map pick, and KC needs to have a big step up on that second map to come back into this one because it's Haven. They're 2 out of 7 on this map. They have a 29% win rate here, and they really need to make a step up to win this map out for them.
Yeah, Alkia was like making eyes towards Jade Maw and Jada, and I think she definitely delivered in that regard to improving her performance, but we definitely need it to be a team effort in closing out some of these early rounds more than anything. And I think on the flip side, like you mentioned, it feels like all of the cards are stacked against them, and I feel like Giant X, they keep it so simple on Haven as well. You know, solo duelist, the good old KJ, and I feel like that is going to allow them to manage this map so effectively. And we talked about how Adora, who's going to be on that solo duelist, warmed up by the end by overtime, and if she is in form, she is going to be dangerous, Akamas.
Yeah, she's gonna be very, very dangerous. We saw it on the international stage when she played in the Americas LCQ, where she had exceptional performances. But those two teams, they will be going head-to-head. It will be a lot on the shoulders of both of those Neons, right? There is a Cypher in the game for Carmine Corp, which makes this one highly difficult for Adora to have perfect impact. And on the other side, Alkia against the Killjoy, you have some more flexibility, you have some more options, and it's a little harder for Giant X to clear her out. But GX, they know how to play with that team comp.
No, absolutely. And honestly, I'm really excited to see the Anacelia Yoru. I wish we would get that plus Anita like head-to-head, but it just the maps haven't overlapped to achieve that. Even if we go to Breeze, it'll be Alkia on it. But I think it's going to really alleviate some of that pressure on Alkia. And I think this is when she does perform her best, where there is a manager of mischief. And Anacelia had a decent start to Bind, and then it just kind of fell off because she was in such that supportive role. She was falling back to heal, etc. And so this should be special. And also Safia on, again, that Cypher. I feel like you can rat a little bit more. You don't have to be as communicative in terms of the cycling of the Viper utility, which means her timing, her internal clock should be 10 times better.
And we're going in potentially Carmine Corp's last game of stage number 1. There is a chance that a two-time champion is out in 4th place. You need that point. You want those points. And Giant X wants them as well. They want a meeting with G2 Gozen tomorrow. But Haven is in their way.
That would leave 3 more teams they need revenge against. G2, Gentlemates, and SK Nebula, which you could argue they already got the best of them, getting the playoffs bid over them and Zenit. But here we go. What could be the last map of our lower round 1. And we mentioned keeping it simple with the comp. Looks like we're going to see KC keep it simple with a pretty hefty A start.
And it's a really fast A play. Something we saw similar from G2 playing a similar comp on that last matchup. You always like take those A control with the double duelist setup, and afterwards try to figure out what you're doing from there. And I think it's a rotation once again.
I feel like we time traveled, right? No Waylay in the lobby, no Jet in the lobby, no Isu. And whew, this re-clear punish is really nice onto Sophia. And the reroute towards B looks good. They're gonna give it up.
And they're gonna giving up some space there, Glance. Finds the kill onto Anva. Finds the kill onto Anita. Trying to rotate behind the KC players. GX has another one for her as well. Amsila, great positioning. Trades back and forth in the end. Slightly advantageous for Giant X, and a great position from Anva. Nobody is aware of that flank, and the 2 versus 1 GX. 1 frag for her, but is there a possible spike down? Not really recoverable. You don't really want to save that classic, so have to make a decision there. Have to be decisive. Tries to lure them out, tries to reposition it, but Anva, a second for her. Only charge of the lockdown.
Yeah, we saw some shakiness in that mid round on that B take, trying to get the flash off the right angle. It threw off the timing and really allowed that reflood to come in from Giant X after they had found these openings. And I was worried from the initial kill there between Anasilia and Anita that we were going to get the same overfighting tendencies from Bind. But again, they played off of each other perfectly there. Nobody overswung. And that is a great way to keep the momentum from Bind coming with a first round pistol.
Keep the momentum going, trying to hold this one as flawless as possible. Jade on her new favorite gun on second rounds, the arrows coming into fruition. And this will be like the basic setup that Kamenkop is driving every round, trying to take some A control, but fast execute, trying to get onto Jademore. Jada in a great position, and Jademore also gets her frag. Some drop coverage from Jada, but GX and Anasilia fighting into that side as well. Anva is there, close angle, close fight, gets the kills. Last player is Sophia, and a lot of economy damage. Over from the side of KC, no spike plant, but a second round for GX.
And just took the gamble, was worried about the short backstab there, so she didn't have the opportunity to fully support Jademore in that position. And that's where, again, you've got to be careful with these relay bolts from the Neons. Come in so fast. The entire team flooding in right after shows that Carmine Core should be ready now that rifles are in hand to pick up some speed, to be on the same page. They've mentioned it is a fault at times, and look at how weak the A side is. I was thinking if we're gonna have a fast mid fight, it's just the slow walk down.
And something that you want to clear out space on your eco round. Want to be a little bit more proactive.
Ooh. Cam broke, no punish. Adora is out, so now you get to re-clear that space with the drone.
Still no fights taken by either side. It's just like you're fighting behind the line if you're a Giant X, but Jada has the first track. Anva spotted. You know where she is, but you don't know what gun does she have in hand. And that Baki might be impactful. Anita finds the kill to Sophia. KC seems disconnected on that round. Up until now, everyone is looking for singular fights, and GX is taking advantage of that.
20 seconds for Jademore. Dart doing the short line as said, so there is an opportunity to slip in through long.
That is watching happen. GX, late frag, late trade, but dies as well. Adora, a quick double for her. Weapon doesn't matter. Glance, a kill in the middle.
30 seconds
Open
left.
space up towards C. 30 seconds left. But still in the clutch in a 1v2. Not the best of situations.
Spike planted.
And it's so interesting too. This is the second time she's been kind of apart from the pack as well. And this time it allows her to at least get the spike planted, go for this masterful rewrap. Does she expect all three? I think she's hoping that it is.
But doesn't take the timing, doesn't take a chance. Here's all the steps. Risky angle. Doesn't dodge a paranoia. Gets blinded.
They don't hard clear that.
They're not clearing it, but they're still having a player. Cater towards main. Cater from long. Spike is halved. Tapped by Jade. Utility in hand. And what a shot from Glance! She might get it, Glance has it! A Red Bull clutch! To save KC from 0-3 purgatory! Glance is exceptional! And Glance is perfect on that play!
Oh my goodness, and you saw the realization. They were like, let's not overfight this, let's make sure that we're taking our time, we're not sticking it all the way through, and it's just they don't commit together, and I'm not quite sure why Jada was still crouched there. And while she gets the kill, the shock darts are brilliant, and that shows, again, that experience in the server. Saves KC from utter disaster, and I mean, it's still kind of disastrous. Look at the buy, everyone died.
It's still low buy. Like, you're still on eco. Not the best of situations for Kamenkop, but they're trying to get a fast beard. That's a perfect situation with those smaller guns. Stinger Rush B, we know this one. We expect this play. But a reset of pace from Giant X.
We're gonna re-clear in the garage. That feels like the logical play, but Toxic Screen, Anva ready.
Is she ready for the swing? That's a big question! Anita and Anva shutting down the things KC were building towards mid. Control established. Just one player left in window. It's Glance. This clutch might be too much for her. 1v5, not possible. And a third round for Giant X on their defense.
Is she ready, Akamak? Is she ready?
Is she ready,
were the
Zoe?
ones that were instigating. They were so ready. They expected that, line them up, knock them down like dominoes together. And Anva's like, Anita, how did you get those kills from behind me? It's like blinking, you'll miss it. They all died at the same time. And that is the coordination, the synchrony that we're seeing from Giant X that is dangerous, and why they are such an unpredictable team.
Unpredictable. All Jade Moore teams are unpredictable. I've never seen a predictable Jade Moore team.
Surprised the door didn't upgrade to the op. Odin in hand from the shadows. Are they gonna stick this? They do.
And this is
Wrong B
another B
again.
play. Quick B. Over from Kamenkop, destroying some utility late. Sophia might still have a late play here as well. Same for Glance. But the player on the backside falls down. Anva enters towards side. Gets this one back. Gets them into the numbers advantage. Anita, ready for the swing. Ready to fight against Sophia, and is quicker on the trigger. Hunter's Fury invested early. Glance gets a kill there, but that's the only ones falling down. Glance again.
It's halftime.
Has to be perfect, has to clutch it, but it's a full front for Giant X, and KC, they can't hold the post plant.
Oh, and the comms come through that it's halved, and Glance, you saw it. Then she could clutch the round of being forced to save. And it was a good identification from Carmine Core that the B site is super, super weak, but they're just playing so heavily into the post, falling off site, leaning into that Hunter's Fury. When you're running a double duelist composition, right? You want those duelists up close and personal, not just a solo Jix back site, right? They look scared, they look shaken from map 1, which is why I think this timeout has come through.
Yeah, they're not looking up to the task. And we talked about Sophia. She has been one of the main courses of Carmine Corp here. Had a great showing against Gentlemates, even though they lost that matchup. And I still think that Sophia on that Cypher is basically the same compared to like their chamber, right? Those are the two agents that I like seeing Sophia on the most. And I think right now, she needs to be back to what she has done against Gentlemates and done on the first half, on the first map.
No, absolutely. And I feel like we're not going to see that star power until the side swap when she does get to full link of these sites. But the last 2 rounds, she also hasn't gotten to work, right, as a Lurk Sentinel because of how fast they've gone B, right? She's been kind of integrated, caught into that garage retick from Giant X back-to-back rounds, and that was a very unfortunate timing. They're up against Anita too, so yeah, just getting very, very unlucky in the RNG department. And speaking of unlucky, KC,
Deploying drone.
Cannot go into the Odin with these lack of shields in a few players. So one Alki at full HP with that hero rifle. Adora.
Adora doesn't hit her shots, but the last one goes in against Sophia. KC is calling the shots, really trying to go for a quick C execute here. But Jada, perfect timing on the paranoia. Slows this one down even more. KC seems lost on this one. They don't really know what to do. They're all stuck on like a small space in middle.
And it's like a magnetic draw to the B site. This time Jade Maw is there, relay bolt or not. You are not getting in through this meat grinder of a toxic screen decay combo, and they think better of it.
Hence again, you had that space over towards A, you had lobby, and now you have to re-clear it again on the drone.
Yeah, still better than running to the B side, but this is the difference, right? You have Jade Maw probably heard that drone down short, so what does Giant X do immediately? Group up and start re-clearing the entire left of the map. They're so sure they're not C. They've taken all of this grass space to neutralize any lurk players, and now they just play the full retake, crunching back onto the A site off the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, stalls a lot more time off. GX is falling towards Jade Maw's Hunter's Fury. Adora gets a kill from her as well. And now KC has to be quick to even get a spike plant down. Akia fighting forward, dies onto the hands of Anita. Doesn't come into fruition. Spike has been planted. This makes the economy slightly better, but KC, it doesn't seem like they're having a way into this map. And I love what Giant X is doing on A long, blocking all the space off with Jade Maw's Odin.
And I mean, aside from the round where Glance clutched that second round where they were able to take some really heavy A fights, these last few have been near flawless or flawless from Giant X. And that's robbed a lot of ult orbs as well from KC. So you're coming out of this timeout where usually you can use these to create a really creative exec, and you just don't have those same tools in the toolbox, right? To get the job done. And on the flip side, Giant X, look, they're in their prime in the ults. They utilized Jade Maw's last round to deny the eco. They have 4 more to replace hers.
Once again, early round A contact. Early round A pressure from Kamen Cop.
There.
But not really committing onto this one just yet. Having much more space. It might be an execute.
Oh, they're feeling confident. They're going to re-swing this.
And Adora swings! Gets a kill! Down onto GX! Close range fight! The second one for her as well! Suez just belongs to Adora! Finds on Celia in utility as well! 3 quick kills.
1 enemy remaining.
Over towards GX. Jade Maw gets launched. And Sophia on the other side of the map. Without anything she can really do. Spike has been dropped into sewers. Unreachable for her. Just save that gun, go next round.
And again, is this reserved confidence from Giant X, right? They have the confidence to swing short, to take those contacts, to interrupt that side take, but then they're not so loosey-goosey that as soon as they see that neural theft come out, as soon as they know where Sophia is, it'll go running towards her, all willy-nilly. And that is the eyes of a killer, Adora, the one who opened up this round, and now they are locking it down, right? Turret for the B space. You'll know if anybody's coming through A, and you have Jade Maw, just in case they decide to go all the way through C spawn.
Yeah, but Sophia is just gonna run down the timer. And
10 seconds left.
well, again, we sort of have a switch of what we saw on that first map, right? Where KC were just shuffling around their defensive setups, having some options on what they were trying to do, having some options on their build-ups. And GX is doing the same thing on like their own defense right now. A lot of heavy pressure towards long, and now it's the short fight for Adora that brings them over the edge.
Yeah, and their tool for this successful defense is a bit different from KC's in that it's not Alkia and an operator. It's instead their control over time. And these unpredictable, aggressive fronts, right? Like Adora, re-clearing short. Like them, 3 people pushing out garage. It's been so effective. And if they keep playing like this, something tells me Jada will in fact be getting better than 4th place in a split.
This would be her best result ever, even though she is like a veteran in Game Changers EMEA. 3rd place finish. The best result she ever had. And for a lot of those players, this would mean a lot. We know they are talented, but they were always misfits. A band together that fights for recognition in Game Changers.
On my mark.
Huh? So there was one ult that KC could rely upon, and there it is, and Celia terraforms the site, confirms no underlying presence other than the scarce Killjoy util, but that was the plan, to play retake here, and now your alert player, your backstab's gone. You can't interfere with this.
Hey, your backstab is dead. Now you have an ultimate. Up and running. Arkia plays this one aggressively, but will get detained. An ace paranoia coming through there as well. Suddenly, the numbers are even more into the pockets of Giant X. A snake bite to stall off even more time glance. And Anacelia, the spike is already being defused. You need to be quick. You need to get onto this one, but you doesn't. Anacelia finds another kill, but a 7-1. Giant X is running away with this one. KC, I know this first map has been rough, but they need to get it together. They need to come back to their 2025 form.
And it's moments like that CT choke that are what I needed to see from Giant X on Bind early on, right? They know how to trap these refights, prevent players from, like Alkia, from getting online. Alkia is 0-8 right now. And that is not honestly her fault either. It's just like she's trying to fight forward. She's trying to do her job. And she's running into 2, 3, 5 players at times.
And normally if we like see a Neon struggle on Haven that heavily, it's because there's an excellent Cypher player shutting her down, but it's just raw aiming and like,
Odin.
and an Odin that's stopping her. And Jade more in part solo pressuring that A main control that KC is trying to establish just with that one gun in hand.
Ooh, Adora heard this. How long does she stay? And is the bait enough from Anita?
Oh, it gets a frag. Alkia finds her first one. Gets herself on the scoreboard, but they're going away. Adora hears all of that. The fake doesn't work out because Adora is right behind them. Lurking in the shadows in front of the wire.
Aww.
Nice try.
Parkour falls. But this ace exec shouldn't.
Oh, look at the corner. They need to check it. Jada and Jade Moore having such great position. Jade Moore gets a triple on the Odin. Press mouse one and pray. KC doesn't get through there. Sophia, miracles needed from you. First track down, a double. Red Bull clutch. Sophia rings it back. No Odin can stop that clutch from happening. What?
And that one hurts for Giant X too, because Anva was like, okay, we've been overfighting, we're taking too many ones against these star players, let me wait for the regroup from Adora, but she's not in position at the proper moment, and that Guardian goes to work. And after Jade Ma put those Odin skills to good use, it is a sigh of relief. Prevents probably what would have been another KC timeout, and it's clutches like that that can repair the mental as well. Can't repair the money, unfortunately, just yet, but it's a great start.
I mean, your money is like still fine. Not perfect, but you know, Guardians in the hands of those players. Something you have to look out for, but look at the space Adora has right now. Solo anchoring A with that.
Yeah, you can play retake with the overdrive, so there's no worries. Drone as well to re-clear mid, trying to force them into an exec like this A space. And the jig is up.
Yeah, but immediately the Hunter's Fury has been thrown in there. Jadema just trying to pressure them off the A side. Trying to ring them in the more stacked areas of that map. Jada off angle once again. Has the timing, has the kill. Finds GX with Alkia and Anastasia finding a way in. Anva, late trade. Anita has one as well. Back and forth on that side. KC can't get an opening there. Can't get the plant down. And it's once again down to Sophia. One more player than the last time. You need to be clutch. You need to have ice in your veins.
30 seconds left.
Flooded moments. Player in backside spotted. Anva knows where she is. The jig is up. Adora has wrapped around. Shot in the back. Dreams denied. Route number 8 for Giant X.
Perpetual space taking in, corners not cleared, killers on Haven. I mean, full paranoid. And Jada has just enough delay so that more than anything, Anva can get in position with Anita and they can be the ones to full anchor this site. And it's impressive as well that usually it is just that like ride or die omen there, and the speed in which these additional anchors are able to reinforce without start KJ utility there is impressive. And now they have the KJ utility there, so KC feeling like they're running dry on options, finally heading towards C long, and that's where Adora is.
And Adora there are most likely kills. Both overdrives has been taken on. Adora gets the second one for her. Knows where all of them are. The spray through the smoke, the overdrive, the nades for Adora. All five going down to the Palpatine of Giant X.
Last round in the half.
And that was open for the Dora Ace earlier this map that got stolen away. I think it was by Jade Maw, and she finally gets it. It was at the right side, right time for the opener, and you really need that Yoru for a fast C take, and then it just got so much worse. And when you're winding down a half in this manner, you don't care about that ult being invested on the eco. You're not going to get the ult back anyways. So there it is, 9 rounds up, looking for double digits before the half is up. It's a final ditch effort buy from Carmine Core. And you just got burned on C. You're scared of Adora. B hasn't worked no matter how many times you've planted. And A has a Viper's Pit. So where do you go?
Enemy marked.
Enemy marked the mid. We need to figure out where Carmine Corp is coming from and where they're going. Jake supports into Spawn. Some new ideas. Trying to combine this one with Hunter's Fury. But no frags just yet. KC are shooting their shots. But they're missing right now. 10 and 2 on the horizon. Something you can't come back from that easily. Adora back there on long, but get some coverage from Jada. A quick double out of them. 2 players left. Jade holding that angle on the Odin. But it's Glance who once again brings KC onto a winnable position. Brings KC the option to bring this one back. Anita has wrapped around.
Oh, can't miss the timing. There is the trap wire since they didn't back out fully. It's gonna be a crunch step. Donovan has to be in position.
And they're still having a molly available. Anita, 1 versus 2, and she clutches it as well! Clutch after clutch after clutch! And this matchup has been decided by great individuals showing up into all of the right moments. Anita is it this time, and we're going into a 10 to halftime with a Red Bull clutch.
Shot down. One enemy remaining. I know exactly. One enemy remaining.
You take it.
And we are back. Carmine Core, 3 rounds away from elimination. Came into the season with sky-high expectations after getting 5th, 6th at GCC Seoul last year. Giant X, they said it. They know this opponent. For the fire coming in, the rematch brewing, and they are proving it every step of the way. The grit of a comeback on Bind transpires into dominance on Haven. The weak point of the map pool exposed. And now, I mean, you're on the attack. I mentioned how simple this composition is. At this point with Adora 17 and 4, it is Adora go kill.
Yeah, she's just been exceptional. And again, on that attack, if you can figure your way around Sophia's tripwires, Adora should have a good time here as well. Instead, yeah, getting a lot of info, but not too much going on there.
See the confidence just in some of the solo engagements being taken. Sophia
Fuel against Anita. Gets up her cage. A lot of damage, but not quite a kill.
Look at Alkia.
Some texture walls.
Killjoy Turret watching, but at this point she's so deep that if they actually commit to this C space, you're not even going to see her on the long peak. So we're in such a gray area for how this round is going to go. And there's less than a minute left in the regroup. The reflow potential is there for KC on this B site.
They're still playing around with that B tech. Sophia in the backside needs one. You need to do one if you're in that position. Adora has an entry. Immediately gets traded. Glance has two. Might be the saving grace for Carmine Corp once again. Alkia. Important frag to get there, but Jade more on the frag. Numbers advantage still in the pockets of Carmine Corp, but Sophia is very low. Some spam through a wall. Some shock darts. Jade more knows her lineups. 1 versus 2 for her. But Sophia is low. This one is doable. And Celia has the headshot. Last frag goes down. No clutch. And an 11th round denied. KC is still in this. KC is still alive.
We're doing this again, aren't we, Akamas? Not a 9-3, but a 10-2. I mean, that's the second time where it's been a dominant half, and the opposing team that's down has won the pistol. And now it's okay up to GiantX to try and respond. I mean, it was a great attempt with the Sheriff from Jade Mont, but just too many bodies to get through, too many trade factors there for Carmine Core. And GiantX coming into this round. No snares, no nothing. No need to overreact when you're up 10-3. But it does look like they're going fast A, so curious to see what Anacilia is going to accomplish with a sniper rifle.
Important shots, but they're just waiting on the martial shots and afterwards cross into Suar's glance, all on her own there. Big surprise for her, waiting. All 5 players fighting into this one. Anacilia might just be overrun, but gets 2! That's marked one! Anvo! Too late on the trade! A triple by Anacilia. Glance is holding as well. Full house from those 2 players, Anacilia and Glance. A-side stairs.
Wow. And we need Glance to stay online, right? She's the one that gave them a glimmer of hope in the first half with that clutch moment. Now she's already on track for the Hunter's Fury. She was the perfect backup here for Anacilia as well. It was just one after another, reloading one bullet at a time as she went. Just the full house completed. Impressive around short. Showing that, all right, let's run it back. They can't do it again, right? They don't have weapons this time, right?
They can do it, right? No upset this time. They're fighting into this one aggressively. Alkia! First shot! But no coverage by Anacilia. Jada, quick enough on the crate. A lot of damage onto the Omen player. Not taken out of the equation quite yet. Just a Sheriff and Glance.
Portal closed.
They've overstayed their welcome twice over here on the A side, it feels like. Such low HP. I mean, you have players that the trip would take half their HP out at this point, and Lance, if this drone would have spot, would have called the rotations over. They've identified the weak site, but there is a site for Trip, and I'm still so worried about these HPs.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Cage trigger.
Jake's not in the best of situations right now. Even though numbers are even...
Camera taken out. Tripwire destroyed.
How did they get past that? But Anva finds the kill into Sphere. That's a surprising timing for her. Nobody will expect the players
30 seconds
up there in spawn. Anacilia was surprised as well. Fires off a shot, but no kills found. Very...
I'm less scared about the HP.
Poison's off.
Yeah, same. But some utility pieces might be enough. Glance has 2 shock darts left, but look at Anva's timing. Right behind them, shot in the back of the head. Anacilia is falling down, round number 11. Up for the taking for GiantX. And Odin in the backside might be enough to bring this over the line. Anita finds 2, finds round 11. GX 2 away from a matchup against G2 tomorrow. From a best of 5 in the lower bracket finals.
I mean, just the effectiveness. They identify a threat and they neutralize it at its source on so many of these retakes. Happened on the A choke, now it's happened on the C choke. And that's what's leading them to a success right now. That was a bonus attempt conversion though. out of KC. So you get the op online, you get some more Vandals. I think they did only force up one Hero Phantom. Reason why Sophie is on the Sheriff, but Giant X, they hear G2's call for another rematch, and they have quickly scaled up grass here, gotten a player deposited. You can see the Cypher trips are scarce. They've changed this defensive setup, really relying upon Alkia over towards A.
But that reliance should be fine right now. GX is trying to execute onto that garage area. GX is low. The Omen needs to get out of this situation quickly.
There's no punish, though. Off of that paranoia from KC, so now, I mean, you have 3 stacked on site, but can Adora break it?
Oh, great angle from Ancilia, but doesn't get a frag. Needs to get out of there quickly. 5 HP left. 3 players in the backside. I don't think the Giant X is quiet, expecting this one, but Jade finds Ancilia. The spam on the Odin. Too good for KC, too much for KC to handle. Numbers advantage over to Giant X, and it's C-Sport still something you want to take. GX is down, and all of a sudden this is very doable on the take, even though KC rotated. Sophia, only a trade, not enough. Anita is a triple in the backside. Alkia on home, finds her the Mice and Anvar, and it's a match point. Giant X are just running away with it.
Match point.
No, you didn't get time to contemplate the operator save or not. It was just dusted. It was the backstep from Anva, and I got nervous here. I was like, okay, KC, this is different. Like, they're actually reflooding in one after another. It's not like one big take through the choke that Giant X can counter, but again, they didn't take a risk. They just shot through the smoke. They compiled the util.
This goes here.
And all there were glimmers there backside from players like Lance. Even that was not enough. So 8 rounds needed to get to overtime here. And the bye, not very awe-inspiring.
We believe in miracles, Sobi. Because exactly that.
We just saw a 9-3, yeah.
Deploying drone.
But do we believe in 12-4 miracles? Because
give me like 3 rounds, then I'll start believing.
Nothing less is required out of Carmine Corp. No space has been taken for Giant X. But look at Akia. Needs to find something. First, no second one for her. An immediate trade. And the other's Fury coming through as well. Glance! Gets killed! Gets damage! This might be a way back for KC into this matchup. Sophia has a timing, but doesn't hit the shot. Anva falls back. Sophia falls back. Numbers advantage for KC.
Ooh, they spotted Anva. Paranoia at the ready.
Off angle for GX. Needs to get everything she wants here. But Amber, not quick enough on the trigger. An immediate trade from Jada. Sophia makes it 2. Makes it to a 12 and 5. It's still doable. KC is hanging in there. But by a threat.
This race, Sophia, keep the Guardian. It's been crazy. More than half of her kills coming from closers with that weapon. And this was a perfect trade as well. The Hunter's Fury off of Alkia's contact here. And I liked the reposition from Jix as well. Off of that Paranoia, saying like, okay, they're probably not gonna clear this corner. She gets her 1 and done. That is the kind of lifeline that you need. And I said 3. 2 more, it's a 7-12, and we're getting probably Giant X's first time out, and then I'm a believer, Akamask.
We're waiting for Sobi to turn into a believer.
Are you a believer?
I'm always a believer.
You're always a believer. Gotcha, gotcha.
Adora executing onto that side, but by the tripwire, Sophia, quick on the trigger. That blocking power needs to come into this one. Spike is going down, but numbers advantage. Over to Carmine Corp. They have a Euro ultimate into this one. Sophia drops from the heavens, but dies onto the hands of Jade Moore. Not enough information for her to really commit onto that play. Alkia needs to be perfect, needs to be fast on the gun. Jada has a double. Anva has the last. Giant X really upsets the blue wall, breaks it in, and brings Giant X to another round, brings them to a rematch against G2 Gozen.
Oh, and I was starting to add to my list of reasons to be a believer, like Safia and these kill trips, but she was so early out of heaven that the players in CT weren't ready to flood with her, and just as those players were flooding in, you had the Hunter's Fury, you had every piece like it always has, and each one of those post plants for Giant X, that map, come into place and lock down another really, really clean round to close out the series, to punch their ticket, to strike another name off their hit list of teams to get revenge on from the group stage.
Yeah, in the end, it all fell apart for Common Corp on that second map. We talked about in the pregame situation, right? Like Common Corp, they weren't perfect on Haven. They had like huge struggles there, and if they doesn't win Bind, then a third map is like a far stretch from what we have seen from them thus far. KC is not on the level that they want to be at right now.
No, absolutely, and that's the second time today we've seen Havens be the undoing for teams that have otherwise avoided the map or have not found the best results on the map, which is KC in this case, where they have tried it so many times and just have not figured it out. At this point, I want to see their split. It's like, how much worse can it be than the Haven?
They're 2-8 now on Haven. Like, it's a 20% win rate on 10 times played, like the most common map in the pool, right? And like, Glance was very good here. Don't get me wrong, but 2 of the 5 rounds that KC got came like from clutches of either Safia or Glance, and you can't have that on a map like this. Like, especially with teams always gravitating towards Haven. It's always one of the default maps in the pool. And you either have a great Haven or you're banning it. It's one of those two things, because it will always be a handshake map for most teams in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. And we get to look back at, again, some of the highlights from KC, like Glance in this clutch, but we needed more of that. And I mentioned after Bind, I needed to see everybody step off, not just, again, the heroic players, because we saw what happens when those players come out swinging and the rest start teetering off. It's 9-3 comebacks come true. And it just felt like GX. I mean, they gave KC no room to breathe from refights like this from Adora. Adora was always behind them, even with an operator some rounds to cap it off. Like, they just ran amok and disrespected KC every step of the way.
Yeah, and that disrespect coming off from those players. Again, we talked a lot about it. Like, GX at this point, they're a team built off of players that have been overlooked, that have been on the sidelines for some of the teams. Some are making their best results ever here in main event, and I think that says a lot about what we expected going into that season from them, and they are exceeding it by far.
Oh, absolutely. Jade now in her deepest qualification. We talked about already the points that just winning today would guarantee them, right? 10 more already than they would have if they lost to KC, which again can make a difference, right? I think it was like G2 couldn't qualify by like literally like 5 points or something. I think they were like tied with Twisted Minds, and that's why they had to win. It was some whole like math equation that I don't want to solve right now live on broadcast, but it shows that even though this is the first stage, and even though the points scale as you get later towards stage 3 and there is that direct qualification spot on the line, if you show up now when it matters, it will be remembered.
It will be remembered, and it's important to show up in those situations. 10 more points secured for Giant X right now. They can make it 25 if they win tomorrow, get those 15 extra points onto 45 again. And what do I tell you? Like, telling a person in January that we get might get a Gentlemates Giant X Grand Final in the first stage, nobody would have believed that, but there's a big threat in the way for Giant X. Like, G2 goes in, beating them in a best of 5, where all of your map pool is challenged. This is gonna be a very harsh one.
Are we going to see Haven again from G2 is now my question, because we just saw how strong GX's is. I think they got to go back to that insta-ban, and we'll probably see like the GX Abyss ban. So I feel like we definitely are going to have Coach Asuka and Jade while their work cut out for them, but they should know what the battlefield will look like, Akamask.
They should know. They should be aware of what G2 is throwing at them. Like, we have so much intel from G2, but let's talk about a little bit more about intel, because we have the solo player and the IGL for a Giant X here for an interview. Jade Moore is coming up to the analyst desk. Hello, Jade. Nice to hear from you again, and congratulations, 3rd place at least in Game Changers EMEA Stage 1. Did you expect that going into the season?
Short answer, no. but every more game I play with my team and I learn and I understand what we're able to do here. Yes, obviously. Like, I can't explain. Like, we're just insane. Basically, everyone is doing so many things. I've never seen this on any past team. Okay, any team, and everyone is so active. Everyone's so vocal. Everyone trusts me so much. I trust them so much. They help me out with the calls. They bring the energy. It's things that I've been missing for forever in my career. Okay. Really, and it just feels so nice to play. Like, I'm so excited, and I can't, like, the results are expected. Honestly, the results are expected. Like, other teams are not working like this. Other teams are not doing stuff like us. So it's just the expected result. Doesn't matter what the names are. Like, we're insane. I don't know. I'm happy.
That's a Jade more confidence I want to see. We talked a lot about it on the broadcast today. You are a team put together out of players that were on many iterations of many teams in Game Changers EMEA. Does this sort of misfit position that you find yourself in do something for your work ethic and for what you're saying the team is doing off the server right now?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think I said this in a different interview, but yeah, obviously we're misfits. Obviously, our names were tryouts for other projects that are, you know, long gone from the tournament. Let's just say like that. So yeah, of course, we're fighting to prove that we deserve to be where we are. You know, we give big thanks to Giant X for helping put us in this position, and thanks to Asuka as well. Like, insane coach, I swear to God. Like, it was 3 years since we last worked together. We're back again. It's insane coach diff. I swear to God, insane coach diff to anybody else. And that's just, yeah, like, we're just here to prove, we're here to do good things. And I don't know, I mean, if people underrating us, we were what, like C tier on some tier lists? I don't know, didn't you do a tier list? not to go in personal here. I don't know.
You know how terrible my tier lists are.
Yeah.
You know from EQ how terrible my tier lists are.
Focus Sakura first in the group, SK second. I will remember that. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the question was, but we're happy. I love this team. Yeah, we're doing great.
Before the banter, let's go a little bit over through the maps today. Let's just talk a little bit about the game that has just happened, because you start off with a 9-3, and KC has a very great defense on Bind. What happened in your like general mental after that 9-3 halftime, after KC shut down like most of the approaches of your normally very good attack on Bind?
I mean, yeah, I mean, well, we got shut down. We dealt quite badly with Operator, a lot of things. And we're going to have to go in the VOD review, right? But after that, we're talking in the halftime break. We're literally just saying, like, guys, no matter what the score is, let's think about it realistically. KC have the pressure. They're the old split champions. They're having a rough split. They need to show up now, you know. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if the score's 9-3, like, we win 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds back. Again, we're not under pressure. They are, right? They're the ones who have to prove that, yeah, we're still on top, we're still this and that, and they're not. Let's just say. So yeah, I don't know.
I've one specific thing, especially from your team dynamics. You talked about Jada being the second IGL to you right now.
Yes.
And being an IGL moving to a secondary caller, how does this impact your overall gameplay? Because I think I might imagine that you can focus a little bit more on shooting performance, a little bit more on like other decisions when there's a second person going into this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, if I'm to compare her to other people in past teams that I can consider second caller, it's no comparison, right? She understands everything, how to be an IGL, to lead the group, to do all of this. But I will also not only give credit to her. I mean, she's the goat of, you know, clutching the rounds with me, all this, like, insane brain player. But I also have to give credit to everyone else. Even someone like Adora, okay? Someone like Anita, okay? These people are doing more job in terms of being a second caller, in quotes, than, again, like a lot of people I played with before. Like, everyone is helping out. And again, I think my performance boost, I mean, you know, like, I'm kind of in my prime in this split. I know I'm not playing the best ever, but compared to some last splits, I mean, the statistics is complete difference, right? And I think that comes down to my team helping me and my team also trusting me in my role, right? Like, I play my game. I do, you know, yes, I'm an IGL, but also I'm a player, right? So I need to do my cringe stuff. Sometimes I'm calling around for myself, my own Soval, my own Odin, my own whatever, okay? And we just go like that. And it's just great. Like, we all work together. We're a team. We're a team. Like, it's that simple, and it shows in the server every day. And yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna ask you what your expectancies are for like the matchup tomorrow, because I know the answer to this one already. Let's just do it like this. do you have any final words in that interview targeted towards G2 girls and who are you facing tomorrow in the best of five?
No. Everyone knows 1 year ago in SK, I did the thing. I'm like, Nami, you're a bot. And I got destroyed on Twitter. So I have no words, okay? I have no expectations. I don't even care if we win or lose anymore. Look what we're doing. Like, we have gone up and above everybody's expectations, everything, everyone's tier lists. Like, I don't care. Let's just play it. Let's have fun. These matches do not come often in this career, in this life. I don't know. So we're just gonna play. We're just gonna have fun. I went so deep and philosophical there, but it's true. We're just gonna play, and that's it. Let's go.
Jade, thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations again for making third place. At least you have another best of 5 tomorrow. Have a good evening. Give some greetings to the team from us, and we'll hear from each other maybe sooner than later. Bye bye.
Thank you. Mwah, mwah.
Jade Moore is great. I just,
I mean,
taking the time to banter casters on the
the
podcast,
tier list, I guess, right?
Everyone. Jade Moore is just Jade Moore.
I don't know. I mean, we gotta talk about that tier list, I think, and where you put Giant X.
I have to talk about my tier list every single time I make one. And they are not even terrible. They always have like one horrible call, and people will only remember it for that one call.
Well, this is why I avoid tier lists personally, but I was listening to the interview, and there were some standouts there. I already mentioned to you guys that they don't care who's on the other side of the server, that they're having fun, but I really like the insight of, again, the pressure not getting them like it does to other teams, right? Like, you look at the squad, like, yes, the org, it matches the expectations, as it was KCG2 and GX, too many G acronyms, in GCC, but it wasn't this team. It wasn't the hashtag sign FMCL core. And you had that and Gentlemates as well. And we have a really, really interesting squad. But as we wind down the day, Akamosk, I do think we have to just take a step back and again look towards the teams that have been eliminated, right? Because they also were playing for points. They were playing for keeps. They have a chance still to make comebacks like we've seen from other orgs in Stage 2 and Stage 3. So out of the teams eliminated, which Carmine Core has now been added to that list with their 20 points, who do you expect to see that comeback from? I feel like I already know the answer, the jersey in your background, but would you like to answer anyways?
You mean one of the 2 jerseys in my background? I think let's be honest, without any of my I'm from Dach talk. I think Alternate Attacks has a very promising project there. Like, I think the core of Jade and Purity plus the pure talent of Celia is something that will fruition in the next 2 splits. But in the end, I think when I look at all of the teams in current GC, I make a bold prediction here, okay? If Job Life comes back to this one, and if they get more time to flourish, they might come back and maybe have a shot for at least playoffs. But I think this is hot enough after a team going.
I'm for Zenit. I'll put my vote in for Zenit on the underdog.
Okay, you
for the
put it for
stages.
Zenit.
There we go, there we go. I mean, hey, they were the one tied with SK Nebula and tied also with Giant X, so we know that they're capable. They just had a really slow start they couldn't turn around from. But with that, also, I was gonna say, we touched upon always KC alternate attack, so with Twisted Minds being that other eliminated teams, can we just get Graham's like in EMEA on ping instead of in an internet cafe, and then she'll be an aimer, she'll be fine. Twisted Minds will immediately qualify. But all in all, let's take one last look then at the matches that we have to conclude Stage 1 playoffs, right? We have our top 3 now between G2 goes and between Giant X and Gentlemates, waiting to see who comes out of that best of 5 that Akamask we will be taking everyone through tomorrow. What are your expectations coming into the next 2 days?
Before the split, I would have said it's 3-0 for G2 against Giant X. But you can't count them out. Like, Giant X has such an incredible journey. And yes, it's a rematch, but the last time they played each other, Giant X had some flashes. Like, they showed that they are capable of competing with G2, but it still is a far stretch from counting out G2. But after today, I'm fairly confident that we will have a 5-game grand final, and I'm not making any predictions here because it's anyone's game. This one, no matter who's coming in this, it's in anyone's game, and GC has never been this close. But this year, it's an absolute going to the wire season.
I feel like that's been every single league on the planet for Valorant esports. It's crazy to see, but I agree. It's going to be a banger. I mean, Jade Moss said it. Corrode should have been theirs again. Just if they can continue momentum, I think we will in fact have a banger. I'll say 4 maps, but I won't say who. That's going to be my hot take, and I'll shake on it tomorrow with you when we get the results. But Akamask, that about winds down our day. We have our lower finals prepped. We have our first, again, grand finalist, and tomorrow, same place, same time, we'll see who winds it down. But I think we can take one last look at how the day went with our Razor end of day highlights.
We have got an absolutely killer matchup coming on up. G2 versus Gentle Maids.
One enemy remaining. 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 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Right there. One enemy remaining.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Hey, you, who are you? Tell me your secrets and let's talk about it, about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it, about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You